Hello, everyone. It's Veronica Bartolini with Codebreaker Real Talk, and I have Eve Howard on with me. And Eve, go ahead and introduce yourself while I close the window. Thank you.
Well, I'm Eve Howard, and I work, been a part of in the SSP since the age of 3. And I've worked through a lot of the programs, been a part of Monarch and Kruger. And I'm hanging out today with my twin soul, my sister, Veronica Bartolini. We were hoping to be able to go through a book that many of you may recall reading in school or as a nursery tale or a bedtime book, which is called Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. And the whole part of Alice in Wonderland was a lot of the programming that we went through as children comes out in this book. And for a lot of us, it's a very triggering, and also we would like to go through it and be able to start the healing process, not only for ourselves, but for a lot of people that were used in these programs or through the SSP. So I appreciate you, Veronica, for having me on here today. We did a lot of hours of going through the book and reading and studying on our own and together. And I'm really happy to be here today.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you. I had not seen this book until you brought it up, saying that your daughter had to read it as something in 4th grade, I believe.
4th grade, right.
And I'm thinking,
so this is the book.
Yeah, and I was able to order it, like it was used, and I didn't mind, at all. It's really still in good quality, good standing. And I've also seen Alice in Wonderland, the first movie. I've seen it more than 10 times, many times. And I've been wanting to get Alice in Wonderland 2 because that also talks about Project Looking Glass. But before we get into all that, let's kind of go through the book. You helped me too. I didn't want to do the show today. I was feeling very discouraged, very pissed off because of what they did to us. And one of the reasons that I'm not on point all the time with my shows, if you guys see, like sometimes I'll go off in tangents, and it's not only me, but some of us they damaged us more. I think it has to do with us going through the wormholes and stargates and things like that, and the glass, the actual mirrors, jump rooms and different planets and things like that. I also have a thing about like our vision. I used to see how thick my glasses have to be. I think it messes up your vision. You get nosebleeds. I used to get ear bleeds as well. But anyway, I always seemed like I was the odd man out being a kid. And even when I was a police officer, my sergeant gave me this pen, and he gave it to all of us. It's on one side, it says Saint Michael, kind of like killing off the devil or whatever. And that's something that now we know what that means. But in the back here, it said, they always compared me. They were watching Alice in Wonderland in one of our breaks when we were on break, and they said, "Hey, Vero, you're this one here, not this rabbit with the time, right? Father Time or whatever they call it, but the other rabbit that would be like, it would be like Spoon, the one that's in the back here, sitting down." We probably can't see it, but so they had the hard time with me because I always wanted to go to calls. I never wanted to be in the precinct. I just, sometimes we only had myself, an officer, and maybe a sergeant. So they're like, you got to stay in more. What if there's like a code 3, death and life situation thing? So they make fun of me. My sergeant's like, this is you. Like one time at band camp, you know, I would always have stories for everything. And then, because my grandfather was a storyteller on my father's side. And so I'd always like be running, doing traffic. And they'd be like, squirrel, you know, here goes Vero. She's changing the subjects, going off on tangent. So they gave me this pen and it says, hi, my name is Officer Rabbit, Veronica, and then my last name, my married last name, and then it's badge 617 South Tucson Police Department, Northwest Territory, Mint. And in the front, it has the Archangel Michael stabbing Lucifer. So, you know, I'd wear it here in my lapel. It's very dear to me, but I just at the same time, you know, I was being made fun of because I'm very active. I'm very, they would say I have ADHD if they wanted to put a title on me. But anyway, we have different alters in these programs. And one thing that bothered me about this book is, well, many things. When she's going through, she falls asleep on this one, she falls asleep when she's reading, and she falls asleep on her sister's lap. The movie, she's being talked by the twins. They say, oh, Hamish is gonna ask you for marriage, and they're two twins, right? And in the two twins that are in the dream, then later, they don't even know who Diddle-Dee Dum or Twiddle-Dee is, you know, like they don't even know themselves, Eve, like who they are. Get it? Twinning program, we're gonna talk about that too. And there, she is escorted by Hamish's mother and says, you know, my son has a very weak stomach. You need to know that about him. And she's like, I don't even want to marry this fool, you know, like I have to cook for this guy too. And then the queen is like, well, I picked you basically because you're so beautiful. And she didn't say her son was ugly, but she just said, I want beautiful grandchildren. And, you know, she takes her through the corridor where there's she said, I didn't want white flowers. I wanted them red. And then Alice said, well, you can paint them red. So then afterward, Alice goes down the we'll say wormhole, but it's like a well. A rabbit hole? Yeah, and
Yeah.
she's trying to grab in the book. She's like, oh, there's marmalade here. Oh, there's this here. And she's going and going upside down, upside down. Through all this, she's going and she's conscious about falling. And at the same time, while she's falling, she's getting programmed. Then when she is on the bottom of it, right, she's upside down. And that also tells everyone that this world is upside down as well. Everything is done in the opposite. So she falls and she's supposed to find a key to get out to the garden. And she's giving these little cakes. And Eve and I were talking about, one of them is to make you big, the other one is to make you small. Then there's the mushroom. But before I get any further, Eve, let's go with what you were talking about, how they would give us like these little cookies or little treats whenever we would be on our little classes and at school or Head Start, you know, little bags. They always gave us a cookie with the lunch bag. I don't know about you. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember we used to get like Nilla cookies. And even now I have a really hard time eating Nillas.
Nilla wafer cookies, huh?
Yeah, the little round ones that they're about the size of $50. And I have a really hard time. And they just give us milk like constantly, which Native Americans most of us are lactose intolerant. So milk can really upset our stomach. And so to have cookies and then to have milk just kind of made it even worse. So I have like a huge issue with milk. I haven't had milk since I was probably like about 6-7 years old. Oh, that's really weird. But I wanted to go back to when you said she was falling, and she's falling through the rabbit hole, through the wormhole, and she's falling asleep. And I just thought that was really odd. She's dozing off when she's falling.
When you and I
So-
were reading, I got so tired. I just wanted to go to sleep. But we did. We read up until page 100 out loud. We were taking
I
turns.
did, even though you were falling asleep.
Tired.
But I think that's just really odd, you know, when you're falling, and you imagine you're falling a long, long way. She didn't know, I think she gave like some sort of, 4,000 miles is what she gave the 4,000 miles is what
And
she
then
said
she
she was
says, I
falling.
wonder if I shall fall right through the earth. How funny it'll seem to come out among the people that walk with their heads downwards. So 4,000 miles. And she says, am I in New Zealand or Australia? Am I in another country? So I think what she was saying is that she was going to go through to the center of the earth, pretty much the core, middle earth or inner earth, you know?
Yeah, which is hollow earth.
Yeah.
Also.
And
As,
there's another plane of
but
existence.
I remember it, calling it. So then as she's falling, she gets up and she happens to come across the rabbit running by. Which if you go to like, if you go back to like the Matrix, if you ever watched that movie, that one made me like severely ill when I was watching it at the movie theater. I had to go throw up because it was very triggering for me. But they also referenced, the white rabbit, follow the white rabbit. So she's following him.
Now, real quick, when she's falling, she says she took down a jar from one of the shelves that she passed. It was labeled, and this is in very large letters, orange marmalade, but to her great disappointment, it was empty. Okay, now the color orange, if you notice, why do they put people that are in prison or jail in yellow, in orange, I mean? It's because they're taking their power away.
Mhm.
Orange is a very powerful color.
They're also segregating them from either from people that are on death row, or they're segregating them from the jailers or from people that work there.
Okay, but orange is kind of like the sacral as well, like the sacral portal. Because I mean, I know the sacral, they usually reference that with red, or that's why I like to wear like the carnelian and stuff like that. But orange is self-empowerment. So when they do that, it's like they're taking their power away. And for her to say, but to her disappointment, the jar was empty. And then it's just weird. And you know how you were saying that the stomach aches and stuff like that. I feel that they gave us those cookies and that milk to make us sick on purpose, because if you notice, when you're sick in your stomach, there is nothing you can really concentrate on. You just want to lay in bed and you're hurting, and sometimes you doze off. And sometimes like, what the hell is happening to me? So I feel that's when they take a chance to reprogram us as well, when we're not feeling well, and especially when we're falling asleep. We had reading time when we were kids. Did you have reading time as well? Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
They wanted us to take naps. I'm like, I didn't want to take a nap.
Yeah, I didn't want to take naps either, but sometimes it was like whatever it was, that snack time, because our snack time happened, and then we would have nap time. And I mean, it's easy to put anything in a sweet type treat to be able to like camouflage like a bitter taste, or if they used anything like a drug or anything that they would be able to camouflage it with. Because I remember also these cookies that had it almost like orange marmalade in the middle of them, or had like a jam of some sort.
Oh, the jam in the middle. Yeah, those are.
I can't eat those now.
I used to eat those too. When she talks about here, like she's going through the morphing, but she eats the little cookie or the little cake or whatever. And she says, it would be of very little use without my shoulders. Oh, how I wish I could shut up like a telescope. I think I could, if only I knew how to begin. For you see, so many out of the new way things had happened lately that Alice had begun to think that very few things indeed were really impossible. And see, that's the difference between us that were either using the programs or whatever, or our star seeds, and we're able to morph into whatever we need, shapeshift and go through the wormholes, the portals, and the stargates. there really isn't anything we can't do. And what they do here, they program our kids and us adults to think, oh, that's just sci-fi. No, you can't go through a wormhole. Are you kidding me? That's just the thing you do in the movies or whatever. And that's where the insanity begins. You grow up knowing that you can go through these things. You see these beings. I would see all these beings when I was a kid, you know, under my bed or in the closet. We talked about this last time. But the adult somehow was shut down or shut off, or maybe they shut themselves off too, for fear. They don't want to see that.
Yeah.
She was like, okay, well, I guess I don't need my shoulders to go through that. And it reminds me of the Cheshire cat too, which that cat is always appearing and disappearing. I didn't like cats when I was little. I would grab them by the tail and throw them against my dad's truck, sadly. Now I love them. I don't know how I was programmed to do that, or maybe I was just mean, and maybe there was just so much abuse that I had to take it out on other things. And I think that's the latter, sadly. So a lot of people will lose themselves. Or they'll shut themselves down to this idea of being able to go through things, through walls. But the little doormat house, you know, after there's this little thing that says drink me, right? Oh, we were talking about this where it says drink me, but wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry. No, I'll look first, she said, and see whether it's marked poison or not. For she had read several nice little stories about children who had got burnt and eaten up by wild beasts and their unpleasant things. So that also is programming. Do you really think that they were going to label something poison?
No.
But it's very interesting that you can sugarcoat anything, really. No, Kiki, she wants to go outside. No, Mama. I might end up when the group gets here outside. We'll see.
Yeah.
You know, the little dormouse had said in the movie Alice, she said, you would think that you've got the wrong Alice, she tells the white rabbit with the clock. And she's like, no, she is the right Alice. She has to be. And she tries the little door. She forgets that, you know, she has to go and drink the little drink and or eat the cake to get big or small. And then there's a mushroom that she is eating either the left side or the right side. And there's a part here where she's like so close. Her face is very, very close to her legs, to her feet. And I couldn't read anymore. I had to take a break, remember, because that's when she's getting raped. And this is not for kids, by the way. That's when she's getting raped. And then later on, like her neck turns into like a serpent.
Yes.
Arden.
Yeah. Oh, like they even mention, I think it's on page 13. Sorry, I'm like way in the beginning, but
Yeah, that's fine.
it talks about in the middle of page 13, she's like, but it's no use now, thought poor Alice, to pretend to be two people. Why, there's hardly enough of me left to make one respectable person. But right there, she's like talking about alters. She's talking about, you know, the dissociate disorder a majority of us have just because of all the abuse and the trauma that we went through, and having dissociate disorder, and having, you know, different alters as well.
Yeah, and then later it says, eat me. The words on a small cake said, eat me, were beautifully marked in currants. Well, I'll eat it, said Alice, and if it makes me grow larger, I can reach the key, and if it makes me grow smaller, I can creep under the door. So either way, I'll get into the garden, and I don't care which happens.
So when she's getting bigger, I think I had written that down. Let me see my book. So growing, we talked that it was the super soldier enhancement, and shrinking is when we are going through the wormholes.
Yeah. Yeah, growing is super soldier advancements. That we wrote this down because we were talking about it. And then, yeah, And I said, oh my God, so when they shrink us, that's when they want us to go through these wormholes.
Mhm.
And that's why, if you notice, I sometimes have to have a large pair of clothing or a small pair, because I will go through the week and I will see myself getting bigger in my clothing, or I have to wear the large, or I go all the way to a small, like that, like within 2 days. I have to end up going to the bathroom. I know this is off topic, but it really is not. A lot of us have stomach issues. When I went through my near-death experience, I ended up losing almost all of my large intestine. But even before that, I had what they call a nervous stomach. And that is a constant thing with me. Either I have to drink probiotics or kombucha or something that has a lot of probiotics, or I have to do like the detox. So I've noticed that, and I don't know, have you noticed that, Eve? And of course, the bruises and the scratch marks that we talk about often. But have you noticed that about the stomach issues?
Yes, I've noticed that quite a few people that have irritable bowel syndrome, IBS, or I mean, my mom used to take me to the doctor quite a bit because I wouldn't be able to go to the bathroom normally, and even some of my kids were like that too. So it's something that we kind of suffer from, of just having that irritable bowel, and that can also be I feel like they can stem from like PTSD, anxiety, a lot of anxiety, a lot of trauma. Like I have an emotional service animal due to the PTSD that I got through all these programs, and I've spent the last 6 years from my near-death experience, and just struggling a lot and having the same issues too. So that's funny that you should mention that. But also, we just talked before we started taping about some of us, like my father and I, and you as well, we go through like a weird depressional cycle. So like every 2 months, like,
Yeah.
and that's what I would talk to my doctor about. I was like, well, I don't want to be on antidepressants because I'm fine for like, for 2 months. And then I just have one really weird week where I'm just like, and then after that, I'm fine again. So, and they wanted me to be on medication all the time. And I'm like, I don't want to.
Yeah, this morning I was just in bed and I'm like, I'm gonna cancel the show. I'm gonna cancel the show. I'm not gonna do this. I just want to be here with my windows closed, the blinds closed, and me in my bed, and my cats. They were sleeping with me, and I'm like, I don't want to do this today. I don't want to do this today. I did that yesterday, and I'm like, ah. So usually I'll do 2 days of not doing nothing. If not, it's a whole day. And then the next day, I'm okay. I'm like back to normal. It's like a weeping, like a mourning that I have to go through every 2 months, it seems like. Because when I'm out there with people, with society, it's very fucking draining. Even though we are very powerful beings and we can take their energy. That's why if the people at the gym are not using their energy, I'll take it for me. I'll take it for me, for my healing, and then I'll send it back to them for healing. Like I'm not that, I'm not that, how do you say, greedy. Some people take other people's energy and they don't give a fuck. They won't give anything or reciprocate in return. So that was me this day, and thank you for helping me out of that, or we shouldn't say helping. Thank you for being there for me. But yeah, so on page 41, where she's talking about when she changes and she gets big and small, and then she is getting raped and all that stuff. There's the programs of the monarch, the mushroom, the butterfly. All those are symbols. And throughout the book, and we'll go back to before page 41, but throughout the book, she has these different personalities, and even through the movies. Throughout the book also, they talk about, they have different numbers. So I'm pretty sure, Eve, that we went through a good 3 to 4 wormholes in the book while we were reading. Because it'll say 5 and then 7, and then she says, always lay blame on others. They hypnotize even more by proper, what did I write? Oh yeah, when she talks about the white rose, the red rose, and then it's red nose. Like, then it took me to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. You know, all these things. Then they said, then they bowed to Alice, that the cards bowed to Alice. 2, 7, 5, 7. And then again, it's 5, 7, 2, 2, 5. And then 10 soldiers, 2, 2. And then 10 royal chicken. Chicken, okay? And then you were like, oh no, Vero, it's talking about the number 3 again. So the number 3 spell was given a good, I counted 10 times. Before I get too much ahead of myself, let's go back to where she's talking about the, where it says that her neck grew.
Okay.
First she was small, then large. She was eating the mushrooms where she goes through the wormholes, right? She was eating the right side and then the left side. And that we were talking about, ooh, I wonder what kind of Stargate or pins, like numbers out there she had to pinpoint to go through, right? Her girls, and then I was like, oh shoot, because they're talking about, she's talking about serpents and reptiles with the pigeon on page 47. And she was talking about green stuff. And I'm like, oh my gosh. She's doing something with the penis in her throat. Her throat is looking like a snake. Her throat is getting elongated. She doesn't know why, what the hell's happening. Green stuff. That could be bile that's coming out from her stomach. You never know. These books, that's why it's, I really didn't want to do this video, but I'm glad I did. Because this is so disgusting. My poor hand, that's a hand job. What
the it needs to come out, and our healing process needs to begin as well, you know, because I mean, most of you just can't just shove everything down, you know, and forget about it as much
How
as
long
we
did
would.
it take us? We've had this book for 2 months already, and I've been putting it off. On same page, about 47. Shape shifting into a serpent, and then she's talking about eggs, how serpents likes to eat the eggs, or the baby eggs. And then I don't know where, what page is, but when the witch is cooking a baby. She's cooking a baby and she's putting pepper on it.
And then she's like asking Alice, you know, she's like, well, what are you? I can see you're trying to invent something. And Alice says, well, I'm a little girl. And Pigeon says, likely story indeed. And I've seen I've seen a good many little girls in my time, but never one with such a neck as that. No, you're a serpent, and there's no denying it. I suppose you'd be telling me next that you've never tasted an egg. And we kind of took like egg meaning as a baby, and you know, the word starts with an A and ends with chrome.
Yeah, and the pigeon, we said he was a child trafficker. I told you, I'm like, that sounds like he's a child trafficker.
The trafficker says, I have tasted eggs, certainly, said Alice. But little girls eat eggs quite as much as serpents do, you know.
And that's like swallowing seed of a man too.
Yeah.
And the baby chickies and the baby eggs, those are like babies being trafficked as well. And the library, we were talking, Eve, about how the men in the red jackets, they're kind of like, they're bodyguards of the queen. And
yeah, I don't think I wrote.
Yeah, the Duchess is the one that gets invited in this book to the dinner or whatever the queen is going to have and the king. And what I realized reading this book, and I told you, Ev, and we were like, what the fuck? Okay, so if you look at the Terra papers, I have it right here. It talks about the SSS queens. and the SSS kings that come to the ninth sector, which is, we are in the ninth sector, Earth, okay? They are the rulers of the ninth sector that are also part of Orion. The SSS queens and the SSS kings, they are fucking reptilian beings. Those are the ones that are also in charge here, and they put the Chitawel or Chikawi. I said I was going to write it down because I don't want to mess up that word. Nicole had sent a video on that to me, and I shared it with you guys. I took a screenshot, hold on, of my own Instagram because I forgot how to write it down. The man's name is Credo Mutwa, M-U-T-W-A, with David Icke, the Reptilian Agenda Part 1. And they are called, these beings are called the Chitauri that went to South Africa and invaded them. And that's when we talked about this before, when we were both male and female. And then these assholes came and they said, okay, which cave do you want? The one with the red light or the one with the green light? And then they have the people and they made us male and female. So anyway, going back to the Duchess that is trying to put this baby in a cauldron, it's a baby first. And then she gives the baby to Alice. And then it turns into a werewolf. The baby was crying. So it's like a baby crossed with the werewolf. Then after the werewolf, they say it's a pig. And then after they say it's a pig, the baby turns into a starfish. So this has to do with when they rape the child and their eyes. That's why I won't drink anything that has a panda, like the boba here. They have this thing with the panda eyes. I can't do that. I can't even drink. I'm very, very picky about symbolisms and what I wear because I know the truth. We know the truth behind it, right? So what I do is I'll reprogram stuff for my own good. Starfish, and that's 5, right? The 5. Mm-hmm. So that has to do with the beings, with the Ashiana Dean beings. 8, usually an 8 star is like referring to the Roman times or those beings. 5, I'm not sure, but I know I'm part of the group of 5. That's to do with saving the children and the white, the tall whites. This turning into a pig, I don't know. This is just crazy.
Looking at they've been a dreadfully ugly child, but it makes rather a handsome pig, I think.
And then pig, we know that bacon, pig, is actually a boar mixed with a human being. And of course, a lot of people don't know that. So a lot of, in the Jewish tradition, they won't have pig. Once in a while, bacon is yummy, but it's like, man, when I'm eating it, I'm like, am I eating a human? I don't know if I should be eating this.
Well, too, also when they used to feed like humans to pigs, like when they were trying to get rid of the body because of the pigs would eat anything. Pigs will eat garbage. Pigs will eat anything. So I don't know why that just popped up in my head, but and then as she sees this pig baby or a baby pig, she happens to look over and she sees the Cheshire cat sitting on a tree. And during the whole book and with Alice, she sees this Cheshire cat and it's almost like it's spying on her, which, if you've been in any of these programs, you know that you are being watched.
He's like a handler.
Yeah, definitely part of the program.
And I think if you remember was it the old Alice movie where his eyes were kind of funny?
Yeah, the
colors, kind of like a hypnotizing, or maybe that's
yeah, it's like he gets like hypnotizing, and then in the books it's usually like black and white. That is like if Alice is going through a portal or a Stargate through that and also being programmed. And also I noticed that I was watching the first movie again, and at the end when he does the Fado Wagon or whatever, the Fado Wappa dance, he's morphing, like his legs are morphing back and forth, like if they didn't even have joints. His eyes are going like that, and then he has his hair, like if there's two little horns on him, and then his head totally spins around like the Exorcist. So
Yeah.
the Chitauri also have little horns like that. You know, there's many, many beings like that. So the ones also that are red with the big old horns, those are the beings that will get the highest person that will pay them to go do dirty work. Like could be an assassin or whatever. Go scare a child, you know, turn into a clown, whatever. He also, on one of the times I was looking, I looked up real quick at the screen while I was writing things down, and I saw him as that Mad Hatter as a really ugly clown. And that reminds me of Circus in Las Vegas. They have in the past, I don't know if they still do, I have a feeling they do, but there's a huge sex, kitten thing going on there, and then child trafficking in Circus, and it reminds me of those memories that I have in like in the blue, kind of like blue paint. There's a gas station, and right next to it there's a place where you go in. There's some clowns, there's knives, blood everywhere. They're taking us to like the slaughter, and that kind of reminds me of what's going on really with Alice in Wonderland, you know. Sometimes when I do kind of lose it in a funny way, like I'll be really, really happy, and I call it the Mad Hatter syndrome because, or the Tourette's. My daughter's like, don't call it that. But I feel like I'm becoming someone totally different, and it feels good. So when Alice says, I'll eat this and it'll make me smaller, I'll eat this and it'll make me big, I don't care, as long as I get to the garden. Well, we can go to the garden and we can talk about Lilith, but then we can go to the garden and talk about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. So it's like a pleasure place where you are, where they already did whatever to us sexually, and our spirit, our self has gone. We are already being compartmentalized to, okay, she's going to be a sex kitten, she's going to be an assassin. Oh, now we got that altar. She has to be the vixen, you know, the red room queen, the one that's like doing the whole sexual stuff. Oh, now we have the librarian who has a mystery of her, and she's also in the sex kitten program, but she's here to work with the CIA. And then we have the nerd, and which is so many altars. We have the person that's going to be in Mars, the person that's going to be in the moon. So we have the mother that's going to be married, and she's going to be dominated by this man, you know, the trophy wife, etc. We have the basketball player, you know, we have the, come on, I mean, they use us for many, many things.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's not just one thing, you know, it can be many things. And then each
Oh, and then
altar
cocaine.
personality.
Cocaine
Sorry.
could be sugar. Sugar could be cocaine on page 66. And then they talk about the three little sisters. And then the 4th of March. What happened in the 4th of March? But then we were like, okay, well, what year is that? And then the book was written in 2005. And then we looked up that it had something to do with the CIA. Go ahead, I'm sorry, let you talk.
That was crazy. Yeah, that's what you talked about, the March hare. And then we came up, well, what happened in March? And then we started just kind of playing with numbers, and that's kind of what we came up with. So let's go back. And even if, you know, he talks about the Cheshire Cat was talking about the Mad Hatter and her, and they're all mad. They're all crazy. I mean, that's kind of what they want us to sound like. They want us to sound like we are crazy. And you know what? We do. But you know what? That's okay, because we aren't. And, you know, all the things that we go through, you know, it completely happens. And for anybody else to sit there and say that it hadn't and it's all in our head is, you know, that's the completely crazy person right there. There's a lot of things that happen when you're children and you go to your parents or you go to a teacher or you go to an adult and then you tell them it happened and then what did they say? Oh, that didn't happen. But yet they want you to go to an adult. They want you to go to, you know, your parents. So I do remember, wasn't there like a character, I think we talked about this too, in Cinderella, was it no, Snow White. She originally had two sisters one was called Rose Red, or was she had a sister named Rose Red and Snow White, and but Rose Red, they keep mentioning Rose, and when they get to the Queen in this book.
Yeah, that's the twinning thing. So I'm your twin. I'm also Johnny's twin. They used us with the Stargate thing. And
They matched us up with someone, because I know who my match is.
yeah, I know who your match is, and we won't say his name.
No,
But they
No.
do. They match us up in the programs as kids to kind of see if we can mirror each other, if we can become each other without anybody knowing. That's pretty much
right. And usually the person that is your twin is either almost exactly like you or they're exactly opposite of you. But your abilities are almost like, you know, like what Alice is talking about, the key. And that's, you know, I see a lot of couples are used in these programs and they've been through the programs together and they have memories of each other and they end up together and they end up still being used for whatever, you know, either for the program or being sold out to different corporations and being utilized in that company for whatever reason that they, you know, they use their abilities. So.
And then when they're done using the couple, they just go ahead and do the Omega programming, and then that person will start blaming the other person, and they'll try and separate. I found what March the 4th was, and I was starting to play with numbers, and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to look up 2005, and that's when I sent you this, and it's the car of released Italian hostage. My phone is broken. Juliana Serena is fired on by US soldiers in Iraq, causing the death of an Italian Secret Service agent and injuring 2 passengers. The United Nations warns about 90 million Africans could be infected by HIV in the future without further action against the spread of the disease, which we know that they did on purpose and has nothing to do with melanin dominant color.
Right.
And that is what's in the baby Jabberwocky, what I call it now.
Yeah, the after the first 2, then that's what's in the 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Oh, going back to this, it says we were talking about the sugar that they used and why did they use sugar or salt water? And I said, oh my God, Ev, it's because crystals, we're crystals. And they wanted to dissolve us in sugar, scopolamine, or what is that called, or cocaine. What did they give us? They give us all kinds of stuff. They give us LSD.
Scopolamine is used as a drug that can you can forget. It wipes your memory.
Right. And then they have the truth serum as well. And I believe that that's why they have alcohol too, is that, you know, they can get a lot of people to tell the truth in alcohol and even other drugs. So I put down mind fractal, sugar water or salt water, page 66. So they also use sugar a lot. And they wanted to dissolve us because we're crystals. So they found ways of making us into fractals, obviously to go through the wormholes and do their work. Their whole thing here, not only child trafficking and things like that, but they're mining our other starseed family, and they're mining these things out there, the asteroids. So because we're part of that, they can use us very quickly. Now, my question is, are all of us like that, or and do they just erase everybody's mind? Are all humans like that? But then I'm like, how? I don't think we're all the same, because they use them for different things. I mean, there's also what I call the backdrop people, the fake people, the Mr. Smiths and all that, you know, the red dress.
I call them the Sims.
Yeah, the Sims.
The ones where you come up and you just don't see an aura, or you don't feel any type of inner light or a soul from them. They're the ones that are, I think I've said this before, they're the ones that, you know, graduate high school, go on to college, you know, graduate from college, get a job. They're almost like a series of guidelines, like sheep herders, and they herd us through you know, what the system wants us to do.
They create
You know,
handlers for us, right?
right, mind your credit score, you know, get married, have children, retire, that type of thing.
Like a lot of people are stuck with the whole, oh, I gotta have, you know, $10 million every year, or whatever $1 million. I have to have this house, I have to have that house, I have to have that degree. And you go through, some go through their whole life like wanting to reach all these goals, but it's actually luge that's, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying there's the different luge that is being used for that. And then the other person that I'd rather be is, I don't know where I'm gonna go tomorrow, and I'm just gonna go look for water. I'm gonna go to the beach, and then we'll see what happens then after that. I don't know how I'm gonna get the money, but I'm gonna go. Like, I'd rather just live my life like that. I don't wanna be in the matrix. I don't wanna be like, you know, having to do support their money system.
Right,
Mhm.
making certain individuals rich while we barely make enough money to support ourselves and our family.
And the good old boy system and their rituals, and, you know, the Knights of Columbus. A friend of mine was telling me that they made him go through the whole ritual that we went through, but not as much as we went through. We went through the whole blood sacrifice, the sex ritual, and all that stuff. They made him do other things. And then at the end, when he graduated, they said, okay, before you graduate into another program, you have to do this and this and that. And it's all for the Vatican. Do clandestine things for the Vatican, all in the name of the Vatican, the Knights of Columbus. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
But it's interesting that they didn't do the same sex rituals or blood rituals that they put us through when we were kids. Interesting, unless they mind wiped him.
well, yeah.
Third
Well,
I'm
we
a
were used to like almost open portals and do a lot of dark magic rituals as well. So
Oh, and in the book, I think it's page 66 also, they were talking about what are many things that you can write with the letter M as in Mary. And we were talking about M is for reincarnation, like McDonald's, the number 13. They drew all manners of things beginning with the letter M: monarch, montauk, money, mouse traps, muchness. Have you lost your muchness? And then there's a door in the tree, and she actually ends up inside a tree in the door. Let me connect the computer. I'll be right back. You can keep talking, Mama.
okay, I'm trying to find out where you're actually talking about that. I'm not seeing it on page 66, but I do remember us talking about the letter M. And one of the actual companies that I work for now that begins with the letter M. That we won't
No. The other
And so, well, this is the part where I was eating dinner and you were reading to me. So talking about the Queen, 5 and 7. And through all of those, you know what they never really mentioned that I remember? They never mentioned 3, 6,
Oh, yeah.
or 9. The only time I ever hear them mention 3 was when we were talking about like the Holy Trinity, and you had counted at some point how many times they had mentioned the number 3.
Yeah, they count. It was like I lost count after 10 times through the book, the number 3.
Yeah. But then when they were talking about soldiers, the queen soldiers, let's see, look out 5, 7, jogged my elbow. It's none of your business 2, said 7, it is his business 5, 7. But I know, like, I think I had sent it to you today, either that I had shared it on Instagram about the numbers 369 and Nikola Tesla and what 369 and they had
Oh, yeah, it's right here. You're right. It's, we were talking about pigeon, child trafficking, the altars, 1 minute to there. And then it's when she's 3 inches, 6 inches and 9 inches. And then I was like, oh my gosh, like 9-inch stilettos, 4
Yeah.
feet high as a house. And yeah, it has a lot to do with sequencing, time, space travel. And then you sent me something about the queen too, that they supposedly went to go visit these kids in South Africa today. I think you did. You sent me that.
Oh yeah, and this model was had witnessed something and was outside the hotel, and she was screaming about seeing the queen shapeshift and seeing these children being murdered, and so she was out on the street screaming about it, and no one has heard of this woman, of this model, since like 2019. So someone had said they had seen her being thrown in the back of an armored vehicle, but I don't know, that's just somebody saying something. We don't know if that's true or not without seeing like actual pictures or proof. Where am I? Okay.
And then when we made a point where they were having tea in this rectangle table, and then instead of offering tea, they offered wine or something like that in the book. They were drinking wine as kids and stuff like that. And the tea, they're obviously they're stuck in a loop when they're in this rectangular table and they're going through portals, and the table is actually a ship as well. But in the movie, you'll see it's always 1 minute to tea. And then they go through the 1 minute and then they go again. Spoon, the rabbit will say, or cup. And then it starts again, like a 1 minute loop. But a 1 minute here could be years out there.
Right. And that was something too that I think I had tried to save, where they're talking about 20, which is like the 20 in backs. Where did I?
And then 30 minutes too. They're talking about 30 minutes, time lapse, hallucinations, the Cheshire cat. He has a lot to do with, he reappears and disappears.
I think that's she mentioned the 20 years was in the very beginning. I wish I would have labeled everything, because I had it all these little colored tags on them, but I didn't label them.
Oh, cool. Take your time. I know the group is gonna come on here. Let me text them and tell them, hey.
We're almost done. Well, we're to the tea party with the queen. And then one of the things is Alice loses her temper when she's talking to, who's she talking to? The caterpillar? And, we said the caterpillar was kind of like a handler. And then, she loses her temper, which, so there are some people that were either in Blue Ranger or like the Hulk programs, and also, I was diagnosed with intermittent explosive disorder, which is like a really bad temper, like a bad temper disorder kind of. Which I have basically gotten a handle on in the last 6 years. I know one of the things was alcohol, a really bad trigger for that temper.
Susan is on here. Do we just go ahead and go on and take a break, or keep talking? And then
Well, a few minutes here. Let's finish up the rest of this, and then we can take a quick break and come back. I think we're pretty doggone close to the end here. I missed some of these because I was just skimming through the last. Did you write anything down from like the last 16 pages? Anything?
Okay,
Um,
I wrote down, so toward the end of the book, they are having like they're in court, basically. And so the king tells everybody, this letter, they're talking about a letter that was made. And they are just having a conversation, they're having a ruling, a judgment. And the king says, a letter is not signed. That means that a man is not honest. The king says, you must sign your name like an honest man. And I'm thinking, okay, so even the courts, think that people are not honest because they don't sign something. And this is the court's manipulation. Also, you know how when people go to jail or prison, I should say, and they have to have these letters written to like kind of help them, their case, the king pretty much says that they're nobody. The letters in courts from prisoners are nobody to the king. And then the white rabbit keeps telling the king what to do. So the white rabbit is actually the king's handler. And the white rabbit holding the clock is representative of Father Clock, which in Alice in Wonderland 2, Father Time is always trying to mess with one of their timelines, and they are like, if it never would happen, they wanted to make it seem like it never happened, their lifetime in a certain dimension. So the that whole movie is about Alice trying to save the Mad Hatter, because the Mad Hatter is about to die. He's in white. He's totally white. He's lost his mind. He feels bad because he feels that he had a dealing with when they killed his parents and his family in the huge fire. So that's why he went mad. And the whole movie, the second movie, is Project Looking Glass, where Alice goes through the mirror. She goes through a different Stargate in another time, another dimension, another galaxy, right? And is trying to save the Mad Hatter. So I found that very interesting.
And there's also too, I'm like thinking, like this movie just popped up in my head, which was Resident Evil, when they talked about Alice in Resident Evil. And
yeah, James,
in the beginning, how she would,
you're the virus that's named after Veronica virus. And I'm like, well, that makes sense. Now I know why a lot of people have tried to infiltrate me and stop me from getting all of us together. We are the 33. Go ahead, Eve, sorry.
You were the key to all of this. And we all have like the puzzle pieces. And we're able to get together. We're able to put more of the puzzle together. And that's one of the things that they didn't want us to do, but they have no control over that. I mean, there are lots of things they can do, but all right. So that is, oh wait, what was it? There was something. Oh, at the very end, when Alice is about to be executed by the queen, and she's out off with her head, the queen shouts at the top of her voice, nobody moved. Who cares for you? Said Alice, and she attacks like the card. So she like pushes them and runs away, tries to beat on them, runs away, and then she wakes up and she's laying in her sister's lap. And her sister's like, oh, wake up, Alice, dear. She's like, what a long sleep you've had. And she's like, oh, I've had such a curious dream. And this kind of reminds me of another movie book, which is The Wizard of Oz. At the very end, when Dorothy wakes up and she's remembering all these characters that were in her dream, and she's labeling you were the Tin Man, which is also another totally different project. But anyway, so I mean, I think what it is that this is all used in conjunction, and then they give the ideas to the author, and the author comes up and writes about it, And then when someone says, well, you know, project looking at us and you know, the Wizard of Oz and Scarecrow and whatnot, it's given like even an old TV shows popping up in my head right now, Scarecrow and Mrs. King. But that's like, you know, they were agents, and you know, I mean, when you say anything like that, people are like, oh, that's a movie, or oh, that's a book. But you know, technically that happened first before the book. So anyway, that's it. Did you want to take a little break? I have to make a phone call.
Yeah, just real quick, you know, it's weird. She, and at the end of the book, she's okay. Let me just read this because
Mhm.
okay, because at the
Yeah.
end, like, really, this is the conclusion. Like, okay, you just want to be remembered. So it says the long grass. This is page 116. The long grass rustled at her feet as a white rabbit hurried by. The frightened mouse splashed his way through the neighboring pool. She could hear the rattle of the teacups as March Hare and his friends shared their never-ending meal. And are you there on page 116?
115. Oh, 116. Okay.
On page 116, it's the last one. Hey guys,
Okay.
we'll be on in a minute, okay? And it says, and the shrill voice of the queen ordering off her unfortunate guests to execution. Once more, the piggy baby was sneezing. See, so first it was a child, like I said, and then a werewolf, and then turned into a pig. So the baby was still sneezing on the Duchess' knee. Because they were saying that they were going to kill the baby. And then it just crashed around it. Once more, the shriek of the Gryphon, the squeaking of the lizard's slate pencil, and the choking of the suppressed guinea pig filled the air, mixed up with the distant sob of the miserable mock turtle. And when they use pepper, that's a spice. That is also a code word for something when they're trying to kill the baby. Okay, because the baby keeps sneezing and sneezing and sneezing, or raping the baby, or whatever it is to take the adrenochrome out. So she sat on with closed eyes and half believed herself in Wonderland, though she knew she had but to open them again and all would change to dull reality. The grass would be only rustling in the wind and the pool rippling through the waves of the reeds. The rattling teacups would change to tinkling sheep's bells and the queen's shrill cries to the voice of off with their head or whatever, and the sneeze of the baby, the shriek of the Gryphon, and all the other queer noises. And they use the word queer a lot during this book.
What they do?
She knew, to the confused clamor of the busy farmyard, while the lowing of the cattle in the distance would take the place of the mock turtle's heavy sob. And then it's so weird because the mock turtle, when we read about that part, he was even talking about turtle soup. And we're like, wait, isn't he a turtle? And then you said, well, that's a mock turtle. And this is the last paragraph of the book, you guys. This is with a conclusion. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, it says, lastly, she pictured to herself how this same little sister of hers would, in the aftertime, be herself a grown woman, and she would keep through all her riper years a simple and loving heart of a childhood, and how she would gather about her other children and making their eyes bright and eager with many a strange tale, perhaps even with the dream of Wonderland a long time ago, and how she would feel with all their simple sorrows and find a pleasure in all their simple joys, remembering her own child life and happy summer days. Wow, happy summer days of them wanting to kill a baby and all this bullshit.
Yep, our Bob.
Hi, Susan and Frank. So we're recording, and this was the book, Alice in Wonderland, that we were looking through. We were talking about Alice in Wonderland movie 1 and 2, Project Looking Glass, and how they would make us go, grow big, small, and all that. But Eve, you have to take a break, and then we'll come on and we'll do the.
Yes, sounds good. Yes.
Hey. Hi, everyone. We're back. We are here with Celeste Chaparro, Eve Howard, and Susan and Frank Emmart. So real quick, before we go on to our next topics, I was thinking about TikTok the other day, and it may seem, to us, it'll seem normal what I'm about to say, but to other, like I said, this is not for kids and it's not for the normal people. It's for our groups. for the 144,000 that are here serving Mother Earth. So anyway, TikTok, you know, when they had it up, I was listening to Parza, forget his first name, but he was saying how it was a Chinese drone spyware and things like that. And of course, it's part of the G Mafia, the Google Mafia crap that's going on with the AI and the spying and all that. Also trafficking for children. But one thing that I just was talking to myself about last week is like, you know how fast TikTok is? I could never get into TikTok. I had downloaded the app and I just couldn't get into it because it hypens me up too much. Like I am very sensitive to energy, and these reels were fast, like coming in. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is even faster than Facebook, which I'm not on Facebook right now. And we'll talk about that soon. But I finally figured it out for me. What I feel and what I think that is happening with TikTok and these other reels is that they want us to spin so fast in our mind that we can go through portals and wormholes for their dirty work, as well as they did with us in the programs, with the Alice, with the telescopes and all that. So I figured it out. They want to make us into these little agents. When you're on here, occupied, your mind is being occupied, boom, they can take you somewhere else. They can use your altars. They can, you know what I mean? So that's what I figured out. But what do you guys think about that? It's like it's like a wormhole in itself for the mind.
Well, who was it that was saying something to me about like zombies, you know, because they're on their phones, they're not paying attention to anything, they're like zombies, and that just kind of, it pulls them in, you know. People that especially people that have like ADHD, you know, it's, or ADHD, what they call it ADHD, but it's not really, it's just basically you're not in tune to the bullshit that's going on. And you know, because my son supposedly was you know, in that, or he had that, and all the medication and stuff was just basically you know, he's above genius. And so, you know, they're targeting these people that or people that are autistic, you know. I mean, they're smart, highly intelligent people. They just are not into this whole falling into these specialized groups, you know, so they can be controlled. So it's just a little bit easier for them to control, being you know, attuned into an app. Because I mean, when it first came out, I was just like, oh, this is stupid. You know, I wasn't into it. I still don't have the app. People are like, you're not on TikTok? I'm like, no, I'm not on TikTok. So that's kind of what I kind of feel is, it's like it's just, it's easier to control people if they're distracted. And that's kind of the element that I'm kind of getting on that one. So.
And it makes them addicted to the little tentacles, I guess, that we have in our feelings, in our feelers, in our fingertips. And then, you know, how it connects to our mind, the pineal gland, to what we feel, hear, taste in our mind, the colors, the numbers, geometry, gematria, everything. I always talk about, like, when you're on Facebook or Instagram and you're scrolling, you're actually, even if you're not reading every little thing, your subconscious is, and you're feeding your subconscious.
I have something to add to that, which is really interesting, because all of these patents are being released right now that are disclosing that there are different acoustic manipulation and targeted directed energy weapons. And what is not being disclosed is that every single one of these platforms is plugged into these algorithm reading devices. Okay, it works both ways. And what's interesting about this is that they are using these 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way on up to, like, I think it's like 15 or 16G. Yeah, it's really that high. 16th generation reading technologies, basically. And what they're sending out different radio frequencies and other types of digital frequencies. They bounce them off of your brain, and then it goes back, and they get a signal. And what's interesting is they use your genetic code signature to know who the hell you are. And they can go ahead and know that these are your thoughts. And then they can go ahead and bounce the signal back to your phone device that you're using because they know that it associates with you directly. And then without you even realizing it, well, a lot of people don't realize it. I certainly didn't, because the other day I wanted to show Susan something and I said, hey, I want to show you this Pink Floyd song because the words of this song just really strike some strange meaning. And I think that they mean a lot. And it's the song Welcome to the Machine. And what's really interesting about that is before I even said the words for the song, I went ahead and I started looking it up. I didn't even get the word pink in, and it said Pink Floyd, Welcome to the Machine on the stupid freaking search bar because it had already read my mind.
Already listened to us at a minimum.
It had already read my mind because no one said anything about it
Reads
yet.
your mind, yes.
It read my mind.
And it takes your blood
Susan
pressure.
hadn't heard me say the words of the darn song. I didn't even mention that I was going to bring up a Pink Floyd song to begin with for her to even register the darn thing in the first place.
You're right.
Yet my phone device knew exactly what I was thinking at that exact moment in time.
Yeah.
Do you know how disturbing that is?
Very. And then these people using the Fitbit watches or whatever, they have these watches. They're fucking monitoring your heart rate, even when we're on our computers, because our thumb, why do they say, don't take your blood pressure or your blood beat, whatever that call is,
You don't need it.
with your thumb. Take it with
You
your
don't need any of that. No, I'm saying
Unless your
they
thumb
don't
has a
need any.
pulse.
No, I'm
No,
saying
they
they don't
don't.
need any of that because they can get it off of the airwaves with the smart dust that's sitting all over the damn place.
Yes, the chemtrails and shit.
Yeah, they sprayed this little microscopic smart dust shit that's smaller than the freaking grain of sand, and it's everywhere. It's particleized, and it gets into dust. It's in your vents. It's everywhere. And they go ahead and they bounce signals off this shit, and they can see everything. They can hear everything. They can get thoughts included. Everything.
They
There's
don't even need
nothing.
camera.
They don't
They
need.
don't need no, they do not need
They're
cameras.
taking
No,
your
they do not.
heartbeat. They're taking your frequency. They're taking, they know if you're having
Everything.
sex. They know if you're watching a scary movie. And you know what they're creating? I just got this, you guys. They're creating a new ecosystem. That's what it is. And when we were dolphins, I'll wake up sometimes and I'll be like using this muscle that you really don't use when you're talking. So it's this, I will be calling out my dolphins sometimes. And it's like, whoa, it's like really high pitched noises. And I talked about it one day when sometimes I hear these frequencies and they're going sideways, like parallel this way out. Sometimes this way. Sometimes it's the Merkaba spinning, but when I'm doing the sonar waves, it's this way. I don't know how to explain it. Now, you know what SAR means is what they're doing is here, SAR. Let me read it out. Specific absorption rate. And it goes with what you were saying, Frank. SAR is a measure of the amount of RF power deposited in the human head or body whenever a mobile phone or other wireless radio device transmits. It is the maximum SAR value in units of watts/kilogram that is measured during SAR compliance testing. So they're testing us. You're right, Frank. Anybody else want to say something?
It's algorithm.
It's like we're tuning forks to them, man. Like they're using us individually for different dimensions. Little nanoparticles in us are trying to live on us. That's why I tell everybody, you guys got to take a bath to get, and if that, you have to, you know what they want? They want us to work with these nanite pieces of shit because and no offense to the pieces of shit. Sorry guys, hold on. I love you nanoparticles, but fuck off. Okay. So yeah, they're constructing this other world this other AI system, guys, within the system, within the system, within the system, within this system. This system, the eyes, our nose, our pineal gland, our hearts, our muscles. I can go on, our organs.
Well, they're trying to manipulate, they're actually manipulating the weather so that
Yes.
they can say that there's some sort of global weather crisis is what's happening. And what a lot of people don't understand is that they've literally disclosed all of the information about all of their weather manipulation devices and tactics that they've got.
And they're
People can
working with
literally
the-
go to the Freedom of Information Act and look up any of these things. And a lot of people are like, oh, well, just because it's on paper doesn't mean it's real. Yeah, well, I hate to, I really want to explain to people that they don't give you the status of patent pending unless you have actually displayed and shown that whatever you have that is patented is doing what it does in accordance with its design.
Okay, so when
You have to prove it.
when
You have to, or they don't give you the stupid patent pending.
Yes,
You don't
okay,
get it.
well, how are they gonna want us to prove it? They're assholes. Of course they don't. They always say, well, where's your evidence? Okay, well, our evidence is right here. Our evidence is in our body. Our evidence is in our DNA. Our evidence is in our breath. Now, what I got when you were saying that, I got that the Labyrinth group, yes, they're very involved with that. They're also involved with Star Wars. They're involved with whatever Donald Trump was trying to do, okay? My whole thing is I was pissed off because I thought DT was gonna say, hey, we are the super soldiers. We are the real shit, not this fucking HARP and DARPA shit that you guys are making with the Labyrinth group. So that would, because, oh, there's an alien attack. Well, it's their own aliens are attacking. They're on the same side, you guys. So what I got was, I know when I went on a trip in last May, I met a man who had worked for one of the agencies, and he had 9 patents for the CIA. One of them was the scalar waves that is inside the x-rays when you go in the airport. So what I got, as you were talking, Frank, right now, I got a breakdown of what they do. When you go in there, it breaks down your system each time, and it fragments, just to pretend like it's all a human, right? It fragments your forehead, fragments your eyes, fragments your nose, fragments your lip, and it becomes digital. And each one of those little fractals is assigned a nanite particle, and it minds you that way. It minds every piece, every fractal of a fractal is being freaking mined. Anytime you go through the system, our phones, I'm telling you. And then they have, you know, the churches, and every 7 days you have to go and get mind wiped again, or you gotta remember you're a sinner and you gotta comply with the government and comply with the weather, climate bullshit. They're getting ready to do this invasion thing, which the invasion, I feel it's going on already. It's going on with Frank. I want you to talk about what's going on with Facebook. I got on Facebook and what you think they're doing, what we talked about earlier that we know they're doing.
Well, yeah, all of the
Fractalizing
The-
more.
Facebook, any social media platform are all targeted platforms on purpose. They are using specific algorithms to target every individual. It's not just one specific group of people. It uses algorithms to target every single person. And because they have the ability to also use this multiple different forms of generational technologies to actually send signals to your brain so that they can actually read your actual thoughts. This isn't science fiction, this is science fact. These are real things that are happening. And what they're doing is they're using psychological manipulation tactics. The MK Ultra programs never quit. They never stopped. They just got relabeled, relocated, and they actually went ahead and patented, packaged it, and now they've marketed it and they've put it on a global scale. It's on every platform, every media platform, every mainstream media platform, every social media platform. It's on TikTok, it's on Facebook, it's on Instagram, it's on, I don't care. If it's even a right wing, it's all freaking targeted, guys. Everybody doesn't understand that they control the narrative, the counter narrative, the counter narrative, the counter narrative. No, you have no idea how deep the psychological bullshit goes with all of this stuff. They have rewritten history so many times over. They want to make sure that everybody is confused on purpose. Pull yourself out of these social media platforms, pull yourself out of everything, live inside of this reality and start making the actual changes here and now in your community. Use your voice and be peaceful, but be strong, be steadfast, use your minds and make the changes that need to be made here and now with integrity and resolve. We're getting so caught up in social media that we're all being distracted with bullshit. It's all bullshit.
It's
The
different
media is
world.
bullshit.
It's different world.
Russia's bullshit. The Ukraine is bullshit.
Bullshit.
The war is bullshit. Everything is
Simulation.
psychological. The whole fucking thing is psychological.
I told you guys.
Everybody across the entire fucking world
Yeah.
is being psychologically manipulated to believe that there's something going on that's not going on. There's nothing fucking happening, guys. We're being manipulated to believe that everything's fucked up, and it's not.
I always
It's
said,
not.
look outside your window. Are they military tanks out there? Are they boots on the ground yet? And even if you do see that, question that too, fuckers. Go
Our
ahead,
own
Eve.
people are fighting our own people because it makes them money. That's how this works. It's how every war has ever fucking worked. They fund both sides of every war. It makes them a shit ton of money. A whole shit ton of people die, and they keep the population in check. It's population control while they make a shit ton of money, hand over fist. It's a harvest. It's a
Yeah.
loose harvest at the same
I believe
time, a moneymaker. It's a double whammy. They get a loose harvest and a shit ton of money and a shit ton of gold and a shit ton of all this other stuff, and they get all these resources and everybody else gets fucked.
That's how
They
they're
get
minding
ruined.
us. That's how they're minding us yet again. They mind us coming into the space, to this atmosphere. And now they're minding us and our children again in these platforms. Fuck them.
We got to drop the distractions. We need to pull ourselves from the distractions. Everyone's like, oh, well, you know, you're not living here and now. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I'm living really, really, really here and now. It's just that I'm paying attention to the broader spectrum of things and understanding that there's a hell of a lot more going on than just what's happening in your backyard right now. You know, people are taking a sample of the ocean with a spoon and going, oh, well, there's no sharks in here, so there's no sharks in the ocean. You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot.
But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to like take all our children and they're trying to get them so they're used to this type of social media because that's what's going to be running the country. They want it to be so that when they go to school, they're not technically going to school. They're not going to a building. They're going to be creating their own avatar and they're trying to make it sound really cool. And they're going to be creating these avatars and the avatars are going to be going to these internet buildings and you know, they're going to be in school, but they're not technically going to be in school. It's all going to be just online, you know?
Yeah.
So I mean, you can sit around, they're going to make it sound really cool. Like, oh, you know, you don't have to go to work. Oh, your avatar goes to work and, you know, you're connected to the internet. You're connected to your computer, you're connected to your tablets. And that's exactly what's going to happen. And that's what they're trying to push this narrative. And that's what Meta is all about.
Yes, they're Meta. They're starting with the people that are disabled, no feet, no legs to go to work. Oh, let's just do the Neuralink thing. Let's just use the visor here.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit.
Yep, that's what's going to happen. I just feel it. It
They're
scares the
already
crap out of me.
Yeah, they're already offering people, I think that there was people that are in wheelchair, whatever, that they can't go work at a McDonald's or whatever, or the heck, fast food place. And then it's like, oh, well, you don't have to go physically to work. You could just work here in a little screen, a little glass pad.
Except what's not being disclosed is that they have the technology to fix these poor souls
Yes, they do.
and make it to where we're all youthful for a long time. Youthful, healthy, and the entire education altogether has been messed up for decades, and it's all an indoctrination program to keep people inside of the slave mind. It's been that way.
Yes,
It's
is.
been that way for years. I mean, was it Operation Paperclip? When that took place, the entire Nazi regime infiltrated the United States government and every single agency that you can possibly think of. Every acronym
They're still
agency
here.
started by the damn Nazis.
They're still here.
It's their damn program.
Mhm.
This is their fucking government. This is
This is
their,
the world.
it's their world right now. You're right.
Well,
And
it's
these
about to
people
change.
all worship dark things.
You know, I'm gonna talk about this, okay? Very personal. So now what they're doing is, I was thinking of doing fans only, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. A lot of my friends, they're making $5,000 a month, and I feel that that's also part of the sex kitten program, the whole Nazi regime thing, because they're taking their lose, they're taking their innocence, they're taking these pictures, they're taking these videos, they're having sex with others, making money. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, because I don't want to judge, because to each its own. But I was seriously thinking about doing that, because like right now, sometimes I don't have gas. Thank you, Eve, for that gas card. Sometimes I don't get readings, but I can't. I felt the other day, okay, what am I going to be doing? Am I going to be feeding these ETs their sexual shit? Am I going to be feeding these animals? Am I going to want more people to freaking follow me? They already follow me as it is. No, I don't want that. I cannot sell my body. I cannot sell my soul. I will not. And at first I thought, oh, it's a religious programming. Oh, I was raised Catholic. Don't show your skin. Don't show. If you notice, when I work out, I don't show anything, because to me, it's very private, beautiful thing for me when I'm with the man that I choose to be with. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm not judging, guys. Others, you guys want to do it, that's fine. But it's another way that these Nazis are infiltrating our communities and our children, and even us that are on fucking, government assistant, that we're like, well, how are we going to do it this one? I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to say it publicly. I'm not going to do it. Sorry, not sorry. Go ahead.
Or actually, they need a OnlyFans. What was that Tony Rodriguez post where they need an OnlyFans with grandmoms on there teaching you how to knit and can and do embroidery and make quilts and all kinds of stuff. You need an OnlyFans, Dad, and Frank can show you how to fix your car and build a house.
We should
Oh,
take
yeah.
over fans only then, that way, just how we took over Facebook. But these mother effers on Facebook, forget it. They have not changed. They have not changed.
Yeah. I mean, we could teach people how to do things instead of, productive things that are, important, instead of just all of this useless bullshit that just socially conditions people to be absolutely and completely confused with everything, including their life, their gender, their reality, who they are, where they come from. It's all a big confusion scheme, all of it. It's on purpose, and it's reached the youths. It's gotten to my kids. It's gotten to a lot of people's kids, and they're confused. They're confused. These kids need to just be kids, man. They just need to be kids. They need to go dig in the dirt and find salamanders and play in the in the woods and pet puppy dogs and ride bikes. They're not supposed
climb
to
the
be messing
trees.
around with anime and
Anime is
sexualization
so
stuff
bad.
and,
evil
Oh my
and
God.
doing
stuff.
wicked, nasty stuff. And
It's worse than Sailor Moon, huh, Eve?
hooking
No,
up and,
Hello
no,
Kitty.
this is,
Hello Kitty.
yeah. Yeah,
They need to be
It's not-
kids, right?
they need to be kids. And
Like,
everybody,
the last generation was Generation X that actually got to be like going out and play, and the only way that you knew your mom didn't call you on a cell phone, it's when the lights went off, the street lights. That's when you knew that you had to be home.
Yep.
I mean, we were just getting like game systems and things like that. We were just an innocent generation. That was the last generation, and then after that, it just kind of went down the shitter.
it just, did it tapered off really
Yeah.
bad, hard, actually. I blame the education system, but I blame the whole system. The whole
The whole
system was
system's
broke
at
to
fault.
begin with, and then what they did was they just implemented more of the same plans that they've already had in place that we were able to see for ourselves, but nobody spoke up to say, I don't consent to this crap. I don't want you guys to do this. So they did it anyways, because nobody said, hey, no, all these movies that you guys are coming out with saying that, oh, well, you want cyborgs to take over the world. We don't want that. We don't want that. No, we don't. We don't want for everything to be some sort of dystopian psychopath world where
AI
nobody
world.
knows what gender they are. We don't want that.
I don't want
Look,
that either.
Look, it's okay if you're an adult and you feel a certain way. I am not faulting anybody for choosing to be whatever they are choosing to be in their adulthood. We're not teaching children this stuff to normalize it,
Right.
because that's grooming kids for being abuse victims.
Yeah.
That's not okay. We need to stop these cycles of insanity, and we need to protect divinity. And I'm not saying that we should be intolerant to other people. Okay. All right. I've got plenty of friends that are gay. Okay. And they're good people. All right. I will never discount who these people are ever. So I don't want anybody to mistake me as some intolerant bigot. Okay. Because it's not at all who I am. That's not what kind of a person that I am. I love everybody. I do. I love everybody
I do
genuinely.
too, Frank, and I have a lot of gay and lesbian, and I love them, friends and family. I love them. There's nothing wrong with that in my eyes.
No.
Because when we first came in, we came in as both men, masculine and feminine, and then they split us. So we talked about that earlier on another show.
Our souls don't have a gender.
No.
That's correct. Okay. And I will never debate that with anybody in the LGBT community. Okay. But I want to just make a very solid statement that the LGBT community was designed and built completely from the ground up from George Soros and friends. Okay. They built that community from the ground up.
Right.
So that they can create a psychological manipulation platform to confuse an entire generation of people to just be absolutely psychologically unstable inside of their sexuality.
Well, that's what they did exactly in the 60s with the Beatles and the Stone, what do they call the other guys? The Beatles, and then there was the Stone, or what is it?
Rolling
The
Stones.
Rolling Stones?
The Rolling Stones. And with the guy that did the Doors and all that, the Doors guy, his father was in Illuminati, and he actually sold them for that purpose.
I thought he
And they're
was,
also, taking they're trying to fit all these children, these people that want to be with children, want to marry children, they want to fit that kind of shoe onto like pedophilia and make that okay. And that's kind of where I see that trying to go. And that's not going to happen. People are not going to think that's okay in any light or perspective that children should be used in that. I mean, I just don't see that happening. So I don't know where people are, these sick individuals are trying to actually use the LGBTQ community to kind of use it as a diving board, springboard for them saying, this is okay, love is love. No,
there's a line somewhere there, you know. I'm gonna go run and grab some water. Be right back.
I'm gonna go real quick to just real quick. Celeste, did you guys want to talk? I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be back.
I made jambalaya and I haven't eaten in like 10 hours, so I'm starving. So I'm trying to sneak a place.
You guys want to take a break real quick?
Yeah, the jambalaya was just done. so-
I suppose a break would be.
I'm gonna go heat up some pasta, organic pasta. Kombucha
Yeah, I'm
time.
making my dinner right now.
Okay, we can eat on camera. I don't care, guys. Come on. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
Sounds good.
And we're back. We just had a snack and a half, and we're gonna go on for I don't know how many hours. We'll see. But I'm with my family. These are my brothers and sisters, and I would die for them like that. All right. So today we're gonna talk about this. We're talking about, you know, Alice and the project Looking Glass, and we're gonna talk about how there are some people out there that have been hired. Maybe some of them are keeping a cover on that. Some of them were hired by the CIA to infiltrate our community and to separate us. And they're working as a group or a narrative as a hive mind to separate the original super soldiers. All right. Then we're going to talk about how is the Philadelphia experiment related to the Manhattan Project? How did they make us the Manchurian candidates for World War I, World War II? So I want Frank to talk about what do you want to start with, Frank? Thank you.
Well, I guess we can go ahead and talk about the Philadelphia experiment and how it is basically connected to everything. And when I'm saying everything, which is what a lot of people don't really understand, is that this is space-time technologies that they were experimenting with at the time. And what they inadvertently did was they created a nexus point that connected space-time together for just about every single world war, and even times that go all the way back to Atlantis. And even modern day CERN, it's all interconnected. Okay, everything has a function and flow inside of this, and it all is connected with Looking Glass technologies, the whole Alice in Wonderland thing. That whole theme was all connected with every single one of these compartmentalized programs that are basically, it's all encompassing. Okay, it's connected to everything, and there's people at the top rungs that have had this technology for quite some time. Now, I don't know what happened, but something changed. I don't know exactly what, but something's different because it feels different. I don't know if you guys feel it, but it doesn't seem like it's the same old nefarious game that has been played out for centuries. And we're talking millennia, you know, really. There's thousands of years they've been playing the same game with humanity, and somehow humanity keeps falling for the same baiting tactics
They
and the
keep
same
falling for the resets.
scenarios.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
this is not the first damn reset.
Right.
The new world order crap that's happening right now has happened every 100 years for the last 6 to 12,000 years. Can we stop this cycle of insanity now, please? Okay, we are smarter than this. Humanity is smarter than this. We can do better, okay? Now, just because we can't see things, a lot of people are like, oh, well, it's not reality because we can't see it. Dude, look at the electromagnetic spectrum. Our eyes, ears, all of our senses, the human senses, can only see, smell, hear, taste, touch, less than 0.3% of reality. You think there's not a whole bunch of other stuff going on around you at all times? There's a whole reality that we're not seeing, we're not touching, and some of us are attuned to it, okay?
Right.
We're not schizophrenic, we're not psychopaths, we're not stupid, we're not nuts, we're not out of our minds. We just see things that you can't.
Right.
We see things you can't.
Oh, yeah.
It's not, we're not even saying that it's like an egotistical statement to like hurt somebody's feelings. And it's just, just because certain people can see things that you can't doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. Go to these people. They can help you understand what's going on so that you know what's going on around you that you can't see. Let these people help you. Stop trying to label them dark and dangerous, because we are actually trying to help you. Okay. A lot of people are like, oh, well, it's demons and all this other stuff. No, it's not demons. We're trying to protect you from the damn demons. Okay. Because we can see what you guys perceive as demons.
Yeah, we know
We
what
can
they are.
see them.
We know
We know
behind
what
the
they are
technology.
actually. Okay. Maybe they're not actually demons, but creatures of some sort that you just don't understand. You can't see them in some cases. And now more people are actually growing adept. More people, like regular average Joes and Janes, okay, are out there starting to see these things with their own eyes. They're physically seeing. They're like, oh, well, I'm seeing shadow people now. I'm seeing shadow people. And now these people are being labeled crazy too. These are average people that are, it's terrible what's happening to them, because they're seeing stuff now that they weren't seeing before, because they're not letting all of the programming block their psychological, basically their filter, you know what I mean? And the veil is dropping. Okay. And when we say the veil, it's a psychological veil. They've put this psychological manipulation tactic over everything inside of our reality, through the television, through the media, through the every single social media platform, and they're using algorithms to target everybody individually. Every single individual is being targeted. They've got all these patents. They've got for all of these acoustic manipulation. These are mind manipulation things. This is technology that bounces signals off the brain so that they can read your thoughts. This is a
Also,
reality. This is not science fiction. This is science fact.
And somehow it's connected to the pyramids of Giza, to Egypt, to the Orion, to the SSS kings, the SSN queens, which are the triangles. The upside down triangle is the feminine power, which is the SSS female queens, and the other one, the pointing upward, is the SSS kings, male. That is connected to Earth and the other matrices, the Phantom, the Oisidex. Now they want to do something here. Eve sent me something. The Great Pyramid Giza might be the most iconic signature humans ever built. Humans did not build the fucking things. Excuse my language. A team of scientists will use advanced in high energy physics, HIP, to scan the Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza, which with cosmic ray mounds. They want to see deeper into the Great Pyramid than ever before and map its internal structure. The effort is called the Explore the Great Pyramid EGP mission. They already have the maps. They already know what's there. They already know the technology.
I can elaborate on
Please.
pyramids and all of their ancient technologies too. Look, it's already been stated that all of the ancient monuments throughout the entire world are giant circuit boards. Okay, they're giant circuit boards. Okay, all of these stones that everybody's looking at, they're superconductors and resistors and capacitors. They're freaking components, but they're gigantic. Okay, so they're using the piezoelectric effect with the crystals. This is all crystalline type stones that resonate at specific frequencies. Come on, it's technology.
Hello, we are
It's
the world. We are the
technology.
children. We are the crystals.
Yes, it's all technology. But these machines were designed to do something. Okay. And I think what they were designed to do is they're designed to work with the Saturn moon matrix.
Yes, Saturn.
This
moon,
is something that they
Jupiter.
have been trying to disclose to us, but they're not elaborating. Okay. This is all technology. They've got all these circuit boards all over the damn planet.
If
They've
you look
turned
up
the
in the
entire
sky,
planet into a matrix.
yeah, if you look up in the sky and you take pictures, you guys, you'll see the circuit boards up there. There's traffic up there, right above us, between here and the
It's-
sun.
It's etheric digital
Yes.
is what it is. It's etheric digital technologies that are being holographically projected, so to speak. Okay. It's not that we're in a holographic simulation. It's that they're projecting one over our real reality.
You're right.
Okay.
And that's the dome.
So certain things are real, certain things are not. Okay. And I'm not saying that, you know, the people that we interact aren't real, because 99.9% of the time, everybody we're talking to, interacting with, they're very real. Okay. It's not that we're not living in reality, right? It's just that there's certain aspects of our reality that are being manipulated and altered via our perception of things. Okay. So we're not seeing the whole picture as it's supposed to be seen. All right. And a lot of people are misconstruing what I'm saying, you know, and a lot of people are misconstruing what like people like David Icke are even saying. They're not seeing the big picture. Okay. What people like David Icke and a lot of these other people in the disclosure community, and I want to elaborate on that too, is that these people are psyops, guys. It's a psyop. It's all
Yes, they
part.
are. Yes, they
Yep,
are.
it's part of Facebook. It's part of all these social media platforms. All of this it's a psyop. It's meant to distract everybody and throw everyone off inside the community. And part of why some of this disclosure community has come out in the first place, like people like Corey Good came out and he went public and he did his thing. It's a baiting tactic. They want to know who remembers.
Yes, and that was part of the reason
We
why
got
they sent people to me in March at the conference that I've talked about many times. That man was sent to see if I was legit.
we got sucked in, hook, line, and sinker.
We did.
Now, it helped us on another front though. So I'm not gonna go ahead and discount it, because I found Susan, okay, and I found a lot of you guys, and we all found each other inside of this scenario. So, you know, let's take the good for what it is. All right, and we need to really count all of the positive things that we can. especially since, you know, we're healing from a lot of the all awful triggers and trauma from a lot of these programs that we know that we were a part of it. Okay. We know. All right. I can't discount anybody, even the infiltrators. Okay. Some of these infiltrators don't even realize that they're even infiltrators. They don't know. They have no idea. They're being psychologically programmed and used. These people have codes, and these fuckers have their codes. And these people are coming into our community, and they are making a mess out of it on purpose. Okay, they're
Not to mention their handlers.
and they, you know, look, like I said, maybe they know it, maybe they don't. Some of them do know, and if they do know, shame on you guys. All right, if you know what you're doing, and you know you're coming in and you're making a mess of things and you're getting paid or whatever, dude, shame on you. Shame on you. You know, what's the matter with you? How dare you? You don't have any self-respect. You don't have any respect for anybody else. You know, all of them. And then the people who are coming out in the community and saying, oh, well, they're being threatened. So they're keeping a narrative in place because they're being threatened. You weren't afraid of death when you started this disclosure. What's changed? Suck it up. Pull your shit together. This is a goddamn disclosure community, for fuck's sakes. We are trying to disclose the fucking truth. And if you're supporting somebody's lies because somebody's trying to manipulate you, pull your shit together. Pull your fucking shit together, because it's destroying the goddamn community. How dare you? You know, everyone who's listening, you know who you are. You know who you are. Come on now. Come on. We were fearless in the face of disclosure to begin with, to come out, he'd say the shit that we're saying and get targeted by the people we're getting targeted by. These are dangerous fucking people anyways, and you know what? We weren't afraid of them then. Why in the fuck are you afraid of them now?
Exactly.
Pull your shit together.
And how many times did they kill you and me and all of my brothers and sisters in the program for them to make us do shit? We're not afraid. We're not afraid. We already know we're eternal. We're not afraid. We're gonna keep doing this shit until we get
Some
it
of
right.
us are
This is the time to get it
begging
right.
for death at times because we're so damn tortured by some of the shit that happens to us, okay? Begging for it. And it runs from us. It flees. It doesn't want to have anything to do with us. All right? It's not our time. So we're going to pull our shit together and we're going to do what the hell we are supposed to freaking do. Stop getting distracted by Facebook and bullshit narratives and certain individuals who are so drawn by their sexual nature and all their horse crap.
They don't know how to keep it in their
Personal
fucking
agendas.
pants.
Look, man, we're all supposed to be in on this together, okay? We're not in on it together if you're banging every single sex kitten with an altar that you can possibly find inside the community just because it's convenient for you. Pull your shit together.
Because they don't have memory, Frank. Some of these
bullshit. That's an excuse.
And
These
they
people are using altars as a damn excuse.
There you go.
Guys, bullshit. Okay? I can't use it as an excuse. Why? Because I'm hurting people when I go into these altars. It's not an excuse. I still have to freaking account for that. And I still have to become a better version of myself. Why? Because that's part of my mission, to become a better version of myself.
Same here. Same here.
I mean, isn't that what all of us are supposed to be doing? Come on, man. We're supposed to be evolving, not devolving and going reverting to the same stuff. That's why a lot of these people in the community, they're focusing on all these like terrible crap that happened inside of all these programs. Guys, look, it's okay to acknowledge it, but let's move forward. Okay, we got to move forward. Our focus determines our reality. That's very, very factual. Okay, and if we're gonna manifest anything, if we're focused on rape and torture and danger and all that, guess what? Our reality is gonna be
Rape, torture, and danger.
But if we're focused on being resourceful, being self-reliant, being completely, fully autonomous, to have our own sovereignty, focus on that. Being self-sufficient so that we don't have to rely on anybody for anything. That's what screws the system. And that's what screws all these bankers. Because if we can go ahead and can our own food and grow our own food and live our own way and reproduce our own energy, we don't need these
What do we need them for?
pieces of crap. We don't need them. We don't need them anyway, period. And a lot of people are stuck in this mindset that we have to live inside of their system. Guys, we can start to slowly acclimate to a self-reliant system of our own. We just have to take the steps to do it. Grow your own food in your backyard.
And the first step is getting off
The hell with the stupid Scott lawn, okay? Who gives a shit about chem lawn, all right? I don't want to kill the weeds. The weeds are actually medicine.
I'm gonna read something, guys. I'm not gonna say who it is because I don't have his permission yet. But he said, you're either after their audience or you're gaslighting. Can't win with these people, he said.
I think I know who that is.
Well,
They're still playing the victim.
I'm not worried about anybody thinking that we're gaslighting anybody.
Not this person, but the
I'm not
community.
gaslighting anybody.
We're
all
not.
right?
We're just telling the truth.
We have to look at things from a broader perspective. Everybody's been manipulated. We've all had to come to the same conclusion before for ourselves. You know, when a bunch of people are saying that they've had these awakenings, so to speak, you realize that your whole entire life was a lie in that sense. Why is this any different? Why is it any different? We are being manipulated across the board. Okay? I'm not discounting that people have had memories of things that have happened to them. I'm not discounting that we've been part of programs that may or may not have had involvement in space and on other planetary systems and whatever, okay? I'm not discounting that, but that's not what's important. What's important is that people are being used and trafficked inside of programs, and they're saying that they're only using moments of their time. No, they're not. They're using their entire existence. They're stretching their soul beyond their fucking possible ability to even have a room for their soul to breathe. It's putting pressure on the soul on purpose. And yeah, okay, I'll admit that it's forcing us to evolve at an accelerated rate. Okay, it is. It's doing that. Okay. I cannot debate that one bit, because it's putting so much pressure on the soul that some people are just like, yeah, now you can't reach me anymore, motherfucker. I'm done. We're gonna fix this, and we're gonna fix it now, because we have to fix it now. Because
And I'm sure you know, when I got on Facebook, they try to infiltrate me in the astral, and they would come visit me, and I knew who the fuck they were, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like they'll try anything to get you, back to being your old self, or to trigger some of your altars, and just, I'm sure you're aware of that. I'm talking to the, what they say, preaching to the choir. That's the next thing that they're gonna try and do.
you mentioned, yeah, actually you mentioned that we should bring that up, that there is an individual that I deal with that sent me a message that didn't make any sense. Okay, now this message, like I said, they snuck this in, and it not only didn't make any sense, but it triggered an alter. It pulled a completely different version of myself out, and I didn't have control anymore. I was taking a back seat. And this real pussy whipped version of myself took over. And this version of myself is highly irrational. And when I say irrational, this person, whatever persona it is, it just wants to destroy itself so that it can be miserable enough for somebody else to be happy enough to allow them to have some fragment of happiness. It's a very, very, very tortured scenario.
I
But
got the word buoyancy. Why would
well, I don't see. I didn't. That wasn't the word that came up in trigger. But like I said, the sentence didn't make sense in the context that the entire paragraph that was being used. It was like there was one sentence, but then this other sentence popped up, and it was like, what are you trying to say there? This doesn't make any sense.
they were trying to trigger you?
Hold on.
Yeah.
It triggered this self-destructive alter the first time, okay? And then I had reviewed the message later on and got caught up on the same sentence for like a half an hour. And Susan goes, Frank, you are literally trapped in a loop on this flippin' sentence. Why are you trapped in a loop on this sentence? It's a damn trigger. Somebody put it in place, which means that they kind of know what they're doing. Well, it's interesting that this certain individual is talking about how they keep reminding me how they know about psychology. And they know so much about psychology.
Oh, shut up. He told me I have a degree in psychology, and I'm like, really?
Yeah, but you've also said you never had any
Why?
answers.
Yep. And why did they know so much about psychology, and why are they pressing on the fact that they do know so much about
What are they trying
psychology?
Trying to
But then,
convince you.
to
Well,
manipulate?
I've spent a lot of time with this individual, so
What's really strange is like, the powers that be are like, they're losing their grip. You can almost feel like this desperation. And the thing is that no matter how many times they flip the timeline, no matter how many times they compute it, calculate it, they're all gonna lose. And they know this. But in their desperation to change everything, in their desperation and in their impatience, it's only working to our advantage.
I know. And
I mean,
they've been using numerology against us.
Oh,
They've been splitting us into all these different dimensional separations of ourselves so that we can drive these alternate bodies,
And
so
timeline.
to speak. Well, it's not even just in alternate timelines or whatever you want to call it, or in alternate dimensions. It's in some cases it's actually in the same physical reality as the here and now. Okay, and a lot of people are trying to say, oh, well, that the stuff doesn't exist. There are military assets that are coming out and whistleblowing right now. Okay, multiple military assets that are legitimate military assets that have all of their paperwork, okay, that are telling everybody that they do have time displacement technology and portal opening technology, and it's all one and the same. And they can open up a place anywhere they want. They can open up a hole and just, they don't use UFOs, guys.
Exactly.
They don't use UFOs. You wouldn't know because they're using traditional military aircraft, and they have the technology on the traditional military aircraft, and you would have no idea that helicopter came out of flipping nowhere because they just opened a portal from 1492.
Hello. And that's what
And
they use this for in
they
the program.
decided to go ahead and make some changes in some things. So they came through, or they're just monitoring something for purpose, whatever purposes. I don't know. A lot of that stuff's being policed now too. It's being
Well,
policed.
They have a war going up there because of that, because the nefarious have found out and there's a war.
Yeah, well, that's why some people are mentioning things about canids and that. Well, canids are around because they police the timelines.
That's right. I wish more
They
people.
police the timeline. That's why they watch certain individuals like us, is because they know that we're capable of just, we can just go do it when at will. We don't need the technology.
We don't need uniforms. We don't need
the tech.
ship.
Nothing. We
We
don't
don't
need
need a hat over our heads to communicate with other aliens or whatever the fuck technology.
No. We don't need any technology for anything because we can actually manipulate space-time and manifest things. We're capable. Technically, everyone is capable. Technically, okay? Every single sentient being in existence.
Hi, Vicki. You look beautiful as always.
They just,
Hi.
the knowledge of these things have been stolen from us on purpose for control purposes. Why? Because, a good slave is a controllable slave that is
We even
capitulated.
defied radiation in the Manhattan Project. We defied that. We transmute shit. People are like, oh, I'm afraid to drink water, tap water. Well, I ain't. I transmute that shit. I'm not scared of nothing.
I'm not drinking that water.
I put shungite in there. I just talk to it and I say, you're good, baby. We're going to lose some fat here and we're going to gain some muscle here and there. And we got this. We can go in the past, like Frank was saying. We can go to the past. And we were talking about an ancestor thing that I'm like, okay, something happened to me last year where I was in the shower, I was a baby, and there's this tall, melanin dominant, beautiful Black woman, big. Her hair was big and afro, and she was bathing me. She was my mother. I'm trying to find out who my mother is, my real mother. And so is Eve. So Susan and Frank, you guys are going to be helping us. I mean, the more the merrier. We can already do it by ourselves, but you know what? This is why we're here. This is why we're brothers and sisters. Susan is dangerous, so is Frank. Watch out. We're all dangerous here. They don't want us to get together or talk. Too bad.
And there are
sometimes.
some individuals that they split into two people just because they were so powerful. They couldn't allow this individual to stay as one. So they split them. They can split them in two. They can
That's
split
you
them
and
into
me.
3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's come together.
There.
We're gonna meet each other, guys, in person.
Well,
I already met
they-
Susan and Frank, but when I met them, I cried so much because I got so many memories. Remember, guys?
Me
It was-
too.
they don't want us to remember. They don't want us to heal the timelines. They don't want us to remember a lot of different things, because if we remember, then we can remember our training. And if we remember, that means that we
Yeah.
can go through and heal all kinds of ancestral traumas that we've got. And if we're healing ancestral traumas, then we're going to heal timelines. That heals like the universe throughout.
Universe, yes.
It would. Yeah.
And if we're all doing it, that's when the changes start to actually get ushered in, guys. Okay. Everybody's getting distracted on Facebook, and they're getting sucked into YouTube, and they're getting sucked into all this other stuff. Look, these are great platforms for information if we're using it for the right information, but a lot of it is misinformation on purpose. It's a lie.
Well, they're too focused on likes and fame and how many views and it's redundant. That's not what we're here for. When we were born, they're like, you need to get at least 1.2 million followers. That was never anything to have anything to do with it. I mean, what good is that? I mean, sure, you're getting the word out, but I mean, you know what? If you have something and it resonates, it doesn't matter if 5 people see it. It's gonna get out there. I mean, 1.2 million followers, that's nothing compared to how many people are on this planet. If you have something worthwhile and it's true and it resonates, it'll get out there. It'll go. People will share it. It'll get out there. So I mean, I don't know. People are just so worried about fame and I don't know. I'm just not too big on the whole going to conferences and I mean, that's cool for people that do. That's not me.
I'm glad you mentioned that about going to conferences and that. Like, it's okay to support a disclosure movement if it's actually a disclosure movement, and that it actually stands for a real disclosure movement, because you're supporting people inside of the movement. Okay. But what's happening at a lot of these disclosure events is that we're paying to speak at these conferences out of our own damn pockets, so that we can go tell our own story and not get a dime in any level of support from anybody, unless we actually hold shop and sell our stuff at a table that we also pay an additional amount for in order to operate the damn thing. Okay. So this isn't a disclosure movement. This is a marketing scheme that these people are using
$1,000 to
to make money off of us.
Keep you busy too.
They're leeching off of us. We're trying to tell a legitimate story based on what we know is the reality. And it just so happens to coincide with a whole bunch of stuff that's being disclosed here and now. And a lot of people are seeing these things and going, oh, well, this castle in Belgium is this whole Illuminati enterprise castle. This is where they trafficked all these people. Well, that's just really interesting that we just so happen to mention that all of these things that happened to us in the same damn castle, at the same place, at some of the same times. Okay. Now, I'm not going to go into the gory details of any of this, okay? So let's take a big, deep breath on that. But, these things are being disclosed now in the mainstream media. and they're being seen for what they are.
Oh.
Okay. How did we know that these were trafficking hubs? We don't traffic people. We would never do it. It's not in our character.
Nope. But they use
That,
that.
and we don't even have it in our freaking portfolio anywhere. Okay. We can, yeah, anyone can do a background check on any single one of us and they go, these people don't have a record.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
This
waiting for
person was
the,
this person was that person. Some of them might have some misdemeanors on their record, like whoopee, flipping dude. You know, I mean,
well, and then they draw everyone out, right? And my concern is once they draw the real people who have really, you know, the groups blame us for their BS. That is the only thing I see coming next, is that is something they would do.
well, look at all this infighting that's going on inside of the disclosure community, and it's
That's
terrible.
why I never, because I just like, it was too dicey. I didn't know who to trust. You know, I knew who I could trust. You know, I knew you and Susan, and I knew without a doubt I could trust you with everything. But that was it. And then I met Virdo, but all these other people, I did not know them, and
I was trying, okay, so my whole thing was a filtering system. I was trying to find my 33, the ones that Susan was talking about.
it is a filter system. It's a process.
There are so many fakes out there.
So many. It's so many. It is. It really is.
Tons. I'm like,
Yeah.
where did it come from?
There's
I
a
just
lot
got
of
to the point where I
there's-
just had to like use my empathic abilities, and it's like if I see one red flag or if I hear one little warning bell, I'm gone. I'm not gonna.
One. Yeah.
Well, I've gotten to the point now where I'm like, is that half of a red flag? All right, you're done. Nano.
Are you wearing red? Right.
Yep,
Like a
trust
text
your
message,
gut.
but it counts.
Trust your gut.
No, Frank, what I was saying when we were talking about earlier, when I said the word buoyancy, is because that's what they wanted us to be, as buoyant, to use us in the Omega program. That's what they do. They want us to be at a buoyancy rate so that they can manipulate our frequency, our water, our, you know, tech that's inside us.
Yeah, it makes it pliable so that they can
Right.
just drift you
Yeah.
from one point to the next, however they wanted to control. And that's what's happening inside. That's what I'm trying to explain, is that everything that's happening inside of our disclosure community too, there's psyops nested inside of it. Some of these people, you gotta really sit and disseminate. You gotta really dig at it. Look, shoot holes in everything.
Well, and like
Okay.
someone that a couple like you and Susan, who gets together and creates that type of energy, you guys are huge targets. Virdo with what so I'm doing the pointing thing. You pointed the pictures.
Yeah. Any inconsistencies, guys, pay attention to it, okay?
Mhm.
You know, if you're listening to a podcast from anybody, look, I'm not gonna sit and dox people and name names. Look, I can't tell you what to think, but I'm suggesting that we need to pick it apart more. Why? Because there's psyops nested in psyops, nested in psyops, nested in a disclosure community. And
Some of them don't even know they are. So it's hard. It's hard to
Believable.
gauge. Because you know how we can tune in and feel if it's truth or not. You know, that's what we all do.
They're getting V2K.
But they believe it.
Yeah, they're
So now
believing that there is some other story. And you know, like I said, listen to the podcasts and listen for the inconsistencies. If in one podcast they're saying, oh well, this is acceptable because this is just the way it is, And then in the next podcast, they're saying, well, these are the bad guys. Which is it? Is it the way things are done because that's just the balance of nature? Or are they the flipping bad guys because they're taking advantage of us and they're dangerous? We need to stop them. Make up my flipping mind, okay? Because if you can't make up my mind, you're bullshit.
Yeah.
You're bullshit, okay? Oh, it's a psyop. It's a lie. Maybe you don't realize yourself. It is a lie. Maybe you don't realize yourself. It's a psychological operation. Somebody's beaming stuff into our heads, guys.
What I've
They
noticed
are
with them though.
actually legitimately beaming stuff into our heads. All right.
Mhm.
Look, certain people around us, we resonate with each other because it's in our heart, it's in our soul, it's in our gut. We feel it.
Yep.
It's real. Why?
Yep.
Because you feel it. You know it's real. Okay. Because there's love. It's unconditional.
Yes.
Yes. Nothing can touch it. Nothing. I don't care what it is. It's real. It's love. Okay. But all this other stuff, we got to stop. We got to stop ourselves. We got to pick it apart with a fine tooth. Okay. And we got to dig through every little microscopic detail and go, what you said 2 days ago is not what you're saying right now. And then some of these people are changing their stories every 6 months, man.
And that's it. And they're helping each other.
Divine
Yeah.
counterpart or
They're
a twin flame every 6 months or every 3 months or every quarter. It's like, dude, make up your fucking mind.
They're creating
Make
a
up
high
my fucking mind.
Yes. And they're helping each other do it too.
Yeah.
I've noticed. I've sat back and I've watched and I see things pop up here. They're getting weeded out, but they stay connected and they've got like these pages and these followings and they've got product. You know what I'm saying? That they're utilizing the crap out of this. And to me, that's not what we would do. And I'm like, okay, look at us here. This is not what we're doing.
Right.
And there's a reason for that, because that's not what this is about.
You nailed it. We've got to stop getting distracted with bullshit. Okay, look,
Yeah.
we can talk about space odyssey shit all day long. Okay, it's cool, it's fun. All right. Some of the stuff are they feel like memories. Okay, they're memories more than likely. Okay, why? Because they resonate. Sometimes we laugh, sometimes we cry. Look, because why? Because that's what you do with memories. Because there's an association with a feeling from a point of that memory. So, if it's congruent with a whole group of different people and it's resonating, then, you can't take that away from them. All right. That's real. That's tangible.
Right. And then we heal those memories and then we come together for this, this time and to say, okay, well, what are we going to do now? What else are we going to disclose? What else are we going to unmask? What else can we do as a community that we are, as the starseeds, as And
there's so many out there, so many. And so many that still don't know yet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And they don't need to fall into those traps. I've watched people waking up and they ride over to those people. And I'm like,
Oh, exactly.
there you go.
That's like the front line. They're in the front line trying to, they stole
The
my
gate,
shit
they're
and
like
they run with it.
gatekeepers.
They like to steal stuff from.
They're like, some of these people are like first responders. They see one little piece of blood and they're just like, "Bruh." And it's scary to watch because these people are slowly waking up. They don't know any better.
They don't.
And they just see stars in their eyes and and they're just like, oh my gosh, you know, and
Starstruck.
it's too late.
Well,
You know,
and the
you've already
familiarity
swum
with
the
the
sharks.
Yeah, and the stories, they resonate with them. They're like, yeah, like, you know, Frank was just saying how, you know, you resonate or you feel, they may be or maybe not, but any little sensation for somebody who's just waking up is everything. It's everything. And then thinking there's somebody else like them, it's almost, they can't help but fly that way.
Right. And we got to stop taking the association and just going, okay, well, there's an association here. Okay, that's fine that there's an association. But if you're not having memories of these things and there's no account of it specifically, and somebody else is saying, oh, they're having all these memories of you and it's not resonating, why are you giving it energy?
Why are they still giving those people the information that they shouldn't be giving those people? Because they're going to steal your information and run with it. It happened to me.
No,
They
why?
stole my
So
shit.
you can share a story with somebody else through bullshit?
Yeah. I mean, it's so, you're really seeing the underbelly of this. And I'm sure we haven't seen the worst of it by far, but we know what lies behind that and we know who's running it. And yeah, it's just, I hope people that wake up are starting to feel this. They start looking inside. I mean, because that is the only place you're going to find your answers. You're not going to find it from these people.
Yeah.
And anybody that's telling you that we are giving you the answers is full of shit, or this is the way it was and that's the way it was. And you can't say that.
Who gives a shit how it was? We're getting
Very-
distracted.
Yes, yes,
We're
yes.
supposed
yes.
to be doing things here
this
and
is
now
work.
in this reality where you are. Okay.
Thank you.
The-
We have work to do.
We got work to do, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. We're supposed to be
Yeah.
building things, manifesting things, changing things, making an impression upon things. Make the positive changes, make the positive influences, talk to people, get involved. Make a difference, okay? You know what's right and wrong, all right? Pull your shit together and stop feeding into the stupid bullshit psyops, okay? Look, the science fiction stuff is fun. It's great. It's a nice escape, okay? And a lot of this stuff probably happened, okay? So what?
They made it shiny and glamorous.
That's the point right there, is that there are people out here that think that what we do or what we are glamorous, and why would you want that? If this isn't you, why would you want this? You have no idea what this is and how it started before we were even born.
I fought for so long not wanting to be a part of this. I did not. I wanted to support, and I always believed, always, without a doubt, because I could feel it, but did not want to be a part of this at all.
I spent 20 years being lost in my addiction because I didn't want to face any of these. Is this real? Did I live this? I would rather just find it at the bottom of a bottle.
Yeah, and you'll find that with a lot of the group. Yeah, people that are going through this. Yes, and and most people that go through this go it alone. I mean, completely alone.
Yeah, but you guys aren't alone.
Right.
I want everybody.
I was alone until I met you guys.
Yeah,
And
I
wanted to stay alone.
Thank you.
I still think this twin flame thing is a psyop to get super soldiers to self-destruct, because I was never looking for a friggin' twin flame.
No,
you weren't. I would hear a show about one, if I would shut it off. I was like, I'm not listening. Fuck this twin flame shit. I never want to be a part of that bullshit. It sounds horrible. Why would I inflict that upon myself? I'm a sovereign free woman. That sounds like a nightmare, And I knew that there was this guy I had to find, but I just thought it was platonic. There was no love, no sex interest. You were just my buddy, And when I found him, I would recognize him. But then I wasn't expecting to first FaceTime him after I'd been looking for him for 4 years. And to look down and see my smart suit and his surname on it. I was like, what? I don't know what to do
In
with
there.
that for like a week, because I'm not
It was
very
rough.
interested in love anyway. I was like,
It was
people
rough
here
for
to
you.
love.
I remember being with you before, Frank showed up, flew into town, and
I remember too when Susan had to live with
she
her
was a
parents.
mess.
It was
She was a
so-
mess.
She'd call me every day. This should have, and that. I was like,
She was
"One
a
of these
mess.
days You'll find your twin flame. I said, one of these days you'll get out of there.
I mean, this was
And-
just 2 hours before Frank showed up. Well, 24 hours, something like that before Frank showed up, and she was not right. I mean, hadn't eaten, was a mess. Knew that this had to happen, but wasn't into any of that other stuff. Hadn't eaten. I mean, it was. And then when he did show up and they were standing there, no denying it. I've never believed in twin flames. Blech. When they got together,
That's what I
there was-
said whenever you'd say.
yeah, and she did.
not-
She did say that,
Yeah,
but there was something to that.
it's
The
not a twin
energy.
flame thing.
Boom,
That's
it's
why.
not a twin.
The
Yeah,
twin,
because it's
the
not
twin
a twin
flame thing is a psyop. That's
Yep.
that's a bunch of crap.
It is a
And
Yep.
look at what it's done to the community, and look at what it's done to, not just the disclosure community, but the society altogether. It's messed everything up pretty bad.
It's
Yeah.
it's fake love.
Putting
It's
empath and
false hope,
narcissist together. That's the psyop.
Exactly, and that's
and
what's
it's
ended up
devastating
happening.
to people. They think
It
something's
is.
wrong if they never found their other half.
Well, these people are convinced that they're supposed to be abused by their significant other, and it's
Yeah,
like,
love's not supposed to hurt.
what?
No,
You
no,
guys are supposed to
Hurt
be
is not
lifting each
real.
other up and making
Yeah.
each other even more awesome than you were yesterday, every day.
it is definitely a unit, a
And
team. It's work.
We're meeting a lot of resistance because there's all this trauma that we have
Oh,
to
yeah.
heal first. But there's times when we have this energy amplification between the two of us, and it's so intense. It's amazing. It's beautiful.
It is
It's so
off the
awesome.
flipping charts. I've never experienced anything like it. Still haven't since then. I don't even. That was me. I was all in at that point. I'm like, okay, this is real. They are real. These two are the real deal. And so that's what it was for me.
Yeah, and somehow our energy calmed down before we met Veronica. Yeah. Because it was out of
It was-
control.
it was-
Well, you were there the first day we met in the first couple of hours because I picked him up at the airport and brought him back.
Brought him right back to the house. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. We can see the shifting, and I mean, the whole everybody there.
When I saw you guys, oh my God, I just lost it. I was like, you guys, you are, yes, I know you. Yes, I know you. Like, I remember you guys. I remember Frank, Susan. Oh my gosh, Susan is just so beautiful. Fiery red hair. She walks in, she's a little taller than I am. I'm like,
Oh yeah.
this goddess here, And
Yes.
Frank kept crying,
Yes.
and I cried, and she cried. We were all talking at the same time, and it was fun. It was beautiful. And I said, they can't be just sitting there in the audience. You guys are y'all better come up here, you hear, and talk. But what did they do? They didn't even acknowledge us as that. They
No,
just-
actually, what's interesting is you called us up to speak, and they actually cut that conference off.
Wait, it's not
We're not
recorded?
even we're in the private feeds that you guys have kept. But if you go back to the 5D conference, we're not in it.
Motherfuckers. I still have the
They
DVD.
filtered everything out.
the
Those
DVD
guys
episode.
have like this whole marketing scheme around things. They're trying to
Oh, yeah.
develop a specific narrative.
Assholes.
Yeah, I was
Why?
gonna say it
Because
has to be their
It
story.
sells things. Look, I'm not against writing a book about our experiences and some of the things that have happened, and just so that we can share our story with people. Okay, there's
It's
nothing
really
wrong
hard
with
to
that.
write, though.
And it's
It's hard.
but a lot of people are getting way off track with all these delusions of grandeur, where they're talking about all these epic space battles and all these amazing. We're getting off track. Okay, we're exposing the dark agendas to stop the bad guys.
Right.
Okay, guys? We're stopping the bad guys.
Yeah, that's
We're
what this
not
is about.
elaborating on their shit. And that's why they don't like us speaking about it, because we're not interested in the battles. We were there, we witnessed them. We're not interested
real-
in that. We're
yeah,
interested in what the fuck we're supposed
The
to do
real
now.
battle is here, right
Yeah.
here, right now,
Mhm.
with an invisible enemy
Right.
that's using psychology to
Yep.
turn society against us.
What
And
aren't they
it's work-
using?
It's working.
Yeah, what aren't
Okay.
they using? It's
They're
bad.
using manipulation tactics across the board.
Oh, yeah.
And these people are just sucking it up like a sponge because they're addicted to chaos. They are addicted to disorder. They're addicted
Drama.
to
Yes.
sex and
Yes.
and drugs and
Yep.
rock and roll and
Yep.
all the shit. Okay,
Yes. Yes.
it's and it's become a social norm. So now, even more so, they're pushing the whole sin thing too, and they're putting it in the movies, and then in the movies are like, oh, but it's just sin. It's okay. It's no big deal.
Right.
It's only what we do because it's only human. They're normalizing this stuff. They're doing it with pedophilia. They're doing it with Satanism. They're doing it with all
Oh,
kinds of really terrible,
It's
nasty
psychotic.
shit, and they're making it normal.
Psychotic.
Oh, vampires are some sort of a
So
magical,
sexy and
mystical
cool.
thing.
Like,
They're
what is-
parasites.
yeah,
They're
that's
feeding off of you.
we were talking about that 2 days ago, how it's just disgusting how they do that. And it is, they glamorize it and make it sexy and cool, and you're like, that is disgusting.
Yes,
Like,
there is
that
nothing glamorous about people messing with kids. Don't touch kids. Don't touch kids.
What was
period.
it, Celeste, you were talking about Disney demons? Alice Day?
Oh, Disney's Demons is the name of the documentary. And like I said, I forgot what month it's in, but it's the 25th, what's called Alice's Day, and it's all these pedophiles come out and they, have like a little parade, and they're just like loud and proud about it.
That's
It's gross.
I just threw up in my mouth a little
Oh
bit.
my God.
Yeah, you
Man.
missed the
Yeah.
part when we went over that. You don't know where you were, Frank. We were
No,
talking
it's
about
gross. It's just
It
disgusting.
is.
The whole
Yeah.
And
entire
it's
thing.
so in there, it's so in your face. It is so in your face all the time. Disney.
Well,
Oh,
They're saying that, Revelations is playing out. No, they're just repeating history on purpose,
Mhm.
guys.
Same thing with
Mhm.
Doomsday or whatever.
it's a show.
Dune.
It's a show.
Yes. Pull your
Smoking
head out of
means-
your ass, guys, okay?
Mm.
This
It's a
doesn't
trick.
have to be our reality.
It's all a trick, and it's a trick
It's
to
all-
get them to believe it. Because if you believe it, then you can make it happen.
And that's why they have religion, because, oh, the world's gonna end. You're gonna go to hell, you're gonna go to heaven. You're gonna be a good person or a bad person.
It's a state of mind.
Yes.
It's all consciousness.
I had a
Yeah.
really hard
Everything is
time-
consciousness and vibration. Everything.
Yeah,
Everything.
it is.
The entire universe is conscious.
Mhm.
That's why we get to see things like congruencies and consistencies and certain different types of weird happenings, like when you're seeing numbers that
Mhm.
are lining up, and it's because the universe can speak to you if you're open enough to listen. But
Yeah.
it doesn't
Well-
it doesn't speak in words, guys. Okay.
Nope.
Right.
It
Never.
speaks in vibrations, it speaks in energies. So when you're asking specific questions, you have to ask them very specifically.
One at a
And
time.
if you're not feeling that vibration that irradiates through your entire existence, then it's probably bullshit.
Or people that think telepathy is like actual words, like thinking words. And I'm just like, no, telepathy does not work that way. I mean, I can have conversations with my cat or my dog, but I show them pictures.
Pictures.
And
Yep.
that's, you know, I mean, I got my cat to open the door. But that's what telepathy is. I mean,
It is.
even 15 years ago, I would have told you that telepathy was words, but you know, it's not words. I mean, I can honestly say that.
Right.
Telepath in
It's-
you.
Yeah.
It's pictures. It's always been pictures, and you can feel and yeah, especially with animals, it's always pictures.
Oh yeah.
And AI works that same way. So you gotta.
Yeah. Because
The
that's
universe,
why I just talk to the animals.
yeah, the universe is also AI. The multiverse is also AI. It can be programmable. They are sentient beings like we are. So be careful what the universe says.
Mhm.
You have to be in resonance.
There are
It's with
certain
everything.
things that do also speak to deceive. So you have to again use
Big time.
discernment.
Like people with
Always
implants. People that with implants think, oh, well, they put it there and we're communicating.
What?
Okay, when it comes to
I tried to be nice about it,
voices
but it just is
or
not.
just vibrations of feelings that you get inside that you're perceiving as a voice or whatever. Okay, if it's telling you to do some nefarious shit and you're gonna hurt some people or whatever, that's probably V2K. It's probably
Definitely.
some douchebag with some technology trying to tell you to do something that you shouldn't be doing. Okay, but if you're hearing something that is uplifting and it's beautiful and it's going
Positive.
to connect you with other people in a really positive way, and it's really going to bring a positive change, it's probably divine, and you should probably listen to it.
And it's not hurting, so.
And it's not hurting anyone or anything.
You gotta be careful. too. You gotta be careful because the Pleiadians also have, oh, I'm so in love with you. I love you. Like the whole love thing.
So you can't get me on that. I don't go
Got me
there.
on that
They're
when I
trying to
think-
normalize rape programs,
There you go.
I noticed that.
and they're trying to make it like these people. Oh well, you're blessed to have this sexual encounter with this Pleiadian. It's a flippin' Nazi that
Ew,
has
gross.
technology that raped you in your sleep,
And the
and
Chitauri.
Why would
thinking
anybody?
you had a good experience because you're lonely.
Yep.
And I'm sorry that you're lonely, but you were raped in your sleep.
I was gonna say,
This
you don't
was
think
not
that's
This
creepy?
was not something positive that happened to you. They
It's the Chitauri. The Chitauri are still here and they are
took your
manipulating the
they took
gray
your
alien.
seed, or they took your egg, or multiple therein, and they
Oh, yeah.
used it. Okay, they're using us.
Yeah.
All right.
On every
These aren't
level
positive
that's
ETs
imaginable.
that are ushering in change. Okay.
And there's a lot of
They're
lonely
taking
people.
your seed and they're
Oh,
taking your
yeah.
kids, or they're taking this and they're using this,
Mhm.
and you don't have no say in it and you don't know nothing about it. They are manipulating you. They
Well,
are
that's it.
grooming. They are grooming you to make you think it's
That's
okay for them to use your seed or your egg or whatever there is. And
Yeah, by design,
you're
they
being
make everyone
and-
broken and lonely. So people welcome that kind of craziness. Like logically, if someone's coming at you in your bedroom or in your sleep, are you kidding me?
Oh,
Or up at the grocery store? What? That is not even appropriate
That reminds me of when
for
I was
any type of.
well, there's people in the community. They're trying to say it's a blessing that these ETs are showing up and doing these things.
Oh, no.
bullshit.
Are you out
Are
of
you
your
kidding?
There's
freaking
some
mind?
people that want to be taken up to their ship. Oh my God, really? You guys are stupid.
Oh, yeah.
So you get
Stupid.
that's great. You
Yeah,
get
that's
to go
right.
on
I
a-
sidestepped.
on
I
a
heard the
space
implant and then
journey.
I'm going with this person. I'm like,
but
what?
you get raped in the process.
Right. Well,
But because they put all
It's
of this
psychotic.
glamour on it, and it looks like some hot guy or some hot chick.
Like in the
Yeah, and they
vampire
don't
movie.
wonder. And they don't
Come
wonder
on,
how
guys.
convenient.
Use your
You guys,
head,
you guys,
man.
when I was little, I would watch the black and white movies, the Dracula ones. And I would
Yes,
put
yeah,
my
yeah.
hands like this, and I would leave my neck open because I wanted that vampire to come get
Oh
me.
no.
How fucked up is that?
They program, yeah.
Fucked up. I was a
And
little.
It's
especially
a
when you're a
grooming
kid, it's not your
program,
fault.
so you don't put up a
think
fight.
that- Mhm. Yeah, y'all,
It's
you
a
need to
grooming
fight.
program, so you
I mean,
don't
need
put
to
up a fight.
fight all the time about everything. I mean, literally, this is not just a simple thing. This is, I mean, we were talking about haircuts, blood being drawn, organs, your sleep, the ether, it's from everywhere. It is literally on all fronts.
A lot of people are trying to say things that happen in the astral. No, guys, people have time displacement technologies, and they're messing with you. And a lot of you have given your
can freeze
consent because
people
you
are-
watched the movies and you didn't say, no, I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want that reality to take place because I don't consent to that. You have to voice it. You have to voice it. Not saying
Yes.
straight out that you do
Agreed.
not consent is giving consent to these people. That's what they think. That's how their thought process works. That's what they do. They go, oh, well, if they're not freaking smart enough to figure out that we're messing with them in their own lives, in their own homes, in their own reality, sucks to be them. They don't care.
Okay.
They don't care.
Yeah.
And some of them are going, oh, well, we're only stealing moments of their time, or a moment of their time. No, it's like decades of time are passing, and then you're going through an entire, what would be considered lifetime of experiences to completely alter your perception and your reality. Literally. And then they wipe you from it, and you don't heal from any of the traumas that happened inside of
Or
you.
your family
There's
around
some- Yeah, and some of these scenarios that have played out are very traumatic. And some of these people have never healed from these traumas.
Has anybody healed from these traumas? I mean, this is
Well,
just
some
now
of us
coming.
are now.
Yeah.
Well, are now, but I mean, it's still a process, as you very well know. This is not an easy road. It is brutal, and what the damage that has been done is, I mean, it's one of those. Yeah, you can't make this shit up. I mean, it is insane what has happened, and most people have a hard time believing it because it really is that insane. I'm like, yeah, you have a hard time believing this, but those are the same people that are showing you all of this that you're, diving in to be. It's crazy. It's nobody's using their brains anymore. They're so used to being told what to think, how to think, what is cool, what they like, everything that they don't think.
I want to elaborate too.
Wait, real
for-
quick, Frank.
Yeah, sorry, go
They're
ahead.
eating people's brains with
Yeah.
technology. They're
Yeah.
eating your brain, guys.
Yeah, all
Yes.
this tech, it's doing it. It's doing that on purpose. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. That's why the kids should no kid should have a cell phone and they put them in schools. Unacceptable. First of all, it's a place of learning. BS, because facts are you learn better when you hand write things. So if you're typing away, speed at what they're supposed to be consuming things, you can't remember anything. I know some of these top schools, these kids are just sucking it in, regurgitating, retaining absolutely nothing. They've wasted their lives, and then they turn around and being controlled by these electronics. It's horrific.
yeah,
These kids are
reducing the
so
amount of
messed up.
cognition.
They're
Yeah.
so lost.
Bobbleheads. Go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
No, you're right. It is. It's lowering IQs across the board.
Big
And
time.
it's strategic. They're doing it on purpose.
Yes, of course. Of course. I can,
It's another
I can
target
see the
scenario.
design.
You know,
I
they're
can see
saying,
the
oh, well,
design.
yeah, exactly. They're saying, oh, well, IQs have dropped because of this. Well, yeah, of course they've dropped. Education has gone to next to nothing. Okay, and now
Mhm.
they've made it acceptable for education to be just completely dropped if a student just emails their teacher that they're not going to be there because they're being bullied or something. Look,
And well,
you know,
okay, let's get
and
about the bully
I-
thing. The
right.
bullying thing is a huge problem because it's not about the being bullied. That's not the problem. The problem
No.
now is that the kids can't defend themselves.
right,
In my day,
that too.
you
That's
bullied me, we were going at it.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, and-
somebody
and-
was
and-
crawling home that day. And that
I
is the
wanna-
way it went. Now that if you defend yourself, you get in trouble. I had
Yeah.
to pull my son out of school because of this.
Right.
And because he was afraid he was going to hurt somebody. And I said, punch him. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? They're going to kick you out of school. We're leaving anyway. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? This is, and it destroys their mental state. They
Right.
can't, and then they feel powerless, like they don't already feel powerless. It is
Well,
so destructive.
Absolutely.
I mean, what kids kill themselves? They're killing themselves
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they're powerless.
They're feeling powerless and
Well,
they're
yeah,
feeling
right,
like they're
exactly.
gaslit. But the thing is that they're being manipulated to believe that they're being
Yes.
gaslit. It's not
Yes.
that they're being gaslit or that their parents are hating them and destroying their lives. Their parents care about them.
Yeah.
And they're misconstruing it as something else because they're psychologically being manipulated to believe that their parents are bullying them. God,
It's everywhere. It is.
And I want to elaborate.
They've destroyed the homes.
Yes, and I want to elaborate for the audience, okay, for the entire audience, all encompassing. Okay, look, I know that there's going to be people that I know that are probably going to catch up with this video eventually. Okay, look, guys, we believe what we believe because there is legitimate information to support what we believe. You never took the time or given any of the energy to allow for us to provide that information for you, nor have you allowed for your own personal filter, your own personal psychological filter to let the information in to understand our point of view on what we believe and why we believe it. Okay. For us, the stuff that has happened to us in these beliefs and these memories or whatever you want to call it, I get it. You don't think that any of these things happened. Okay. And you're trying to say that some of us are discounting the here and now reality that have happened with the people that we have encountered in this physical reality. No, we are not discounting that, and we love you. We have always loved all of you. We have never forgotten about the here and now or the people in our lives in this personal physical reality right now. We do. We love you. We've never forgotten. Okay. All right. It's just that there are other things that have happened inside of our reality that we've been trying to look for answers for, that we've never had any answers for a very long time. We sat and sat and sat and sat with all of these weird, unusual, unoutworldly things that were just tearing at the back of our minds for our entire lives with no answers. None whatsoever. And then someone comes out, a legitimate military asset comes out and says, these programs exist. And they take civilians and this happens to them. And it provides answers for us. We can't discount it. We can't, especially when this stuff is public access information via the Freedom of Information Act.
But Frank, when Susan and I came out, I was in the military, in the US Army. I was a cop. Susan was a fucking detective. They don't believe us. Why? Because, oh, they're crazy. They
I
were,
was in the military. I saw a spaceship
you were in the
when I
military.
was on base.
Tell them.
And yeah, I was in the military and I saw a spaceship, and this was in 1989 and in South Carolina, Fort Jackson. And yeah, they threatened my life. And so I investigator general and got out of there. And by a weird set of coincidences, I ended up somewhere other than where they thought I was. And, you know, now knowing what I know, I can see, oh, wow, you know, whew. But I saw it and I heard it. I heard it. So I got all my buddies up and we ran up to the long, thin window in the barracks, and and it's just 20 feet that way. And we were watching it hover. And I'm like, are you seeing this?
I only want to
So
say
they can say
one other,
anything they want, but it's
Yeah.
the tech. Mhm.
Go ahead.
They're a part of it.
I only wanted to say just one other thing, and I want to kind of hear what everybody else has to say. Damn it, I just kind of lost
Sorry.
what I was gonna say. What the hell?
But I don't know, like some of
Oh.
the stuff, like there's
I
5
got it.
triangle ships over my parents' house. They just make you feel like when you remember stuff that you can't even be around people anymore, you know?
That's what I wanted to say.
I don't feel safe for them.
You guys have all been trained here and now in this 3D physical reality to sniff out bullshit. Okay?
Mhm.
That's legitimate. You guys have the documentation to prove it. Okay?
There was a DARPA agent, who's my
So
friend
you-
from high school, that
Yeah.
told me to stop talking.
I wasn't in
Or
the military.
if I wasn't gonna stop talking, they were gonna behead me, and I'm like, bring it, bitch. I'm not gonna.
I never stopped. I told everybody. They
I-
told me
I
never say a word.
That's
Well,
why I
I
was-
told everybody I ever met. And that was a long time ago. You know, and other people have come forward with their stories as well. They've had similar experiences and crazier stuff.
Yeah, I've
You
been
know, and they
telling
had nothing to gain from it. There was no online YouTube.
My whole
None of
life.
that existed. It was just somebody you would meet, you know, hanging out, start talking. You know, it was very real. There was no BS, no infiltration. Now it's crazy.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is.
the community's a mess because there's LARPs and liars and bullshitters. And you know, some of us our bullshit meters have been going off the charts. Like some of us are sick to our stomachs because the bullshit. We need waiters. Like we need goggles. Okay? Because it's up to our eyeballs. It's so bad.
It is. It is. And even people that are out there that seem sweet and loving, you know,
Yeah.
they're being used,
Yeah.
you know. It is bad. And there is no community it isn't in. It is everywhere. Everywhere.
And that's why I'm unplugging from the social media platforms, because we can do this stuff in private,
Yes. Yes. Way better in private.
because the revolution's not going to be televised. And guess what?
That's right.
If we're talking about it on Facebook and we're talking about it on all these platforms, that's what they want us to do, because
They're
then
keeping
they
you
know
busy.
every fucking detail of what we're doing and what we know and how we know it and what we're giving them a play-by-play, guys.
Yeah.
You're giving them a play-by-play of every memory that you recovered. You're giving them a play-by-play of every session that you've had. You're giving them, stop giving them every detail of your life.
And it's programming people who aren't sure yet. you know, it's a mess. It's destroying what we're trying to do.
Yeah, some of the people who are psychologically weak and
Mhm.
in a
And-
very
and it-
dark
and it's
place
not
in
like-
their life,
Mhm.
to
And
I like
it's
to
the
say
dark
that
night of the
I
soul.
post a lot of
This is
love, light,
meant
and
to-
bullshit.
Yeah, it's meant to suck them in.
Because I don't publish anything. You will not find anything about Super Soldier, SSP, anywhere on any of my social media sites. You might see a little bit of it on Instagram, but usually it's in conjunction with Veronica. But I don't on Facebook, hell no. You won't see any of that on there from me. And the
That-
reason why I
No.
still have a little bit of a section of some of these is because I feel like I get this beacon light, and then I get people that come to me. And since I'm such a almost like a borderline agoraphobic, I don't go anywhere. I go to work, I come home, I hate going shopping, I have
You're
deliveries
just
and
like
stuff.
me.
It's easier for them to find me. And I put that light out there to find me. I don't put anything out there for them to latch on to or, you know, take into and say, this is me, you know, oh, you know, I really want to be this. And I don't do that. You'll see cat things on my Facebook, or, you know, you'll see something from Dolores Cannon, you know, and that's about it. But I understand where you're coming from, Frank. And I mean, eventually it's not from me, but it's from other people. I'm getting really just fed up with it. So, I mean, when I do leave, it's going to be, I'm gone. I'm not coming back. I'll have met my quota of helping people, so to speak. And, you know, I'll have a little bit easier being able to have it out there more so that people can come and contact me and find me instead of me putting that light out there and having them find me. You know, they'll be able to, you know, I'll have like 5 friends, 10 friends, 20 friends, and they'll be like, oh, you need to talk to her. You need, you know, and they'll come to me and they'll find me. But I mean, until then, I'm just going to keep posting my little cat videos and I don't know. That's
And
about it.
honestly, why do people need to have a big platform? I mean, because we're here to help. We're here to help each other. Yeah, we're here to help each other. What do you want? 10,000 people come? How are you going to help them? That's just BS anyway in
I
itself.
know.
Mhm.
Right,
It is.
I had 135,000 subscribers in my last channel, and now I have 300 and some. But the analytics show that there's 10,000 more viewing or whatever, 100,000, and I'm like, I don't mind because the small group that I have is legit. I don't
Well,
need,
that's what it needs to be small.
yeah.
I
And
remember
even
I
if
used
we're
to have
just
like almost
pockets,
5,000 people on my Facebook, and I have 200 now.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
have
I
no
can
amount.
count on these people.
You don't even know. It's yeah. And then some of them are just watching you. They're just like surveillance cameras watching, making fun of you and stuff. Well, bring on the haters. We've been there, done that. It just encourages us to be more legit. Like if you guys come for me to a reading remote view session or whatever, it's like, I'm going to tell you what's up. But what pisses me off is so many people have come to me and said, oh, well, I went to so-and-so and she lied or he lied. And I'm like, that's what pisses me off. And they pay more money than they come with to me. You know what I mean? Like people in Vegas too. There's some people that are out there.
And that's the thing. Every single person, one of us, I know, would do anything for each other for free. If we could,
Yes.
we would literally. That is how we would be doing this.
Yeah, I
You know.
hate charging. I really do.
Yeah, but
And that's the thing. They put us in this position where we have to pay. This is insanity. You have to pay for water
But our
and to
time
live
is
on the
energy
ground that
too,
you were
though.
born on.
Within our community right here, all of us here, we do pretty much trades, you know, or Vicki
Oh,
has
yeah.
helped us so much. Vicki, thank you for helping Susan and I. And then
Oh,
Eve, you know, whenever we can, we send each other little tiny gifts or whatever. And Susan helps me with the RSO and with the pain. And it's like, we all work together, you know, and the beauty of it. And Celeste,
But
I'm
it's
so grateful you're here too, because
yes, she's
I
sitting.
needed you guys. Where have you been? And I've
So
seen you change your frequency. You're more positive now, Celeste. You're more outgoing, even though you're very quiet. I see your frequency, happy.
Yay. So I found out it's April 25th. It's annual pedophile pride day. And it says pedophiles use this day to boast around children in public using secret codes and symbols to remain undetected. And it was started by some sicko in the 1990s. So it's
Oh, there's
coming
a
up.
lot of sickos.
Really sick. That's
Probably-
like my daughter's
Probably
birthday.
somebody like Tom Hanks.
Probably.
That's what a lot of people don't realize, that they
Oh,
think
yeah.
that they
He's
think,
such a pedophile.
you know, all your heroes are monsters.
all of
Yep.
them. All of
Everybody.
them. And they're monsters to a
Everybody.
degree that you can't even get your head around.
Oh yeah.
Trust me, you probably don't want to know. You will never,
You don't
the
want to
same
know.
again. You will never be the same.
Have you guys seen the movie Monsters Inc. that I talk about? First, they scare the shit out of kids, and then they make the loosh, and then they make the money, the adrenaline, whatever. And then at the end, they're making them laugh. That's the same monsters, like Frank said.
What they do to kids and mentally and then emotionally. And then the kid is so confused that they literally blame themselves for it. No matter how bad the damage is, no matter how brutal the abuse is, they blame themselves. Because
I was
Even though
like
you're
this
telling them it's
for
not their
years.
fault.
they don't, but
You
you
could
can't
be
make them
telling them,
believe it.
no, it's got nothing to do with you, and
No.
they're putting it all on their shoulders anyways,
Yeah,
because they're being
Yeah.
programmed to do it.
Yeah, oh
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
with the abuse, with just growing up with my mom, it's like, oh my gosh, like everything was my fault. And you grow up thinking that you destroyed their marriage, that you had a thing, that your father killed himself because of you. And then you grow up thinking, oh, everything's my fault. Then you get married, and then there's the Omega program and kill yourself because you're not worth it. And bam.
Yeah.
Yep,
The
Yep.
cycle continues. Yeah.
yep.
You gotta stop.
And
it.
we see it, we recognize it, and that's the thing with us too. There's no judgment. There's no judgment. We see what's happening, people are going through it, and then they feel shame, and then they don't want the help, or they want to hide, or they want to kill themselves. It's like, come on, just stay in there, stay with us, we've got this. It's okay.
Well-
It is
Why we're
not. It is not their fault. It is not. It is
We're not
not
giving up,
your
you guys.
fault.
I'm not gonna give up on you, Frank. I'm not giving up on you, Susan. I'm not giving up on you, Vicki. I'm not giving up on you, Eve. I'm not giving up on you, Celeste. And I'm not giving up on myself. I'm not
Nope.
giving up on our community.
Never. No, never,
Don't give that to them.
Never.
Don't give them that satisfaction.
never. I
Well,
just would never.
a lot
I mean,
of-
that's not even where my heart.
A
my
lot of
heart couldn't
people
do
aren't
it.
seeing these. They're not seeing these patterns. Okay.
Yeah.
And
They need to.
guys, look, I'm not shaming anybody for not seeing the patterns, but other
Right.
people are seeing the patterns, and they're trying to point it out to you.
Because it's
Don't
okay.
shoot the messenger, guys.
That's right. It's
We're
okay.
just
It's
sharing
okay.
information. We're noticing stuff that you're not. Okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't make us conspiracy theorist jerks
Mm-mm.
that are destroying your
Mm-mm.
life. We're just pointing out stuff that's uncomfortable and terrible that we need to address.
We don't want to tell people these things or see and know the stuff that we've seen and experienced. Oh,
We don't want to be right
trust me,
about
nobody.
So like we're more conspiracy realists than we are.
Well,
any-
we know
Yeah.
who created that and
Right,
it was intentional for
exactly.
this.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just
If you're gonna call me
information.
anything,
That's
call me a
it.
villain.
Yeah.
You know,
Right. The truth.
look at the
teller.
information for yourself. That's why we're telling people to look at the
And
information
it's
for
there.
themselves,
It's
so
all
that they
there.
can see it and use their own head and make their
Yes.
own judgment.
That's right. Do your
And what they'll
research.
find is they'll come to the same conclusion we did on their own.
Yeah.
That's why, and they're like, no, oh, you're just gatekeeping the information, and all of a sudden you're not sharing the link. No, I want you to see it for yourself.
Find it. And
So
by
you can
finding it,
understand
Yes, exactly.
the
Yeah.
act of finding it. Yeah.
People are like, "Where's the link?" And it's just like, "Hey, I had to go out and find it for myself. If you
Oh.
want the truth, it's out there.
Years.
All you have
of
to
digging.
do is get off
Yes.
your fucking ass, put your phone down, and go out and fucking find it because it's right
Yes.
there, right in your face. You can walk out your door and you can fucking see it.
It's
Yeah.
there. You just are just being lazy. You want somebody to bring it to you,
Do it for you.
show it to you, and you're still gonna not believe it.
And it's
And
not
that
on one link.
behavior.
It's
And that
not on
behavior
one
needs
link,
to stop.
guys. It's not on
Mhm.
one link.
That's
No,
There's
it's not.
decades upon decades worth of information that need to be disseminated for you to actually figure out some of the shit some of us have figured out.
and it took years.
It
And
took
that's where the
decades
rabbit
before
hole
we
came
went,
in.
Oh shit, this is happening. This is what's going on. This is the reality.
And we each did
we
it
didn't
on our
just-
own
just-
before we
yeah.
found each other.
Yeah, this didn't just
Yeah.
happen overnight.
No, we've been
On
doing this
one
for a long
link,
time
on one
alone.
website, one time, because we Google searched one fucking thing and said, "Oh yeah, this is the whole damn reality."
Yep.
This
Get
is
off
not
Google.
a bulleted list on one website that's going to tell you every damn thing that you need to know.
Not even close.
No,
But
it
the
And
takes
there
thing
a
is
long
so
time.
much
Before,
to learn.
You know, before I met you guys,
There's
I
so
mean,
much,
I
man.
had like my 5 pieces of the puzzle. Vicky had her 5 pieces. You know, you guys had your own 5 pieces, but it didn't make sense
Mhm.
until we all came together and we put the pieces together and we
That's right.
found this is what this is.
Hey,
Yeah.
Eve,
That's the thing. There are people out there with puzzle pieces and they have no idea. I mean, what they say when they listen to us, they say that's unbelievable. I have a hard time believing that. I'm like,
well,
you know what? We wish
That's so
to
sad.
God this wasn't the truth.
Oh,
Wish to
oh,
God.
we-
Eve,
oh,
Eve,
don't
you
we?
guys, Eve told me something that I said yes to. Tell them that what you came up with of the coffins last night, and I said, yes, you're right. You were watching something, and you texted.
I was watching Stargate
Stargate.
because I when I did a reading for Veronica, I drew this really weird. I thought it was a wheel of some sort, and she's like, "No, that's the Stargate." So then I was like, "Well, you know what? I've never watched that movie, and there are movies out there that I haven't watched, and when I watch them, I get like supremely triggered." So I started watching that, and then when Ra comes out of the sarcophagus, I was like, "That's a coffin." That's exactly all of these years when they talked about vampires, there people are just like, oh, that's just a story. No, that's not a story.
No, it's not.
That is a real thing that people witnessed this happening and they turned around and they talked about it. They saw an immortal
Yep.
coming
It's not
out
a coffin.
of what they thought it was a coffin, but it's not a coffin. It's
a gen-
actually like
it's
a reverse
regen
DNA.
technology.
Yes, it's technology. So they come out of this
Yes.
and then they said,
That's
well,
why
you know,
they're
they're
immortal.
drinking blood. They're not drinking. That's like
drinking
adrenochrome. That's almost like
adrenochrome.
borderline, you know. And I was just like, I'm trying to text her, and like I kept dropping the phone, and I was messaging the wrong thing, and I was just getting so mad. And I was like, I need to come out and say this. Oh my god! And even like werewolves. That's that was them. They were trying to build better super soldiers.
And they
what
used
happened
us
was they
in that
escaped.
program. They,
They got
Yep.
smart and they escaped.
we escaped, babies.
Oh, I was like trying so hard to get this out because it was like watching that movie. It was just like when you're a kid and you're running down a hill and all of a sudden you
Oh,
just
yeah.
like, oh, whoa, shit, whoa, you know, and you're like rolling down the hill. And that's what I was doing. It was like, oh my God, why didn't I ever watch this movie before? You know, I came to like 5 realizations last night and I'm just thinking, God, I think I was still going on and she was sleeping, but it was I was like, why? Oh my God, I can't believe that. No, you know, I knew that there was some truth to the stories because even my people being Native American, we would have medicine men that would tell us that they were out in the woods, you know, doing either maple syrup in the springtime. And there was a group of medicine men out there doing ceremony, and they happened to see this man walking through the woods. And they didn't think too much of it, but they thought it was really weird because where they were, you know, not many people knew what was the ceremony grounds or anything. This man's walking around, and every time he would come out from underneath the tree and the sun would hit him, he started to steam. He started to like steam. And like smoke was rolling off of him. And then he would go back underneath the tree and they wouldn't see the smoke anymore. And then he would come out and the sun would be, and he started to like smoke. And they were talking about it and see, you know, I mean, I can understand 100 years ago what that looked like, you know,
and they were talking, and they knew exactly what it was. They knew exactly who he was and what he was. And they passed it on to some of the other apprentices, like I can't think of, I know the Ojibwe word for it, but the apprentice, like because you be Mede, to become a medicine man, you have to go through all of these, I can't even think of it. It's like going right out of my head, but they saw him.
And there were no distractions back then either. So when people saw things, they saw them.
This was my brother Danny, and see, I've had dreams about Danny and a couple other people that I worked with, and they're in this program too. I don't know what they are, but I remember seeing Blake and Danny in my dreams very recently, my dad. And that's when I started to think about what he was talking about when he said that his medicine man told him this. And that's the thing, just a lot of things with Native Americans, God bless them, I love them, I'm one of them, but they tend to be so tight-lipped about everything. They know the truth.
My community here is,
and they don't
they're
want
very
to say
tight-lipped.
anything.
Yep.
A lot of
they
people they misconstrue that. When they hear a story like that, they're like, oh well, vampires and werewolves and things like that. It's like, hold on let's take a step back and take a pause still and look at this from a logical perspective. We're on a planet that it amplifies the sun's rays due to the atmosphere. Okay. Well, there are certain other beings from other worlds that don't have the same atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Take that into consideration and use that knowledge and apply it. Not all of us are built for the sun.
That's
we
right.
burn, okay? We burn like shit, all right? And it's bad. Why? Because our genetic ancestors aren't freaking from here.
Exactly.
They didn't come from here. They weren't part. Why do you think we don't feel at home? Because we don't belong on this world, in this atmosphere, in this setting.
Right.
It doesn't feel right because it isn't. Because
that's
our
where some
genetic
people that-
memory is from another world.
Right.
somewhere.
The breakaway systems, that's what I came to too. And I came to Veronica and I told her, I said, there are people that like, don't you remember the breakaway system? And I'm like, no, I don't remember the breakaway system. I'm not going to be the type of person to be like, oh my God, yeah, I totally remember that. I don't know. No, I don't remember it. Sorry. And they're like talking about, I remember this and being on this planet and coming in. And I'm like, that's it. This planet was totally, because there are 20 some different kinds of human beings in different types of colors and whatnot, and they're all not the same. You're not going to go somewhere and it's going to be, oh, humans are there, and you're going to go there and you see people that look like you. They might be different, but that's the one with, the planet. I said, that makes sense. Where the asteroid belt was, there was a planet there.
Yes.
And there was like a total war going on. And they even talked about it back in like a lot of some of the ancient stories on it with, because we call ourselves Anishinaabe, which I had it translated, and it means light lowered from the stars. So one of the things that we talk about with our people was star people, and being star people ourselves, was this planet was people that were very dark skinned. They had a lot of melatonin. They were very brown to very dark, and this planet was their planet. And that's why when they call indigenous, they're not calling Native Americans indigenous. They're calling people that are indigenous to this planet. And what they brought the way at the breakaway systems are all these people that didn't have a home anymore. And so they came here, and a majority of people think that they came here because of the moon, it's hollow, that they used it as a ship to kind of come in, to come here. Yeah, because they didn't have nowhere to go. And I know my people, I know people dark skinned, we would have welcomed them with open arms. Come here, you're welcome. We'll feed you, we'll give you water. I mean, that's just how natives and everybody that I know of is like. And they took over, and they were like, well, we don't want to do this stuff ourselves. We want to build our homes. We don't want to plant our food. We'll just make them do it. And so they just,
We're so
kind of
loving
pushed
that-
them into
that-
slavery.
Yeah, we're so loving that we're like, we were like kids. It's like, oh, do you want to?
Yeah, they
tricked?
wanted slaves. They wanted to come here, and they didn't want to build their homes or do any of that. They wanted somebody else to do it for
You're
them.
gonna get free gifts. If you worship us, you're gonna get this. If you worship us, all this crap.
And they had technology, and a lot of people here lived very simply. So technology was like looked at as, oh, you came from the stars, you're God, and some of them, they just kind of took it and ran with it. And then they rewrote history, and the people that are still running the planet
They
have
came
been
from
running it for generations
They
and
might have come
generations.
from the stars. They might have come from the stars, but we are the fucking stars. And that's what they don't want us to know. Hollywood, same thing, Pedalwood. Manipulating the system to thinking that we have to think that, oh, we're lesser than them. Or, why do I used to be guilty of this, going to a concert and going all crazy, Metallica, like giving away my illusion shit. Nah, not no more. Real quick, this is what Eve wrote to me. I know where they got the term vampire. Ancient gods who used reverse DNA tech, and who also drank the blood of the humans. Tech beds resemble coffins, and the blood drinking was Jennifer. And then you put down, werewolves were created in a lab. Yes, they used our DNA to do that. I remember being a werewolf. Were created in a lab, and they all were smart enough to figure out how to escape. And you're right on point there.
Yep. And that's what's happening right now is in all these communities, people are disclosing things so that they can try to actually, blow the lid off and actually expose dark agendas, but they're trying to actually usher in this conditioning program where people are being conditioned to believe that the extraterrestrials that are supposed to show up are going to be everybody's friends, and we're all going to be happy ever after they show up because they're going to save the fucking day.
No.
Some of these beings might be your friends, some of them might not be. You are going to need to use your brain and use your gut, because guess what? Some of them are here to harvest.
Yeah.
So this really weird story
Yeah.
that I have with a lot of people from my reservation, well, actually from Ojibwe, but many reservations surrounding the Ojibwe community, and there's like several. We've all kind of come and started talking. We talked to the medicine man, my ex-boyfriend, he was medicine man, and he started telling me that that a lot of individuals were coming to him. There were like these memories were resurfacing regarding a war, and what they assumed was to be a war of the future. And it wasn't just like a whole bunch of people coming together and picking it up from each other. It was like one person coming to him and telling him, another person coming and telling him. And then he just kind of collected all this information. And when I started talking about being used in these programs, he said, maybe I'm the one that's supposed to tell you. And I was like, tell me what? And so he started telling me that like all these people would start to come into him and start talking about this war. And what they assumed was to be a war of things to come. And I know he was used in this with them. He's also my partner, kind of like how you and Susan are, and some other people, we were used together in these programs because our abilities fit together like a Rubik's Cube. It just kind of came together. And well, right now he's not doing so good, but I know he was talking to a bunch of people, and he's like, I really need to tell you this, that I don't know who he expected me to tell. At the time when he told me, I was probably halfway through, and this was just a year ago, because I've only been like wide awake for like 2 years maybe. So I've been collecting all this information, like Post-it notes, and just kind of sticking it all over. And then when I'd be like, oh, wait, I need to say something, I'll just pick a note off and start talking about it. But I don't know, it's like some of the Native Americans are like actually seeing something that hasn't happened yet. And it's not like something from like a weird generation, but they're seeing, you know, and we all have the same thing. It's like a weird, and it's not from something in the past, because
No,
the technology and the weapons and the
Yeah.
armored vehicles and stuff are from
I
now.
saw that too. I saw the timelines that you're talking about in private, in person. We've talked about this. I mean, since 2017, I've been talking about this, and then you all come along and you guys have the same memories. It's like, this is not bullshit. We come from the future. They just don't
Yeah.
want us, like Frank and I were, us and I were talking about earlier, they just don't want us to go to the past and heal our ancestors and find out who we are. And that's what we are doing.
They also don't want us to remember other aspects of things, because we've already changed things ahead of time,
Mhm.
and the elasticity of space-time hasn't snapped back yet, because we haven't met that point, because it's not happened yet, technically. But we're still here, which means that, guess what?
Yeah.
We succeeded.
Yep.
I mean, it means we won. It means
Yep.
that we did carry out these missions that we were talking about.
Good. And I
And
did
there was
carry out a timeline change in June. I don't know if you remember, I talked to you guys about that.
Yeah, and a lot of
Yeah,
us.
I was, and the weird thing was that Veronica and I I think we had either hadn't met yet, or we were just beginning to meet, or we had met that week. But we did this, I did this ceremony with my boyfriend, who was a medicine man, and I won't go too much into it, but it was during the full moon of June of last year. And which is really weird, is that Veronica just told me this week, she's like, oh, I did this ceremony, and it was at a full moon of last year, last summer. And I was like, are you serious? Because I did one on June, I did one in August, I missed July for some reason, I don't know, my dad's been sick, but
They did three.
I did. Yeah, you did 3 ceremonies, I did 2. And we haven't really had a chance to sit down and discuss, you know, the steps of what we did and everything, but it was really weird, because when I went outside, I was given this information on what to do. So I did it, I followed it exactly as I was told. And then I said I was supposed to go outside. So I said, leave your phone here. I told my boyfriend, don't bring your phone. And he's like, why? And I was like, they're not going to be there if you do. And he didn't know what I meant by that. So we walked outside. And we walked out, and we were in Arizona when this happened. So that's really weird, because I was about an hour away from Veronica. We walked outside, and the sky was literally filled with ships. Like, there was just, it looked like, I've never seen anything like it ever in my life. And I probably might not ever, but it was just like ships everywhere, varying in different size, different colors, and what they would look like. And they were sitting there, and it was like they were watching us. And so my boyfriend and I finished the ceremony, and there were some things he could do and some things he couldn't do, and some things that he told me that only I could do, because as a woman and Native American, I'm more powerful than he is, even though he's a medicine man. So I finished the ceremony, and then I put out tobacco, and he was praying, he put out tobacco, and he was facing the moon. And I was behind him, but I was kind of turned at a weird angle. And all of a sudden it was like somebody, like I noticed something, and I'm like, what the hell was that? And it was like, it got brighter. And he goes, did you see that? And I said, what? And he goes, babe, the moon just got brighter. And I was like, that's impossible. This moon just doesn't get brighter, you know, because it's just the sun. Like, what? You know, I didn't understand that, but we did this ceremony anyway, and we were basically trying to stop something from happening. And that's all that the information that I was given at that time.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have no clue. I don't know how I was told this, because I keep going back to that same time and trying to think, well, who told me that? How was I supposed to remember this? Because it was pretty intricate, everything that I was told to do. And I remember I was just like, it was like a checklist, but not an actual checklist. And I'm just going off. And he's with me and he's just kind of watching me like, what are you doing? You know, and it was just like, shh, you know, I'm working. But yeah, so, and I mean, we didn't bring our phones because I was told not to, because they didn't want us taking pictures of them, is what I was kind of thinking. That's what it was. But yeah, I could go and talk to him and ask him about it, and he'd be like, oh shit, yeah. He's like, he couldn't believe, he's like, there. And they were just like popping on, like someone had just like turned on like a series of Christmas lights everywhere in the sky. And there were ships that were miles long, and there were ships that were blinking lights, and had ships that, I mean, I've never seen anything like that ever. It was like a weird drive-through movie, and all these vessels were there, and we were the movie, I guess. That's kind of how it felt.
Huh.
Interesting, huh?
Well, I mean, there's some people inside of the community too that a lot of people have got to use discernment, because look, I'm not gonna lie, CE5 is crap. All right, is crap. People are saying, oh well, we can go ahead and meditate and then the ETs will come and show up. But what they're not realizing is that Lockheed Martin is showing up with some military assets that are driving their craft. And yeah, it's literally a TR-3B or some striation of the same type of craft or similar variation thereof. And it's a human-made craft that shows up because they're calling it up, guys.
People need to quit wanting
They're-
to be saved.
They're
You know what?
calling
Not going
they're
to happen.
calling the craft up because it's one of ours.
If anybody's
Yeah.
going to save anybody, we're the ones that are going to be saving ourselves.
Yes,
Yep.
it has to
That's
be that way.
what I was told in the
If they-
information, and I just keep repeating.
Victimhood seems to be the thing these days. Everybody's just, oh, poor me, oh, excuses for this, and enough. Stop,
You know,
stop the chatter.
I get
Look inside.
gaslit with the same thing though, but people are saying that I'm playing the victim. Guys, I'm not
Ow.
playing the victim. I'm just acknowledging
not.
things and recognizing who I am. All
Yeah.
right. There's a
Victim.
difference, but there's no ETs that are going to come and save us.
Yeah,
Nobody's going to come and save us. We got to do it ourselves, which means that the
those are
bad
the victims
guys,
I'm talking about.
the bad
who
guys,
want to be
human
saved.
or otherwise. Look, I don't care if they're reptilians. I don't care if they're human. I don't care if they look like they're human, but they're really reptiles. Look, it doesn't matter what kind of beings they are in human form. They're the bad guys, and we need to stop them from doing the nefarious shit that they're doing. That's the bottom line.
Absolutely.
We need to stop focusing on the war with the Ukraine, because the Ukraine is fighting itself. And any of the Russian people that are going in there fighting anything, they're taking out the freaking biolabs. They're destroying what some of the idiot ancestors of the Khazarians and all of these newer idiots that bugger kids.
Yeah,
And
see, they
think
don't-
it's okay. It's not okay.
No, they
None of-
don't know what's really going on. They have no idea what's really going on. You know, they think that these people are actually running this planet. These people are not at all.
It's a dog
mean,
and pony show. It's all smoke and mirrors.
It's all
It's a
smoke and mirrors, the
manipulation
whole
game
thing.
to get people to act a certain way.
And take this and wear that. I've never, not once, not one time have I put a mask on, and I will not, absolutely refuse Oh,
Oh my God.
people look
Everything.
like they just
It's
walked out of a
ridiculous.
kennel.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then they're letting strangers shove things up their nasal cavity. You don't know these people. And they're just, and then sticking things in you. And it's a show to get you to do stupid things. Stop it. Just stop it. Right?
Psychic tell me like 20 some years ago that they were going to come out with this with the jab, and like told me not to get any. And I was like, okay, you know, I mean, I had no reason not to believe this person. This person wouldn't lie to me for any reason. And so, I mean,
And here we are.
I out for it for 20 some years.
Well,
Yep.
what was it, 2014 or 2016? I think it was, they did a declassification of silent weapons for quiet wars. There was the CIA declass that was basically a training manual that was written by Rothschild. Okay. And it basically outlined a specific plan to manipulate the human population for all these other nefarious purposes, so that these ultra rich people can remain rich and in power.
The medical community is completely a lie too.
On the blood of the innocents. It's literally written in there that way.
Yeah, they don't hide it at all, but nobody
Guys,
wants to
this
research it.
stuff
They
is
literally,
on-
it's
I know
written.
people
It's
call
in
us a
documents.
conspiracy theorists and stuff like that. Guys, this is on the Freedom of Information Act
Yes, it is.
website. You can look
Yes.
it up for yourself and review the information. It's
Even
there
the-
for you to see for yourselves.
The medical documents everywhere.
These
It's-
people
you
outline
just-
a plan where they're going to use viruses which don't exist.
and they don't.
They've
Thank you.
Never been proven to exist.
That was a Rothschild
Never.
thing. Also, they say, "Oh, you could catch viruses." No, you don't.
It's outlined.
doesn't
in
even
the
make sense.
guys. They planned this 1,000 fucking years ahead of time.
Yeah.
That
Well,
they
there's
were
like-
going
there was-
to make viruses. They were going to make people believe that their own immune systems are a virus that is going to attack them.
Wasn't there like some sort of weird like
They're
big huge
making
wall that said something about depopulating the earth, and it was
yes,
done
and there's
years
also-
ago,
yes,
and it
there's
just
a
showed up
stone-
out of nowhere, and people were like,
It
"Oh,
didn't
yeah,
show up out of
this is
nowhere.
weird."
It's been there. It's the Georgia Guidestones have been there for
There
quite
it
some
is. That's
time,
what it
decades.
is.
Okay, and it's a stone monument that outlines their plan in every language on the face of the planet.
Yeah.
Every single language. It's
And
all
how's
in
that?
stone.
Saying that to someone, they're like, "Oh, what
And
is
how's
this?
that?
Someone probably just put that there." I'm
To
like,
reduce the population to 500 million.
To
What's
control.
the world population now, guys?
Mhm. How many people haven't?
How many people did they want to die? Think about this, okay?
And the people that have taken that jab, I'm watching them all,
It's
all
bad
around,
juju.
dropping
Look.
like flies. It's so sad. I mean, being hospitalized and then home. The hospital.
Well, I've warned a lot of people, okay? The information was also outlined in these plans as well.
Yes.
They wrote this in the plan.
Yes.
Not only were they going to
take for people
convince
to understand and believe.
check,
What is it?
yeah,
gonna
check
take?
this out. Not only were they going to convince this is their words, okay? That I'm quoting from this stupid thing. Maybe it's not a direct quote, okay? But this is what they said. They outlined a plan where they were going to get the human population to believe that their own cells, their own immune system was a virus that was going to attack them through manipulation tactics. And not only that, but they were going to develop a chemical toxin that they were going to
Cocktail.
make the people believe was the cure for this virus.
And this was that long ago.
And it was and they were going to pay for their
Yes.
own population with their own money.
Pay
Through
the whole thing.
manipulation
Pay the
tactics.
whole thing from the solution to, I mean, everything. What haven't the people paid
They
for?
used, it's not just the American people, it's the
No,
whole
it's the whole
fucking
world.
world.
It's the whole
They
world.
used everybody's tax dollars to fund an operation that was going to convince themselves unknowingly that their own immune system was going to attack them and that they needed to get this poison put inside of them so that it would cure them from themselves.
Right. See, it just doesn't make sense. And it just doesn't make sense.
It's sick. It's sick. And the
It's
entire
very sick.
world has been manipulated, and they've manipulated the medical community. They've manipulated every single person.
Everybody.
And some of these medical professionals have seen through the red tape. They have seen through the manipulation, and they're all stepping forward and they're going, guys,
They are.
open your eyes. There's nefarious shit at play.
And they believed the other
These
stuff at first too, but they saw how things, and the people were, and they were like, wait a minute, this isn't making sense with that. That doesn't make sense with this. They start doing the research. They start
I know.
doing
There's
what
like
we
a
did.
website of doctors and scientists. I have, I'm aware of
these-
that.
These corporations are known for
Yes.
disgusting criminal neglect on a regular basis. It's habitual. Every single one of these manufacturers have enormous multi-billion-dollar criminal liability lawsuits
Mhm.
under their belt.
I'm aware of that. Like the CEO of Pfizer was turned away from his own flight because he wasn't vaccinated. Why wouldn't you take your own vaccine? I tried to tell people that. They're
Jeez,
like,
wow,
he
that
might have had
speaks
some sort of
volumes.
medical issue. I'm like, oh, okay.
Kind of
You know,
like creating cell phones, but not letting your kids near them.
yeah.
Hello.
And I've been trying to talk to people. I've had people straight up tell me, don't tell me what to do. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm trying to inform you of what they're trying to make you do. There's a difference. I'm not
They get
telling
upset.
you what to do. I'm telling you what they're trying to make you do. And I've gotten to the point where I'm just like, I just throw up my hands and I'm just like, you know what? You'll find out. And I
Yeah.
walk past people that are wearing a mask and I'm just like, aren't you going to feel super silly at the very end of this when you find out that little piece of fabric is not going to keep anything out?
At the end of
And the
this,
fact that you
They
guys
like-
are actually
yeah, right.
cheering about eradicating
guys,
the flu
Right.
when it's still there. The flu is still there. It had absolutely nothing to do with
how much
eradicating
more
anything.
information do these people require?
I don't
They're
know.
addicted to it.
That's what I was saying. They love
People
the
tell
victimhood.
me,
It's attention and it's
when
power.
you
And these are
go
things
and
they
you
never
get
had.
your diploma and you're a scientist or you're a medical doctor, then maybe I'll listen to you. And I'm just like, well, you know what? Hold your breath and let me know how that goes. Because
see, they
that's
like
not gonna
that.
happen.
They
But-
feel like they most of these people that are wearing masks have never had real power in their life. They've never been strong. They've never made strong decisions for themselves. So now they're like, I'm doing something righteous. I'm better than you. You better do it too if you're the bad guy. So they're on this soapbox. It's disgusting, of pure victimhood. It is absolutely nauseating and they're abusive to us.
Because
Oh,
it
yeah.
plays on the ego.
It does.
Because they
it
think
is-
they're better because they're doing this righteous act that is so perfect and important for the rest of everybody else, because
Well, everywhere you
It's
go,
the greater good.
It's everywhere. There's
know.
like bulletin boards in downtown Fargo where they're like, vax up. North Dakota.
Oh yeah, on the
where it's just like,
highways,
are you
on the
serious?
highways everywhere. Highway
but
stores everywhere.
how many times throughout history have the people who've said that, oh, we're doing this for the greater good, we're actually the good guys that really helped everybody?
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah.
let me tell you something.
Not
not once.
I'm
Not
Native American, and never once has the government ever done or said anything that they've ever kept their word on.
Never.
They gave us blankets that had smallpox. They killed off a majority of my people with a disease. Do you really think that I'm going to believe anything that comes out of
That's
their
it
mouth?
right there.
They've
You
done it
just
to
nailed it.
every nationality. It doesn't matter. Everywhere, all over the
Yes.
globe, they have done it
Perfect
to every single
example.
country, every place.
And the fact that half of the people, like my ex-father-in-law, who is the chairman of a reservation in Minnesota, he forced every single one of his people that lived on the reservation to get the vaccine. Now, he was probably paid a shitload of money to do it. But the thing is that his wife dropped dead like last July. She died of a stroke, mind you. Preventable, totally preventable.
Yeah.
But yet he forced every single person on the reservation, if you aren't going to get this vaccine, get the hell off.
Then leave. Then see, that's
Yeah,
the thing.
I'm
It's
like-
to each person. Every person better start standing up.
I want
No,
to come
I've
off
been
of
told
There are
so
people
many
that think
things,
there
and
are
I've
people that
never.
have it. And I'm just like, you mean to tell me you're going to believe a government?
yeah.
You're going to believe a
After
government.
everything,
After
I wanna
everything
come off
that
of
they've
that,
done to you, after the
Eve.
1855 treaties, after everything, you're going to believe them? I'm just in, and I talk to my own people, and I have my daughter even, and they're just like telling me, just wear the mask. No, I am not going to wear the mask.
nope, never.
I was like,
Absolutely.
that's why I
Can
went and I
stop the
got
virus
my,
like underwear can stop a fart.
I got my.
They want to
infusion
silence
because
us.
I was like, I'm not going to the doctor anymore. You know, I'm not.
We never go, but ever.
Well,
Well, see, I knew I was a healer, and everywhere I went, I tried to go to my own people and tried to go through my day and stuff, and because my mother forced me to get baptized in the Catholic Church, I was told by my own medicine man that I can never, ever be a medicine person, so a medicine woman. So I've gone to every single person I could possibly think of and tell them I have this healing ability. I need to use it. I need you to somehow be able to teach me how to use it, control it, whatever it is that I need to do, because I don't know. It's like I have something, but I don't know how to use it.
You'll figure it out.
Oh,
You
well,
don't need.
I figured it out, and then
Yeah.
I actually met somebody that was very sweet and kind enough to show me and to tell me, like, validate a lot of gifts that I had, that I knew that I had, but you can't just go around going, I have this, I have that, I have this, I have that.
Now remember, they're not.
It
They're
was
not
nice for
gifts.
someone to tell me
You,
you're
they're
clairaudient,
yours.
you're cognizant, you're telepathic, you can control this, you can do that, and for me to go, okay, I knew that, but it's nice for someone to tell me, because I was such an agoraphobic, and then with all this crap and staying inside, I was like, everybody's acting crazy, you can't go anywhere without wearing a mask. I stayed home.
I just wanted to
stayed
come
with
off
my
of what you
kids.
said, Eve, about people trusting their governments or
Crazy.
trusting the government or whatever. And this goes to all peoples of all
All people.
across the entire world.
The
Okay,
whole world has been destroyed by the
everybody
government.
in my youth and the adults and everybody else is always harping, damn the man, down with the government because
Yep. Yep.
they only serve a purpose, and they only serve their lobbyists and all this other shit. And it's like okay, I want to remind everybody throughout, like, every single one of all of our cultural history, throughout history, ever, always, guys, why are we taking a 180? Okay, and I'm not talking about us in this group, okay, because we've steadied the course the whole way, and we haven't changed our path. We've been real persistent on what we've been, and everybody's calling us an asshole. Guys, we're not assholes. We're persistent because we understand what's going on, and you're trying to gaslight us. Guys, you told us back 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago,
Yep.
that we didn't want to trust the government because
We heard it.
they
That's-
didn't
that's all
serve
we
our
heard.
interests and all this other shit. How the fuck did it change all of the fucking sudden? And now all
I
of a
think 'cause
sudden
they're
everybody
comfortable.
needs to listen to the government and
Weak
trust
and comfortable.
trust for the greater good and wear a mask because the government said so, and the CDC this and the CDC, they don't serve your interests. They never did. You guys said this before yourselves.
And you
For
can
fuck's
see what,
sake, take your own
can-
goddamn advice.
and you can see
Because
what
they want
idiots these
somebody
people are.
to be able, that's what they put these, that we put these people into office. You didn't put these people into office.
No.
They put
They put
themselves into
themselves
office.
into office. They did
And they're
everything
idiots.
they're
about
the ones
your
that are,
vote.
that are leading
Our
this.
vote never
And we're
counted
the
to
ones,
begin
that,
with.
well, not we,
Never
but I'm just saying,
did.
the
Never.
human
We're not in their
majority of the
club.
population
They
are like
select whoever the
following.
fuck they want to.
Always
It's
have.
always been that way.
Always
okay?
have.
When you get to that realization, you're gonna go, oh, my vote doesn't count.
Never
Oh,
has.
Yeah,
Never
no,
has.
No, your fucking vote doesn't
No.
count, stupid.
More smoke and mirrors.
Election
More.
and
Smoke and
election.
mirrors. It's always been smoke and mirrors.
Always.
And when you
I'm not
find out
trying
that
to
out of the
destroy anybody's
46
reality here, but-
presidents, 42 of them are related to each other. That
Yes.
should tell you something right there. That the
Right
fact
there.
that you have to
Go-
be born in a certain family for you to be able to run for president, to be able to even sit in that Oval Office or anywhere else in any country whatsoever. You have to be born into it before you can even, you
It's a-
can't just go to a certain college and you just can't go to Eton and decide to be prime minister. It doesn't work that way.
Their
It's a
freedom is an
corporate
illusion. It's just an
owned
illusion. You have to
bureaucracy.
take it.
It's a corporate owned bureaucracy.
Yep.
They make the rules and they make the decisions, and if you're not in
And they
their
can't-
little in
They
group
can't
and you're in
enforce
crowd,
it either.
to
Nobody has a
them,
right to
you
tell us
don't
to
matter.
do anything. They can't tell you to
Well-
wear a mask. They can't tell you can't go here and you can't go there.
You can
The
do
only,
whatever you want.
reason it's
Make your own
happening
damn
is because the
decisions.
people are doing it.
Mhm.
The
Make
people,
your own decisions. Everybody needs to
Isn't
make
this
their own
what,
decisions.
what
and-
they say
and
when
know
they're
what's right for
like,
them.
can you believe these suckers are actually doing it? Man, we
Yeah.
can tell them anything and they would do it.
Stop
Well,
letting the
I was
CDC
actually
make
shocked.
decisions for you. You know what's best for you.
That's right. Your body knows
Stop
what's
letting
best for you.
Joe Biden decide what's best for you. Stop letting some idiot douche canoe who doesn't know anything about health or safety because they're a talking head that people are
Sniffs
saying
children.
that they know and trust for health and safety because they're a virologist and they've been for so many years. Guys,
Guess what? Their information, the schools that they went to, they got
what-
taught these things and it's
they're
not
in an in
right.
crowd.
They don't know
Yeah.
anything.
They're
Well,
actors.
that's why I
They're
struggle
paid to tell you what
with
they're
math
telling you.
because I don't come from this planet. I'm not from here. I've been incarnated from 4 other different planets. I came here and they tried to teach me math. They're not even teaching you the right math.
That's what I said in the science.
They're
I'm
not
like, this,
teaching you the
Probably
right
why
math.
I can
That's
get math.
why you can't get it. Why it
And the
doesn't
writing.
make sense,
the
especially if you're
writing
start
is
speaking.
backwards. It's supposed to
Yes.
go this way and this way. This is
You know
everything.
why they do it? Because number one, they don't want anyone to realize what they're doing. I mean, if
It's
God
limits.
forbid you get ahead in this world, that you actually invent something, because it doesn't matter what you invent, they're gonna come and take it from you anyway. You're gonna
Yeah.
disappear, and all your plans and everything
yeah.
else is gonna
Oh,
disappear.
yeah.
It's
And how many times have
psychological
we seen that?
limits on your godlike capacity.
Yes.
But then
that
there are, oh my God, the people
everyone
that sit there and go that they're here for our
That
greater
everyone
good, they're
has.
here for Earth's humanity and everyone else to ascend. No, they're worried about their asses. They're not worried about our asses. It's
We're slaves. Every
if they were
person on
really
this
worried,
planet
people
is
if
a
they were
slave.
really worried, they would just kill off
Period.
everybody and they would be the only ones here. No, they need
But they need
slaves.
us. They need the
They
slaves.
need us.
And all these people walk around thinking they're not slaves. Every human being on this planet is a slave, and that is a fact. And if they think anything different, they're lying to themselves. Why do you pay taxes? Taxes that's illegal. So you get taxed on the money you earn, you get taxed on the money you spend, you get
You buy land
charged
and
for
it's not
using
even-
your,
you can't even build on it. You
No,
have to go and
it's
get permits to
insane.
build on
You gotta-
something you paid for.
pay for water, pay for a house on the planet that you were born on. That's insanity. But people do it. You know, these kids, they're so misguided. I've heard, what do we need farmers for? We've got grocery stores.
Oh, I've heard that too.
Where does it come from?
What did you say? Oh, I love this one. Oh, this strawberry milk is vegan because it's strawberry.
Oh yeah, or chocolate comes from.
Are you
brown
milking
powder. That's like
strawberries now?
some of the milk comes from
I
brown
mean,
powder.
they're not thinking.
And
they're
then people,
not-
these are the people that are going to lead our country. No, they're not going to lead our country.
We're
Those
not
people-
doing anything. They need to change their own diaper. They can't even wipe their own back end. It is scary because they haven't learned to think for themselves. They need to put these devices down and start
Oh, they
thinking.
don't
They
even-
are
half
capable of
them
so
don't even
much
know how to
more.
read cursive. Half of them don't even know how to tell
Or
analog time.
Time, a hand clock.
And they were done
Oh,
this
yeah.
dirty
It's-
in their own schools because
It's
this is what
intentional.
the schools are teaching them. Oh, well, everything's
It's
going to the
intentional.
digital age.
It's totally intentional. And
It
people
is,
think,
it's
oh,
all
I have
intentional.
higher learning. No, you don't. You just went to a different facility
Yeah.
and you paid for it. Like Frank was
Yeah.
saying, you not only paid for all the other stuff, you're paying for your, it's slavery. It is slavery in the purest form.
And they've used psychology to mask everything.
Yeah.
Everything is masked with psychology.
And get us to fight with each other and believe things that aren't
Yep.
even real.
Yeah.
You know, like this whole, men
And
versus
everyone's got
women and
Stockholm
race.
syndrome.
They
all
do.
got Stockholm
Yes,
syndrome.
they do.
They do. They're
They
like
do.
sucked
And I've
into the
noticed-
reality.
And I noticed that they treat the people that believe the dark stuff, they think that these people are gods. Like
Yeah.
they praise them. And I went, that is weird. That is bizarre.
Or the people that think that it's okay just because it's on Disney.
Now, there's
There's
something
no
wrong
subliminal
with this
anything
planet.
And I don't mean to laugh.
in
I
any
don't mean to laugh
program
because
anywhere that's
it
called
isn't funny,
a
but
program.
You kind of have to
Pull
sometimes.
your head out of your
Yeah,
ass,
yeah.
guys. Okay, everything on television is a psychological program.
everything. The music
Everything.
is
All
too.
manipulation.
Terrible.
Okay. All right. Vikings are cool. Yeah. Guess what it gets you to do? It gets you to do hood rat shit
It does.
and
It
be
does.
promiscuous.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And people are like, no, I don't give into those suggestions. I'm an adult and I can discern the difference. Then why are you still acting like a fucking clown, just like these people in this television show? You don't realize you're doing it, but you are.
Yep.
These people are watching these television shows, just like shameless.
Or Euphoria.
God, yeah.
I've never seen them.
A lot of these
Euphoria is terrible.
any single one of these television shows, they call it suggestive programming on purpose. It's for a reason. Okay.
Yep.
This is the same thing as a psychological manipulation tactic or using hypnosis.
Yeah.
They are
Yeah.
using hypnotherapy through the television to hypnotize you, to get you to do things that you normally wouldn't do against your better nature.
And we
A lot
are
of people-
mimickers. We
Yeah,
mimic
and
each other's behavior. It's
You
what
got
we
it.
do naturally.
Well, a lot of people, what they don't realize is that they're seeing this thing, all of these things in their through their eyes, and they're like, oh, well, I can discern the difference. Your subconscious mind
can't.
doesn't know
That's right.
the difference.
That's right. Doesn't know the
Your
difference at all.
subconscious mind cannot discern
Nope,
the difference.
not at
It
all.
doesn't-
And they know that.
It doesn't work that way.
That's right.
It never has. So when you're feeding all of these suggestions into your brain, Your focus determines your reality. I keep going back to this same saying, and I'm going to continue to do it again and again and again and again. Your focus determines your reality.
It does.
If you keep focusing on things, your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference.
It doesn't.
Feeding,
It absolutely
you're feeding it in
doesn't.
your mind, just
Oh, I've
absorbs
already
these
worked
things
that
like
one
a
out. I
sponge.
already figured that one out.
And you
I already figured-
emulate it
But
into
anyway, you
your
guys, I'll be right back. I
reality.
gotta go put my kid to bed, so I'll be back.
Okay.
You do. You emulate it into your reality.
Absolutely.
Everybody mimics what they see. It's our nature.
And they
Okay.
know it. They
Yeah.
know us through and through. They've got game plans. This is all, everything is by design. None of this is by accident.
Mhm.
This isn't like one group or another group. This is a certain group. They are all connected. This is all by design. It has been planned out so long ago, so
Mhm.
long ago. This is, it's just shocking how so many people fell for this. I'm just shocked at how many people. And I mean, let's not even get into the religious part. That's all by
Yeah.
design as well.
Yeah.
You know, and most of the people that are fighting against, you know, the things that, you know, the jab and the mask, but they're also knee deep in religion.
Yeah.
And I've watched people go from one thing to, well, I'm not part of that anymore, but I see them going to something else, but you're not making the connection that you're going from one thing to the other. You have to go
From one
inside.
cult to
Nothing
the
else.
next.
Close your eyes and your ears and go inside.
All of
That is the only safe place.
Yes.
That is where your truth
Everybody's
is.
like so focused, like, okay, look, I don't want to discount your belief system.
Right. Not at all.
All of
Not
these
at
belief
all.
systems were put into place on
To
purpose
control.
to
control.
separate everybody.
To control. That's
to
right.
keep
Mhm.
us from
Control,
actually
control.
coming together in harmony, because
Yeah.
we can. We
And
can.
our nature is to
Yeah.
be in
love
harmony.
and accept and
Yes.
to be.
I mean, how many times have you gone somewhere and a total stranger has been so kind to you? Because it's our nature.
Mhm.
Humans are not evil. They're
No.
not bad. They are taught to be.
No, it's
They are trained to
programmed
be.
into us.
Yes, but they are not naturally. And every human has all of these abilities. They're not gifts from anybody else. It is yours. That is what you are.
They're gifts that everybody has. Yes.
Everybody has them. Everybody has things that they can't even, all those things that you think are cool.
It's
you have.
unfathomable.
You have, and so much more. But you're not going to find them anywhere else but in here.
Yeah.
And that's the truth of it. We're not trying to take anything from you. We're trying to show you, you know, the mirror that you are. Everything you're looking for, you already are.
There's so much more.
Believe it. Believe
There's
it.
so much
so
more.
much more. Oh, so much more.
Like we're seeing this,
Like a
and there's all of
microscopic bit.
and it's like, and look, we're not claiming that we know everything.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, no.
We
Not at
want to
all.
know more. We want to learn. But
Yes.
we can't learn unless we all actually learn together.
Yes. And we want everybody there. We want everybody
Yeah.
together. We want everybody
We
growing
learn from each other.
and thriving. And yes, and we need each other. None of us are better than anybody else. Nobody's better than anybody else. And anybody that thinks they're better than other people, they're on a wrong path too.
Mhm.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. A lot of people are seeing people like us in these disclosure communities and they're like, well, these people are like egotistical because they're super soldiers, they got these god complexes, and they think they're better than everybody else because they've got all these special abilities and they want to use them and all this other stuff. Guys, we're trying to empower you so
Yes.
you can do it too.
Because
Because
you
you
can. And again, so much more.
We want to give that to you.
Yeah.
For pretty much for free. We only want to be reimbursed for our time. Okay, because we still have to eat.
Right.
We still have to pay the bills. We
until
still
the
have to
day-
be able to, we still have to live. Okay.
Mhm. And until the day comes when because we shouldn't be having to pay bills.
No,
Nobody
we
should
shouldn't
have to pay bills ever.
No,
People should not have to
eventually we'll
run
be
off
able
to
to
work.
just
Any of this, all of
exchange
this.
service for service and love for love.
And people think, oh, I have a home and let it. No, you don't. You have a prison cell, and make no mistake about it. It is a prison cell. Some are bigger than others. Some are more colorful than others. Some are, here and there. But make no mistake about it. It is a cell.
Yeah,
That
I
is
want
it.
to
You are
empower
paying for
people
it.
with that too, with the ability to build their own homes that are self-sustainable.
That's right. And no
I
bills.
do.
No stress.
No bills.
People are stressed 24/7. They wake up with their heart racing in the middle of the night. How am I going to pay a bill? How am I going to feed my I mean, it is
Why?
just
It's
destroying the
unnecessary.
mind. It's
It's
destroying the
unnecessary.
humans.
We can empower ourselves.
And we could do this
I
overnight.
have the knowledge myself that
I
I would
know you
like
do.
to share with others. Like I
He
said,
does. He
I
does.
only want reimbursement for my time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not asking to get rich off of BS. I want to empower
None of
people
us are into any of that.
to be able to live on their own, off grid, without having to depend on anybody else. Okay.
And once everyone does, we're all empowered. The more
We-
empowered you are, the more empowered I am. And that is the way it works. If I try to hold somebody down, I'm holding myself down. If there is
Yep.
one person being held down, we're all being held down.
Well, we
You know,
all
and
have an entire community of people that have different points of knowledge
Mhm.
that if we actually all came together and collaborated, we would be unstoppable, and we would be so self-sufficient that we wouldn't need anyone or anything.
In a skinny minute. Yep.
And beyond
Mhm.
that, we wouldn't have outside influences to infiltrate our growth.
That's right. Just imagine what it could be.
What could we do? What kind of technological advancements
What
could
couldn't we
make
do?
from what we already know? Because we already have a lot of knowledge about certain technologies.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
I'm not talking about just, a lever or a crank. I do have a degree in robotics. So, I mean, we can take this the extra mile if we really want to, and go beyond the stars. There are no limits, and that's the
right.
issue that a lot of people are seeing, is that they're seeing limitations.
There are none. Absolutely zero.
Stop putting limits on it.
That's what it is. Nobody's putting limits on anybody. They're doing it to themselves.
it's not
It's
the
your
truth.
belief system. Again, back to what you think and how you believe is what you're going to live in, is what you're going to create.
Right. Yeah. If you think you need to be afraid of a god
Well,
in order to exist, that's not empowerment.
anything
You're
with
not
fear.
empowering yourself
Yeah,
as
Chris-
though you are in God's image, so to speak. Okay, look, we can sit and quote scripture all day and prove a lot of it real. Okay, why? Because they used facts
Have to.
inside of a manipulation tactic so that you can not empower yourself. Knowledge and power has been stolen from humanity, and it's written into our belief systems and our education programs, in our history, and every single facet of our existence.
It has.
There are lies that are strewn about inside of every single thing, and they're nested
Weaved.
inside of other lies, and it's all interwoven into
It is.
everything there is on purpose, so that it can limit our power and our ability. And that's the difference between the whole fear and love thing. That's why everybody's like, the difference between fear and love. Well, yeah, there is a pretty big fundamental difference between fear and love, because Inside of fear, you don't have any control.
That's right. Fear is and if you really go inside and you start, because this is a journey. It's a personal journey. Like I said, it's interwoven. You can't just go in and bust the door. You have to unweave it bit by bit by bit. And
You got to trust it too.
Yes.
You got to trust the process. Let
And
the
anything with
universe
fear-
do what it does.
Anything with fear, anything, if you are stressed or fear about anything, then you know that's the vibration that's their stuff. That's not your stuff, because who you are fears nothing.
Right. And the fear is programmed.
It is.
It
That's
isn't
exactly
real.
right.
It's
Yeah,
an
you weren't born
illusion.
like that. You weren't born like that. You know, kids,
Nope.
they just walk, they do whatever, but then they got pounded and
It was-
beaten and programmed.
It was put into us.
Yep.
The fear was put into us. It isn't real. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't. It's
a
not real.
Total illusion, and we can overcome it.
Yes.
We're fearless. We don't need to feel any of that crap.
Nope.
It's garbage. Our vibration's higher than that. We don't need to be in it.
That's
Because
right.
love is trust. It's
It is.
trust.
It
You
is.
can call it God, you can call it creation, you can call it source, you can call it the universe, whatever you want to call it.
What
You can
works
put
for
whatever
you.
label on it you
Yep.
want all day. It's the same thing, guys.
Yep.
It's the same thing.
It really is. And the funny thing is they're so busy getting on their knees, praising other things outside themselves, when the most powerful, amazing being is inside. It's who they already are. So that's the deception right there. They've been so beaten and so lied to and so programmed that they actually believe that something else is better than them.
Yeah, and all these monuments are just big, giant harvests of soul energy. They
Mhm.
understand how to use the
Right.
circuitry.
Yep.
Okay, we're going back into the whole ancient monument scenarios. Okay, it's not just an ancient monuments, guys. Why do you think those buildings are so tall? Where is all that energy going?
Yep.
Why do you think there's thousands of people that function inside of these places, and they're all at extraordinary levels of anxiety?
That's
and
right.
their
Stress.
lives are so
Cubicles.
fucking difficult because it's feeding a fucking circuit with
Mhm.
soul energy, and they know how to use the circuitry to harvest the energy.
Because again,
Years.
right. And again, because you're so
Fear.
powerful, because you are so magnus and powerful
Yeah.
on your own.
Why do
They
you
want
think
that.
people get old? Why
That's why they leech off us. That's why they try to promote vampirism. They
Yeah.
Well,
love
you
the
said
leech system.
Monsters Inc., right?
Yeah.
You mentioned that, Vero. You said something about it. That's
Mhm.
disclosure. They're telling you they're harvesting your energy.
They tell you everything. You just have to see it. Believe it. Believe in yourself first. And
Just
then
because
when you see
just
it,
because
go,
you can't
oh,
see it
yeah.
doesn't mean it isn't there.
Oh, it's there.
Okay.
It's there.
There, baby.
The electromagnetic spectrum. Okay, everyone needs to keep reverting back to that in their head. Okay, it's important. Okay, it's very, very, very important. Our perception can only see a micro fraction of the entire perceptive reality.
Yep.
The human mind and senses can only perceive a micro fraction of the entire reality.
Yep.
Okay. And if we look at the electromagnetic spectrum, we can see things through certain types of lenses, certain types of technology
Yep.
that shows us there's a lot more there
Yep.
than what we're seeing.
So
And
much
there's
more.
certain other types of chemical lens technologies that have been
Mhm.
hidden from people and they don't know about it.
Yep.
You know, those glasses and the whole they live thing, they're
Yeah.
using a special chemical
The chemical on the lens.
film in the lens,
Mhm.
and it allows you to see etheric things. Guys,
They even told them
it's
that. They even
inside
said
the
it in there that they were.
electromagnetic spectrum, and it's
Mhm.
there in front of us. We can, it's perceivable, but we can't see it through our lens.
So when I
So
take-
we need help.
Yeah, I always tell you guys, I usually take 3 consecutive pictures because I know and I feel and I see on my peripheral of the TR3Bs, they're outside right now. So I'll take pictures of them and then I'm like, holy shit, you can see all these entities and beings in there, you know, and the clouds are not the clouds. They are
No.
cloaking technology.
Not always. No,
Nope, no.
Sometimes it's
And-
a real deal.
If people could actually see what was in the sky, it would be devastating. It would be overwhelming.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much going on at all times that you know, we just can't, you know, see it, like you said, with the human eye. It's just not, you know, now when you do know, it does change perception, and you do gain ability to see and sense things that you did not know were there. Again, you don't know what you
It's
don't
perception.
know. It's absolutely
It's
perception.
perception. People
Mhm.
aren't seeing these things because they're not looking for the key signatures.
Yep.
The things to key in on that actually indicate that's what you're looking. You're not seeing it through our filter. That's the difference.
Yes.
Everybody has their own lens that they see the world through.
And it gets scratched
with
up over
different-
time.
Yep. And with different experiences,
Yep.
your lens either gets distorted
Mhm.
or cleansed or muddied up. There's different types of things
Cracked.
that happen throughout our lives and throughout our reality that are meant to distort the lens on purpose.
Absolutely meant to.
And some of
There's
us
so many levels to this.
keep wiping the lens off. Okay. Don't fault us for wiping the lens off. Because
That's right.
we're seeing through the bullshit, guys. Okay.
We don't like to be helpless.
Maybe that makes
or
us
victims.
intuitive, you know, maybe that makes us psychic, maybe that we're not special.
Nope,
Okay.
not at all. Not at all.
But we see through the bullshit.
It's
Let
just
us, let us do what we do best. We see through the
Yeah.
bullshit. So
Mhm.
don't shoot the messenger, just hear us out.
right,
You know?
right. Just take it into consideration and think, okay, maybe. I mean, you're believing their bullshit, right? Why can't you just try to hear some truth and just let it, you know, marinate a little bit and try it out like a new coat and see how it feels for a little bit. Maybe if you start thinking this just one little way differently, you'll start seeing everything differently. And then, whoa, okay. And then it goes from there. Just give it a chance.
Yeah, we're not
Just
trying
try.
to turn people into weird people. You know what I mean? We
Or
don't
lead you off a cliff.
we
Just
don't want you
not
guys
at
to be
all.
weird, you know. We're not
trying to
weird on
empower.
purpose because we chose to be weird. We're just weird because we're seeing stuff that
Because we're not from
you,
here.
you guys can't see it. And that's okay.
It is okay.
We're trying to show you.
It is okay. And we love you all so much.
We
so
care.
much.
Yeah.
We will never give up. We will never stop helping. We will never stop. We're incapable of quitting. We can't. And no matter what they do to us, no matter how much they torture us, no matter,
Right.
we can't stop.
Well,
And we want you to be what you are. Extraordinary.
Yep.
I mean, there's not even a word. There's not even a word for what humans really are. You've all been lied to.
Yeah.
Beyond measure. And programmed and abused. Do you think you haven't been abused? You've been abused. You're being abused every day. Every day you think about how am I going to eat? How am I going to pay my bill? You know, you're in traffic. You have to stop. Oh, you're going to miss the light, or oh, am I going to race to make the, you know, even something as simple as that. It's stressful. It's stressful. Your jobs, your relationships, because none of it's right.
The clock, you know, I refuse to wear a watch anymore because I don't want to be stuck in that father time, what they call the circle of slavery. I don't have a 9-to-5 job because I'm not a slave. I have my abilities and I'm going to use them, and you know,
And we help each other.
you know,
And this is what we do. And we and it's working. watch what we're doing. It's working. We love each other. I mean, we all live in different places and we make it work. One needs something, we make sure it gets handled. We take care of each other. We listen to each other. We support each other.
What's that, Celeste?
Oh, maybe she was.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was switching my AirPod thing.
But
the left one was
that's
done.
it. We just, and if we can do it under these conditions, oh, come on, you'll thrive. We can see what this world can be.
You nailed it, Vicki. You said it right there. If
Mm-hmm.
we can still come together and support each other, guys, some of us are going through like the deepest dark night of the soul in the history of our entire existence. And it's like, look, we're not playing the victim, but yeah, it's a dark time and we're dealing with some shit, okay? But we're still
Like a
coming
lot of
together and
shit.
supporting each other in the midst of all of this darkness and all of this terrible shit that we're experiencing and remembering. We're still coming together and supporting each other and loving one another. And still trying to lift each other up.
Say that and lift each
Right.
other up, not look down upon each other, not say, oh, I'm greater than you, I'm better than you because I know this isn't that. No, that's a difference between this community and the other community.
And my children
even
would
raise
probably
you.
believe that, there's some nefarious purpose, or I'm trying to feed some egotistical means here or something. No, guys, there's a bigger purpose at hand here, okay? The whole entire future of humanity is literally hanging in the balance.
Yes.
And we have decisions that we need to make. And the decisions are, do we continue to let these psychological operations control our entire existence and who we are and what we choose to be, and let these things choose for us? Or do we take a step back and go back to nature and figure out who we are and what our real purpose is, and then really learn and grow? I've got all of these people who they're saying that I'm gaslighting them. No, guys, I'm defending myself because you guys are trying to say that I'm doing dark stuff and I've got a nefarious purpose.
Bullshit.
Guys, no.
I'm here to tell you, he couldn't be
love
nefarious
everyone,
and dark purpose if he wanted
Look, I
to.
want to fix everything.
I'm telling you,
okay?
none of us
I
could.
do. I want to fix everything,
you
including
do.
me.
Yeah.
Including me. All right. I've recognized that there's also problems in here too. Okay. I've been working on it. I've been working on it for decades. I've been telling my own friends and family throughout those decades, look, guys, I know that I'm sometimes doing things that are harsh and I'm hurting people. I'm hurting you guys. I'm hurting. I hurt Susan sometimes. I hurt my kids sometimes. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm working on myself and I'm trying to make it better. Okay. I don't always make the best decisions because I was raised by a bunch of fucking narcissists that are assholes that destroy themselves on purpose. Okay. This is all I've ever known. So I'm trying to deprogram myself from that so that I can become a better version of myself. I'm not doing it on purpose.
Yep.
This is what I'm reverting to under pressure. Okay. When you back me into a corner, I'm going to revert to what I know. And what I know is narcissistic bullshit. It's not good. Okay. It isn't. It's not good.
And that's what they're doing. And that's what they're doing. And again, that's what they're doing too. That's why we say none of us are
to do this response thing so that they can get their answers right now. Guys, I don't work that way. I need to take a step back. I'm not running away. I need to recharge. I need to gather my thoughts. I need to focus on what's going on so that I don't say and do something that I don't mean to do or say and that I can't take back.
See, again,
I need-
we are fallible big time.
Yeah,
We are nowhere. People think that this stuff's still no, we are completely fallible.
Yes. And I'm admitting that.
Me
I'm
too.
admitting that
Oh,
I am fallible.
time.
I make mistakes. I apologize for those mistakes to all of the people throughout my life. Look, if I gaslit you, if you thought I was being a bully, if I thought I was being mean to you, I'm sorry, guys. All right. I was
We're doing the
speaking
best
my
we
truth
can.
the best way I knew how.
Mhm.
And
But we
yeah,
keep growing.
it comes off harsh a lot of the times. Okay. It does. Why? Because I was raised by a bunch of narcissists that need to force their way. I'm sorry. I don't mean to force my way. I don't mean to force my way. I really don't. Because I love everybody. Look, I'm an animal lover, okay? I'm not a narcissist by heart,
No, you're not.
by nature, okay?
Yeah.
I pet the fluffy kitties and puppies, and look, I like the rats, I like the lizards, I like the squirrels, I like the groundhogs. Look, they ate my freaking garden last year. I still love the stupid sons of bitches. All right, look, seriously,
It's
fuck
true.
'em. Look,
It's
fuck them. All right, you know, I wish they wouldn't eat my fucking garden, but I kind of want to pet them. All right. It's that bad. It's that much of a struggle. Okay. I love these creatures. I do. I love all of nature's creatures, including people. Okay. So yeah, we're all good people by heart. I think, honestly. It's
Mhm.
just,
Oh yeah.
we were raised by narcissists. We were raised by habitual cycles of insanity throughout generations after generation after generation, and some of us have become addicted to it. We become addicted
Yep, you just said it.
to the chaos, guys. It's not just me, it's everybody. It's all encompassing. Okay,
We've all,
you know,
yep. We've all had our bouts of this journey. Is we're not saying that we were never programmed. We've never said that. We were just as programmed too. We just stepped aside and started researching and woke ourselves up. That's all. So now that we're here, just as if you had done it, we would hope that you would be doing what we're doing and try to wake us up and go, okay, look over here, and okay, that's all. Nobody's better than each other or ahead of each other. We've all gone through the same stuff.
The one thing that I have to say is that a lot of friends and family throughout time have always known that I notice patterns. Okay, we do. People like us, we notice patterns, guys. It's just what we do.
That's right.
It's built in. We can't help it.
Can't help it. Yep.
No, there's nothing we can do about it. Okay.
No.
And sometimes it takes us decades upon decades of discerning information and disseminating it before we go, aha.
No, but Frank, at the same token though, I'll be reading a book or watching a movie and I can't read the whole thing or watch the whole thing because I'm getting downloads, and I don't like to call them downloads, but I'm deciphering shit, breaking the kryptonite, the program, like in this book, Alice in Wonderland. What the fuck are these little kids reading this stuff, and what, all the stuff that we've been talking about. So
I missed all that part, but that book, I could never go around Disney as a child. It used to terrify me.
Yeah.
Same here.
I would get scared.
It would remind me of all the old Grimm tales and how the Grimm tales, because the Grimm tales were dark. Like all those little tales were dark.
All of them.
Tales
on
of the
purpose.
Crypt as well.
Very dark.
Goosebumps, all those little kid movies, all those.
Yes,
Yep.
I never understood
Uh-huh.
how Goosebumps is for kids.
Yeah.
I never
Well-
heard of it until, a matter of years ago when that movie came out. And I was like, these are books for kids?
Tales of the Crypt, Zombie. I remember in the 80s, there was a series.
Tales to Tell in the Dark.
Huh?
Those books or that show Tales to Tell in the Dark or whatever that was on
Yeah, that one
Nickelodeon.
too.
Yep.
And then in the cemetery, they're like these zombies coming out, and then they're having sex with each other. It was
Oh my gosh.
What?
Yeah, there's all kinds of crap that they put out like that.
Yeah.
No.
So
Well, I do too want to make mention too, because you guys are talking about books and everything, and it kind of just struck a chord. A lot of us, like, if throughout our youth, if somebody was to go back in time and they wanted to find us, where would we be at, guys? In the fucking library,
Library.
guys.
Mhm.
We were in the library.
one
We spent
summer,
most
I
of
read
our
a
Always.
book, and I was
in a
Always.
book. Okay.
I love
Everybody's like, oh, well, you guys don't know anything because you're not virologists. You don't know anything because you're not this. You don't know anything because you're not that. Guys, we've read more books than like most doctors
Yes.
have
Yes.
read.
I'm glad you
We
brought that
spent
up.
more time inside us encyclopedias and medical dictionaries
I used to own
than more
encyclopedia.
doctors
Yep,
have fucking degrees. Okay.
that's right.
I still
Get
use
that
the
straight,
dictionary.
right.
I love it.
And it's not just medical stuff that we were researching when we went to the libraries.
All
It's
of it.
technology.
Everything.
It's
Science.
life sciences, it's
Plant
earth sciences, it's medical sciences, it's natural sciences.
Space.
It's
That was our entertainment.
that's
we-
exactly how we entertained
Yes,
ourselves.
I'm glad you said that, because in high school, I was in academic decathlon my junior and senior year. What was that? That we had to learn all the subjects, and then they tested us in all the schools throughout Arizona. For 2 years,
Yeah.
I did that, and
The
then
kids made fun of me.
they
They
because we were
made fun of
nerds.
me because I carried a dictionary around with me. They're like,
Yes.
why do you carry a dictionary around with you? I said, because I study it.
Yep.
Why do you always have books
And they
with
said,
you?
what do you mean you study it? I said,
Yes.
I want to understand the language because words are spells.
Yes,
And
they
if you
are.
understand
Yep.
every word has specific contextual meaning. And
Does.
if you understand every word in the English language or any other language therein, you
That's
can
right.
understand every single language, context, meaning, spell,
Yep.
We had
that
Sally.
Bees.
cast, or broadcast.
Mhm.
See, that's it. That's the thing is we can't help but dig in. What's that? What is that? Get in there. And we test everything and we push the boundaries, and it's what we
It
do.
annoys the hell out of people.
Oh, they can't stand it.
You have to know
Why
every-
can't
Why
you
you
just
like
why
that?
can't you just why can't you just
Why not you?
Yeah.
Why aren't you like this?
Yeah, when
Right.
I was bored, I would just pick out and I still do. I'm bored as fuck. And so I get out the dictionary and I'm like, okay, do I know this word? Okay, what does that mean? Then I write
Yep.
it. What is that word? And then I write it. I mean, even in the encyclopedia, it was the same thing. So
Mhm.
if that's what a nerd is, then so be it. Nerd, dork, whatever.
Right. We're
That-
dorks.
and- and
that-
We're dorks.
Yeah, that's a great point because we're the analysts, okay? And some of us have been analyzing for decades.
Yes. Decades.
Okay, we've
Our
had,
life.
but I mean, we're not talking about like, oh well, we're just been analyzing, bits and pieces. No, guys, we've spent decades in libraries with
That's
our
right.
noses in books, reading information, understanding information, and then now we've got all this other declassified information that we've been able to collaborate with all of that other information,
Yep.
and it's eye-opening.
Big time.
Knowledge is power.
Yes. It is, but
Well,
it is.
it's a key for sure, because when you have it, you're able to open doors and start seeing things that without it, you just don't.
Right.
And we're trying to
can't just
give you a
take-
shortcut. Because if
Right.
the fact
And you
that we're
can't just
here
take it
telling you it's
from-
there.
You can't just take it from world history. You can't just take it from ancient history. You can't just take it from, no, you have to look at all of it. All of it. It's all encompassing. And once you realize that it's all connected, that's when all the pieces of the puzzle fit together and you're like, oh, this is the big picture that I've been missing the whole time. And then everything in the Bible makes sense. Everything in every other religion makes sense. Everything in it, it's all encompassing. And you're like, it's all a psyop.
Yes.
It's all bullshit.
All of it.
There's truths in everything because they used truths to feed a lie.
So you can feel it
So
and
that you
resonate
could
with it and
feel
believe
it.
it.
And it would resonate with you and you'd go, but this is the
Oh,
truth because of
yeah.
this.
Yeah.
But
And then you defend it.
but most of it's a lie.
Right. But then they start defending it. Now they've got skin in the game and they're not going to give it up.
But when
I got
when you take from all of it and you put it all together and you go, okay, well, I'm going to take from this religion and I'm going to take from that religion. I'm going to take from that religion and I'm going to take from world history. I'm going to take from ancient history and I'm going to take from life sciences and I'm going to take from nuclear sciences and then I'm going to take from astrophysics and I'm going to take from quantum physics and I'm going to take from and all of it, and you got to take all the different
this one,
pieces
the
from
next-
all the different segments of everything over the last fucking 12,000 years worth of all of this information and put it together and you go, oh shit, there is a very all-encompassing picture here.
There's a problem.
And Houston, we have a problem.
We have a problem. Yeah.
And it's a big one.
Huge.
And we need to, we got to acknowledge it.
Yes.
We got to acknowledge
Yes. Yes. See, because it's serious. It's a serious, obviously.
Yeah, we don't need to be victims, okay? We're not victims.
No.
We don't have to
Not at
play
all.
victims. We don't need to do any of that. It's not
We're
like that.
victors.
But we gotta
Nope.
acknowledge the problem so that we can fix the problem and grow.
Yeah, you can't deal with it if you don't see it there or acknowledge it or you just bury it. It's not going to
Right.
go away. It's
Right.
there. Just
It's
face it. It's uncomfortable. It hurts. It could be destructive to what you now know in your life. But trust me, what's on the other end of that is so worth it. It's so worth it.
It's the same principle as, someone comes along and hits you in the head with a stick. All right. Well, the first time, yeah, it sucked, right? Are you going to let them do it a second time? Or did you learn from the first time?
Grab the stick and hit them.
Yeah, well, the thing is that for the last 12,000 years, we've been getting beat with a stick consistently over and over and over and over and over and over again. Someone needs to take this fucking stick from this
Right.
motherfucker and start beating this son of a bitch down with their own goddamn stick and stop this son of a bitch from doing it.
That's right.
Because enough is enough.
Enough. It is enough.
Yeah, it's time to take a stand. Everybody thinks that spiritualism is turning the other cheek. And guys, you're enabling
My God. Oh my
these
God.
narcissistic abusers to continue to abuse you.
You're letting them.
Stand up
You're
and stop
paying
being
them
a
to
fucking
do it.
doormat.
Yeah.
Stop being a doormat.
And quit
that's
getting
what a
mad at
lot of-
us. And quit getting
Yeah.
mad at us for your poor decision making. It is
That's-
not
and
our
that's-
fault.
That's what's happening to some of us too, Vicki. That's what's happening to some of us is we've stopped being a doormat. We've been serving these people because that's what we do. We serve people, we help them,
Yep.
we love them, we care
Yep.
about them. And
Yep.
we're going to continue to do it.
Yep.
until they burn us out from
That's
using
right.
us too much. And then we're like, but guys, we need to recharge. And they're like, no, but we need you now. And we're like, but we need to recharge. But you're supposed to help me. What the fuck? And guys,
Now's a good time to start helping yourself.
we can
that's-
only do so much. We're not a
Beneficial in both
doormat.
ends.
We can't take the whole weight of the entire universe and put it on our shoulders and drag it around with us all the time.
Right.
Once in a while, yeah. Set it on our shoulders. We'll carry it around for a little bit, but we gotta pass it around a little bit. Okay.
We're doing it while you wake up and build up.
We can't just keep
But
piling
if you
it
keep,
on
if you keep pulling us down,
and not recharge
mhm,
and then continue on the battlefield injured, we need to heal so that we can go back out recharged and ready to do it, or we're going to do and say things and act in ways
because we're
that
getting
we
broken.
normally don't.
We're getting
because-
broken.
Yeah,
always have to
we're a
recharge.
cornered, injured animal.
That's right. That's right.
We
That's
need
absolutely
to
right.
heal and recharge. You know, my ex always saw me running away. Oh, well, he's running away. Oh, he's running away again.
They
No,
used to
you
call me
keep
the runner.
cornering me and you keep trying to press the issue because you want me to give you a fucking result right now.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Let me breathe. Let me go in my car and take a drive for an hour or 6 or whatever.
See, we're not superheroes. We're human.
and-
We have to
yeah, and
process just
breathe.
like everyone else.
Yeah,
We're no different.
I'm fallible. I gotta figure this shit out. Give me a minute to
We
do
deal with
that
it the
in my
same.
head, because right now, with you breathing down my neck every 5 seconds, whoever it may be,
We're gonna Hulk
in
out
that
and bust the
moment,
living shit out of them if they don't let us
you're
breathe.
you're just all you're doing is pushing me into a corner as an injured animal, and you're kicking me while I'm down. I'm gonna
And now
bite.
comes the fight. Now comes the fight.
I'm gonna bite.
And I
I'm
mean,
gonna snap.
it's
Never
not
pretty.
nice. Never pretty. Never pretty.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it is. And
Yeah,
I would
anybody
assume it
would
would be
do
the same
this.
if we did it to you. Yeah, it would be the same thing.
Anyone would do the same thing in that
I would hope so.
scenario.
Yep.
Anyone.
Yep. This does not make somebody a bad person. It makes them human. I'm just gonna have to stand up and say, when you are doing that to somebody, you can't tell they're being cornered. That's abuse. Okay, that is abuse. You know somebody is suffering.
Okay.
Back up.
And I'm not going to say that I haven't done it to others too.
It's the way
Okay.
of it. It's the way of it.
It's what we've been programmed to be.
But what happens is you end up hating yourself when you're pushed, because I was pushed to so many limits that I would end up hitting myself or cutting my hair or cutting myself, because ever since I was a little kid, that was pushed up on me by my mother. So all the beating, all that. And then I got married and it got even worse. So it's like, I now know what a red flag is. That's why I was joking earlier, but now I know what a half red flag is. I'm gonna get out of there. I am gonna run the other way, because if I stay, I'm gonna kill them. Beat the living shit out of them, and
Yep.
and take out all my years of anger of me being abused as a child and an older woman. Nah, you don't want that. So
Trust me, you don't want that.
you gotta recover, and just I cut off people like that so fast. You've done me wrong. Bye. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
no more forgiving you. I don't have to forgive you. I don't have to forgive anybody.
not at all.
Yeah.
Not
And
when
that's another reason too. Why I jumped off of the whole social media thing. A lot of people are trying to make it about them and trying to say, oh, well, it's because I'm playing the victim and all this other stuff. Guys, no.
No.
It's the me show.
It's a toxic environment.
It really
And
is.
I want out. I'm tired of letting other people determine whatever I said and apply their own meaning to it. Because that's what's happening to every single person across social media, everywhere, on a normal basis. And it's on purpose, guys.
Makes
It's
you
so that
comply.
you think that that fucking post is about you. And guess what?
Yep.
You know why you saw it? You know why you saw it? Because the Facebook algorithms or the Instagram algorithm or the fucking Google algorithm decided you needed to see it so you can make it about you.
Right.
And then
you know, Google
you
is
can
not.
apply your own fucking meaning to what this other person said so that it's a big drama issue that everybody can fucking fight and argue about because you miscontextualized what somebody else said.
They made Google to be a narcissist and a male AI.
It's an
If you look
it's
at
an
all
artificial intelligence. And you know that whole saying about when you put two different types of ants in a jar and you shake up the jar, who's shaking up the jar?
But the ants fight.
Who's shaking up the jar? This isn't our nature. None of humanity is wired like this. This is something that they did to us on purpose, and it's a program that we have to undo. We got to stop ourselves.
And that's a process.
they made us
Yeah,
into
it is.
Frankensteins, into Frankenstein.
Yes.
They made us into werewolves. They made us into vampires. They made us for their dirty work. And
It's
they turn around and laugh at us like, you know, you don't even know.
Mhm.
it's suggestion so that we can be a bunch of fucking clowns
Yep.
that act like they want us to.
The
And
gods
we're
are-
playing the clowns.
to entertain the gods that are
To
going
entertain
to
the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, they're laughing at everybody. It's a mocking ceremony. They're doing it on purpose because
On
it's
purpose.
funny to them. And some of us are waking up and noticing it and going, I'm not going to be your fucking clown anymore.
All right.
I'm not your laughing
trying
stock.
to tell you, Frank, like, and everybody that listens to me, like, stop feeding to their bullshit because they're gonna keep going. After you, Frank, after me, after they use me, after they use you, they're gonna go find somebody else and use them too.
Yeah.
They're gonna make you feel like you're so fucking important to them. You're their star, new kid on the block. And then after that, it's like, fuck you off. We don't need you no more. We used your energy. We used your talents. We used your abilities. And then what happens to you?
And then we shut them down and shoved you back in your home
There you
confused. That's exactly what ended up happening. It's all on purpose. It's all just to
And they're
screw
still
with
laughing.
everybody, mess with their ability
Their
to
heart. They're
to
after
be
the heart.
amazing. And everyone has the ability to be amazing. And it's all to just to stop us from being.
You gotta want to. Y'all need to get. I've never been a Facebook person. Can't. The minute I get on there, I mean, I'm on there 2 seconds and I'm just angry. I mean, I'm like, and I'm like, why am I feeling this? I can't do that. And I've never been able to be on Facebook. So everyone's gonna have to make that decision to step away from that. I don't have any nice words for what that thing is, but it is a
It's a
thing. It is a
psyop.
machine. It is a machine. A soul-sucking.
You guys, you're right. As soon as I would get on there, either I'd be like anxious, like, oh my God, I gotta get off. Like I would only stay maybe 5 minutes and I'm like, oh my gosh, I would get anxious and then, or I would get mad and then it would ruin the day. I'm like,
Yep.
Facebook. Why?
And then you're saying and doing things that you normally wouldn't.
Right.
I mean, they're
But
literally just playing you. Yeah. So I mean, I felt it right away, and I'm like, I can't do this app, whatever this is.
It's a pattern.
I've tried to go on there, and I can't. I literally can't. And if everybody just listens to how they feel when they're on there, they won't get on there. Just don't get on there. It's not
on
worth it. You're
purpose.
not
It's
gaining.
meant
And yes, you're not
to
getting
keep us
anything
in a
out of
state
that.
of anxiety.
Yeah.
so
It
that
is.
we are separated from one another.
I was gonna say, call a friend, go meet at the park, go hang out for coffee. Get off that stupid thread because it doesn't mean
It's
anything.
keep-
It's useless.
They
It's
want to mess
keeping
up
us
the
from
park
physically
space.
connecting with one
Oh,
another.
you have to stay 6 feet
In
apart.
reality.
Oh, you mean the size of our auras? Is that what we're saying here?
Mhm.
It's energetic. We
The
exchange
whole thing.
energy
Yes.
when we come together, and it's meant to be that way. We are supposed to do it.
We are electromagnetic, so when we are very close, we learn from each other. We feel each
Yeah.
other's feelings. We see each other's thoughts. We see
Yes.
each other's futures. We can like right now, we can see it now, but when we're physical, we can feel everything that all of us feel at once. I don't know how to explain it.
Mhm.
And it makes us stronger,
Yes,
and it makes
Yes.
our abilities
I wanted to
stronger.
say it.
Yes.
With every energetic exchange,
Mhm.
or should I say, with every positive energetic
was gonna say.
exchange that we have with a positive encounter with another individual that doesn't have some nefarious purpose, there's a healing process that takes effect, and there's an empowering process as well. So you're taking empathy with empathy. It amplifies the energies. You're not
Makes you
sucking off of
stronger.
the energies and creating this balance. Balance is another illusion. It's another illusion.
That's right.
We don't have to have balance. We can vibrate and harmonize. And if we keep vibrating and harmonizing, we step up and we step up more and we step up more, and it amplifies itself until we become so freaking awesome that this tangible physical reality starts to fade away, and we start to manifest our own beautiful reality as we see fit.
And what's the worst case scenario? What if we were wrong? What's the worst case scenario? You're happier with yourself. You're happy. You have better relations with your friends and your family. You start doing things with your children more. You're off the electronics, so your life is being lived, and you feel great, and you sleep well at night.
You get younger.
Those are your
Work
worst
out.
case scenarios.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Go work out, and also you feel younger.
Oh,
You go
go for hikes.
outside, hiking, whatever,
Be with your friends. Go play outside.
Yeah.
Again.
Like I
Doing the
said, worst
physical
case
stuff.
scenario is
You
this.
bet.
It's a win-win-win-win. There are no losses in this at all.
There's
Except
this band.
maybe they like they're so used to being comfortable and lazy.
Yeah.
And they don't even know it.
Yes.
Right.
Well, it's easy.
It's so easy. And if it's easy, you might want to question it, because again, nothing worth having is easy.
Right.
No, and
Nothing.
I want to quote a band that I listen to these guys regularly because they've got great messages in their lyrics, and their music is just uplifting in general, and they're usually an instrumental band anyways. The band is called Intervals, and they have a song. They have a song called
Intervals.
A Voice Within. And
Ooh.
in the end of this outro to A Voice Within, the outro goes, what is it? The chance that fate brought us to now. We can't help but admire its beauty, to feel, to see, to create, to dream. It is our duty to live while we can. Those are the lyrics.
Is that it?
To the song, A Voice Within.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, see us, you tell us something.
And they say,
Oh,
he said,
we gotta find
the
it.
chance that fate brought us to now. We can't help but admire its beauty, To feel, to see, to create, to dream. It is our duty to live while we can. And
Don't you want uplifting music too?
it is. It's
When
uplifting.
you listen to music, you shouldn't be a, you know, that's
Yeah.
weird. I don't know what that is, that weird music. And trust me, that stuff has all got stuff attached to it.
Sorry.
Life is for living. It's not for slaving away. We're not supposed to
Right?
be getting sucked into
I know we're
building
corny
the
and we're
machine.
dorks, but this is
We
the
don't need the
light.
machine.
No,
We are the machine.
There's all kinds of machines that want to take your machinery. So,
yeah,
you know, there's a community, we'll say a machine that just wants to have sex 24/7 and they don't care how they get it. And that's how their loosh is being taken.
Yep.
I'm not
they're
saying
being conned. Yep.
this is not wrong, okay? We're not.
And we don't
being
need
tricked.
machines
Whatever.
to be perfect.
There's different
Nope.
ones.
We can do everything this machine can do, calling people, everything it can remember, us communicating long distance.
We do this.
We don't need it. We didn't use that before. We memorized everything. We could think of somebody and they would call us on the phone,
Yeah.
or we would run into them walking.
Or show up.
We
It
did,
still
yeah,
happens.
we did not. We did all this. And we know because we didn't have electronics.
Right.
Right.
We didn't have electronics for most of our life. This stuff is new to us.
Yeah.
And we know that we can do all this.
Well, we've always known
We've
throughout our
always done
lives
this.
that we've had these abilities to do these certain things.
These things are
And-
taking our abilities.
Yeah.
They're not aiding us. They're
No.
debilitating us.
Mhm.
It's a handicap.
We were talking about.
And
like
it's
that.
all consciousness. It's all in our heads. It's all
is.
psychology. What a lot of people are like, oh, well, we're understanding psychology. You're understanding another psyop.
Yes,
You're being manipulated.
You're being
again.
manipulated.
yes.
If
Again.
you went to
Yeah.
any of these schools, these higher learnings that you got a doctorate in and
Yeah.
stuff, you were conned and you paid for it.
Yep.
Yep.
Period.
Right.
That's called another taxing. You get taxed every time you go to the store and you spend something. You get taxed, and they want you to donate more, and they make you
That's
feel
the-
guilty. It's just constant. It's
That's
everything.
the first thing they taught in the mystery schools. Forget all the bullshit that you think that you know about all this stuff, because it's fucking not real.
None of
It
it's real.
never was. It never was to begin with.
They're giving it
it's going to
like-
limit everything that we're going to teach you now. And then we learned the other ways.
Yeah, that's why.
We're trying to
I
teach
had a
you
hard
guys
time
the
with
other
that.
ways.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
And
we
it's
were
simple.
taught
And
that they
it's
don't want you
simple.
to know. And it's so stupid. It's
Yeah.
fucking so simple. Oh my gosh.
Very.
It's
It
ridiculous.
is.
Like quantum physics is so much easier than you can never think.
It
Like,
really is.
they put here is
Like
Yeah.
biofeedback, they said that didn't exist. Well, it does, and it works. And
It'll-
that's quantum. And
It'll
it's
make
simple.
people's mind pop.
Frequencies.
How
more
fucking
beauty.
simple it is.
It's so simple. It's frequencies. It's simple. It heals you. It's a frequency.
Are
So
you
when
kidding me?
you-
There's
wait a minute, when
Amish
you've got
people
When you've
that
got
are using
frequency,
Tesla generator units that have frequency generators that are actual healing beds. The Amish people, they spent 14, 20, 30 grand or whatever it was that they so that they could have this vibrational technology.
we can heal ourselves having that vibration.
Why are Amish people
yeah, why are they?
buying technology?
That's right.
Use
And
your
and look at
brain.
these and look at
Use your
these things in
brain
your
here.
in your very homes. In your very homes, why do you think that they run the electricity, the wires at a certain height? Isn't that where your head lies? Pull your bed away from the wall, because those currents, those smart meters on your house, they're killing you.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure.
yeah, it's frequency. It's good or it's bad.
Go
Wavelengths.
go
It's
take a
all
simple
there.
electronics course and you'll
Mm-hmm.
understand things about eddy currents
Mhm.
and different types of dangerous magnetic fields that can be generated from electricity. Okay.
Yeah, do
And
not put your
that
bed
is
near the
what's
wall.
happening with these smart meters and some of these other things. Okay, you have to take into consideration. All right, there was this story about this guy. He was, or these two brothers or whatever. They're freezing to death out in the Arctic or something like that. And there was this this power generator or a big a transformer.
Transformer.
It was a transformer.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because the transformer had eddy currents running through it, the transformer was hot. It was warm, and it generated a heat that made them warm. What they didn't realize was that the eddy currents fucking killed them. The electromagnetic powers that were inside of the eddy currents, it
Moth to a
created,
flame.
it fried them from the inside out.
Yes. Yes.
What do you think these 3, 4, and 5G and so on technologies are?
Why did they put these smart meters on your house? Let me tell you what happened when I had them. They put it on and I didn't know.
Yeah.
And I went, there was a smart meter. You need to come take this off my house immediately. They argued with me. They took my
Yeah.
solar rental from me. And then 2 guys showed up to my house. 2 businessmen showed up to my house. And a friend of mine was here.
Yep.
Because I made sure that he was here. So I was alone with my son when I did this, because I knew something was going to happen.
Oh, boy.
And he didn't believe in all this stuff, right? Does now. He said,
Oh,
why are they here? And why are they taking pictures of the sky
right,
above the house?
right.
They were literally in my back taking pictures of the sky.
Well, because there's the drones up there that connect to the smart meter and shit like that. You know, the
Well,
other,
it's just
There's
not
more.
just that. There's
Yeah,
more than
more than
that.
that. Yeah. I mean, we know that, but yeah, see, so
Go-
tell me that this stuff isn't actually, I mean, if you need to prove it physically, those are ways to do it. Tell them you want your smart meter off your house and see what happens.
Yeah.
there's like,
You know, tell them you don't want that 5G.
you
You know,
guys,
start denying them.
there's like these ships that are we are being followed. Us. I'm not talking about the regular community, they're being followed too. But I'm saying us, they have minimum 6 to 9 people on my phone checking me out, following me. Then they have the drones and they have the ships that follow me. And there was 27 helicopters when I was with supposedly that wannabe twin flame. They follow us.
Right.
They keep tabs on us. And it's not a coincidence. Like the other day, I think, did I tell you guys this? Okay, there was a knock on the door and I had a friend here and I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna answer because I saw them coming up and one was wearing a lanyard, like a white blouse with some jeans. The other guy was wearing like a top jeans with the lanyard, with the clipboard,
No.
guy and a Mexican girl. And I'm like, I told my friend, I'm not gonna answer. Tell him I'm not here.
Absolutely not.
They gave me a piece of paper. They gave my friend a piece of paper saying, oh, we're from Tucson Electric Power Company. We wanted to offer Miss Veronica Bartolini a discount. How much does she make a year? What is her phone number? And I told my friend.
No.
And my friend didn't say anything. And when they closed the door, they left. I said, guess what? I already have a Tucson Electric
Yeah, you do.
discount. They
Mhm.
already know
Yeah,
who
you
I
do.
am and how much I make. They have no business coming over here and checking up on me and who's with me.
And they're so bad at it.
They're stupid.
They're so bad. I'm like, is this that's a whole, we're being punked
So
because
that's
you
what's
guys
going over
can't
there
be
with
this
your nose.
bad. You guys cannot
Frank
be
Anchor.
this bad at doing this. It's
So
terrible. Like, where are the real pros at? Send them out. At least challenge us. This is just an irritant. You know, see, you know what I'm saying.
It's funny that you say that.
Yeah.
There's been some people that have been called out. I'm not gonna lie. What's funny is I'm not the only person that's called them out. I find it real interesting that
You know
there's
what's
another
weird?
divine counterpart couple that just so happens to call out the same kind of people right around the same time.
That's crazy. You know what,
Huh.
guys? I remember when I was in high school, I had to work and go to high school and shit. And there was an agency that was called something temporary agency. So I actually worked for the government getting statistics. Can you believe that? Temporary job. I had to call the people. I had to do a census. I had to do all kinds of different
But people just answer your question. You call and they just tell you.
answered. Yeah.
They send that census to my house and I'm like, no. And I said, why don't you? And she called me and I said, make me.
You know what?
Yeah,
Yes,
they're like, it's mandatory.
You know
I'm like,
where I
"Fuck you."
live? Come make me.
Yes, they came to my apartment 3 times and I didn't answer the door. I don't gotta
They
take
didn't
no
come.
census.
Yeah, they didn't show up.
They're like, you have to participate. I was like, I don't have to
Make me.
participate in shit.
That's right. Just like we're not wearing a friggin' mask either. The whole thing, you can't tell anybody what to do. And you
Dude,
certainly can't
yeah.
make us. You could scare us into submitting, but we don't break like that. So
They could be, they'll be like, oh, well, participation is mandatory. And I'd go, look up the definition of mandatory. And you go ahead and come back to me on how it's absolutely necessary for me to have to participate. Guess what, fool? I don't have to do shit.
nope.
That I
And that's
don't
why
wanna
learning
do
the
or
words
that
is
I
important.
choose not to do. If I
Mhm.
say that I don't want to do it, guess what, dude, or whoever the hell you are, or whoever you think you might be, I don't got to do anything that you say. I don't have to
Never.
comply with anything you say.
Mm-mm.
I determine what is right for me and mine. I
Period.
determine what is safe and effective for me and mine.
Mhm.
Period.
In this moment. Always in this moment.
Always. Period. Forever and ever. That is for us as an individual to decide. Period.
And that goes for everybody. That goes
Yep.
for and people can, at this point, can blame other people or situations, but at this point, they've got choices, and we are all completely responsible for everything we do and say. And that is why we own up to the mistakes we make. We make amends, we apologize, we work through it. That's how we deal with things. We don't say it's not our fault and walk off. And no, we bite the bullet, we get in there and we handle it.
Mhm.
And that's what we have to do.
And if
That's
they don't
love.
forgive you,
That
if they
is
don't-
love.
If
and
they
that
don't
is
forgive
self-love.
you, if they don't forgive you, oh well. But you said
It's not even about them. It's
Apologize.
not even about them. It's
Right.
about yourself. You
There you
have
go.
to,
there
you
go.
have to do it for yourself.
Yep.
Always. And that is true love.
Yeah.
Love isn't fluffy and pretty, and it's not at all. It doesn't
Not
look
always.
like that at all.
Not always.
Love is
Sometimes it's
strong.
tough.
I just want
Love
to kick
is
my own
strong.
ass. Like they say. It's already been 6 hours.
What?
I've been on 6
Oh,
hours with
shit.
it.
I haven't.
Yeah.
We've been talking a while.
I love
We have a lot of
We
stuff
gotta
to
do it
talk
again
about.
because
We've covered quite a bit, haven't we?
if you guys are free during the week on Thursday, we can do another one. If not, I'm gonna be on with Chad next Sunday. And then after we talk, Chad and I live, I mean, not live, but on Zoom, then we could all come in as well, like we did here with Eve and I, because it was, it was a certain topic. So I think this is awesome. We gotta do it again. What do you guys think? Whenever you can, Frank. 'cause
Aren't you working
Well,
nights?
I work nights on
Yeah.
second shift, so I'll probably be out during the week or whatever. But
Maybe the
What
weekend.
about,
on a weekend time, if we pre-schedule it or whatever and get it set up or whatever, it's not a weekend I have with kids or whatever, then yeah, we can go set things up so that we can go ahead and do another. I mean,
Another
this
round.
is cool. This is a good roundtable discussion where
You gotta do
we
it at
can
least
all
once a week.
touch base on a lot.
At least.
It's good because we hit it's great. We hit current events. We hit a lot of all-encompassing things that touch
Mhm.
base on
Past lives.
a lot of everything.
There's a lot of stuff that, well, I wasn't here for the first bit because, you know, I was out, but there's so much, and there's so much more.
Yeah.
You know, we could do this all the time. And
Thanks for your patience, because sometimes I'll just put the video on, and sometimes I won't write everybody's name, but sometimes it does fit. And then I hate that word fit, but anyway, it does encompass the allotted space continuum in that YouTube channel space, whatever 3D. Okay. And then later on, like a week later, I'll put your guys' like emails and stuff like that. So thanks for your patience. Everybody should know who we all already are that follow us, because it's like a telenovela. It's like a saga.
Right. On the next episode.
This is a real Netflix. Did you? Just kidding.
that's what I was saying. That I said, if they really knew what was really going on, they would never turn TV on again. They would be like, this
On
is
the next
way
episode of
too.
the real fucking Twilight Zone.
On the
Okay.
real galaxies. It's starting to-
Put them all to every
The
show,
real
everything
X-Men.
together, and it still doesn't cover it all.
The
Mhm.
real Fantastic 4, 5, 6, 33.
Yeah.
The real 33 bitches. Here we
The
are.
absolutely real stuff,
33.
not just what you think you thought it was supposed to be on TV.
Yeah. Right, Celeste? Right, Eve?
Heck yeah.
I better
Reality's
go. We better go for now, but we will continue this. Okay. Love you guys. See ya.
Love you guys.
Love
you
you.
guys.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.